we need to remember why we do what we do. And today the stakes are even higher.
Released on August 20th of 2013, Saints Row 4 was developed by Volition and published by Deep Silver. Wait, hold on a second, what happened to THQ? Oh, that explains it. Originally planned as an expansion for Saints Row III called Enter the Dominatrix, the project eventually grew into a full standalone game. Rather than dialing things back after the chaos of its predecessor, Volition doubled down on everything that made Saints Row unique. This time, you aren't just the leader of the Saints, you've become the President of the United States of America.
If you're happy back at school, clap your hands.
Earth has been invaded by aliens, and you're trapped inside a simulated version of Steelport with superpowers that completely change how the game is played, whether for the good or the bad of it. When Saints Row 4 launched, it was received very positively by critics. Many praised its willingness to fully embrace its ridiculous premise instead of trying to compete with a more grounded open-world games. Critics love the game's humor, its constant pop culture references, surprisingly heartfelt character moments, and the freedom that came from sprinting up buildings, gliding across the city, and causing absolute mayhem with an arsenal of bizarre weapons and superpowers. Players largely agreed, with many considering it one of the most entertaining sandbox games of its generation simply because it committed so completely to being unapologetically fun. Of course, not everyone felt the same way. One of the biggest criticisms at launch was that the superpowers made cars, helicopters, and even much of Steelport itself feel almost irrelevant. Adding to this frustration is most of the main story missions and missions in general will remove your superpowers, making players feel like the superpowers were added in after the entire game had been made. Something we will explore as we do this deep dive. Some players felt like the game reused too many assets from Saints Row III, while others argued that the series had drifted so far from its gang war roots that it barely resembled the franchise they originally fell in love with. The story, while creative, was also seen by some as relying too heavily on references and parodying others rather than building its own identity. Looking back today, though Saints Row 4 has developed something of a cult following, which usually happens with the downfall of a franchise, and definitely so after the release of the Saints Row 2022 reboot, a game that divided critics and disappointed many longtime fans, a lot of players have found themselves appreciating Saints Row 4 more than they did at launch. What was once criticized for being too ridiculous is now often celebrated for fully committing to its identity. It never pretended to be anything that it wasn't, except for when it pretended to be everything that it was trying to imitate. Whether that's because the game genuinely aged well or because our perspective has changed over the years, that's what we are here to find out today. This isn't meant to be a traditional review. We're not sitting here reviewing the game in its entirety. Instead, I want you to think of it as two friends sitting on a couch replaying the game that we haven't touched in years. We're going to experience every mission together, laugh at the ridiculous moments, appreciate the things that still hold up, and question the things that don't, while simultaneously nitpicking the living hell of the game because it's funny to do so. And we're going to see whether Saints Row 4 deserves the reputation that it has today. Was it truly the start of the downfall of the franchise, or were we... Bit of the story, I do want to mention one thing. I have a speech impediment, so from time to time I may intentionally change the way I pronounce certain names or words to avoid getting stuck in a repeating mistake cycle. It's simply to keep the commentary flowing naturally, so I hope this won't distract you from the overall experience. Also, for a call to action, if you are enjoying long-form gaming deep dives that revisit classic games with a fresh perspective, I'd really appreciate it if you would consider leaving a like, subscribing to the channel, and sharing your own memories in the comments below. It genuinely helps the channel grow and lets me know you'd like to see more deep dives like this in the future. And maybe you'll consider becoming a channel associate. You get access to the videos the second that I finish them, and you can help shape the next franchise that we play through. So, grab your snacks, get comfortable, and let's head back to the simulation to answer one simple question. Is Saints Row 4 really as good as we remembered, or is it just as bad as we all thought it was? Let's find out.
It is a truth universally acknowledged that every now and again a situation arises that defies explanation. And so it was with the ascension of the 3rd Street Saints. When the Saints made their presence known to the world in 2006, they were decried for being pretenders to the throne. The people were confused. Were the Saints sociopathic killing machines hell-bent on destruction? Or puckish rogues living a life of mirth and whimsy? The Saints needed clarity of purpose, and so the course was set. More fun, less mercy killing. This simple choice revitalized the Saints, transforming them from a degenerate street gang into beloved pop culture icons. But even then, the Saints were not satisfied. For it's one thing to be revered as a hero, it is another to be a hero. And that, my friends, is where our journey begins.
Boss, you sure this isn't a setup? Did he catch that, boss?
Mike is dead? Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm sorry, I forgot to check the battery because I was busy coordinating an international assassination.
Hey, can we go back to the part about this being a setup?
It's not a setup, the intel is good.
You trust this lady?
Asha's one of the good guys. Oleg knows her from the KGB days.
Oh, she's tight with the KGB. I feel a lot better.
Look, Bert and I worked with her too, she's fine.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she's great at putting someone in a fucking body bag. That doesn't mean we should...
Showtime.
We're 3 minutes behind schedule. We need to move.
You're a real people person, aren't you?
I'm sorry, is this a counter-terrorist operation or a Saints flow shoot?
I'm Sean.
Asha Odekar, follow me. We're here. Didn't expect them to be all business. We know what's at stake. Do you?
Look, lady, this motherfucker knows how to get shit done. Don't you worry about me.
What's security? My tech guy brought us a 10-minute window. If we move fast, we'll only need to worry about the guards on foot.
How many of those are there?
Don't know about the numbers inside, but there are about 8 marching the perimeter. On my signal, we... Oh, hell. We gotta move!
حسب الله يخرب بيتك وقعت.
So much for subtlety.
Don't worry about it, honey. Subtlety is not really our thing.
Come on, this way. Base, are you there? What are we walking into?
The intelligence I'm looking at suggests...
Hold on. Hide, truck on its way.
Wait a minute. Your hammer is... Is that Matt Miller?
Kinsey, be nice. But seriously, what the hell? Matt Miller is a brilliant hacker, a venerated agent of MI6, and a key member of our operation.
And the fact that he tried to kill us.
What's past is past. We are all working together now. Let's focus on the job.
As I was saying...
Hold that thought, Matt.
All right, we got a lot to unpack there. So now the 3rd Street Saints, which are a gang that used to run drugs, are now not only a gang, they've been heavily commercialized and sell energy drinks and all sorts of other things, but they are also part of a elite special forces team that is able to team up with other elite special forces teams to take out known terrorists. My goodness, have we ever gone far? I want to point out the absurdity of this. Shondi was a salute and a druggie and is now a special forces member. Pierce was just a happy-go-lucky gang member who's part of a Special Forces team. And we went from a silent protagonist all the way to a Special Forces member hunting down literal terrorists. Okay, moving on past that. I really like Asha. I think Asha is a really good fit for the Saints. Her sternness, as well as her tactical abilities, really make her kind of different than everybody else. In a cast of wacky and over-the-top characters, it's nice to have a more grounded in realism or realisticness, and you get that from Asha. Adding to that, if you don't know who Matt Miller is, you can go watch my Saints Row 3 deep dive. But Matt Miller worked for the Syndicate, who was part of a gang known as the Deckers, and he was basically their hacker. He was the one in Saints Row 3 who drained our bank accounts and made it so we had a bad public image. He also tried to kill us, but that's besides the point. We also don't mind Matt at all. He actually grows on me as we play through the game more and more, especially because I had to replay this game twice in the last 2 weeks. We are currently hunting down Cyrus. Cyrus was the main villain of the third act of Saints Row 3. He was the leader of Stag, he was the one that introduced Marshall's Law, and he was the one that attacked the Saints HQ, which was a literal skyscraper. His under-general, or second-in-command Kai, kidnapped Shaundi for the third time in Saints Row 3 and tried to kill her at the statue. And we killed her the same way we killed Veteran Child in Saints Row 2. Well, Cyrus, due to his humiliation in Saints Row 3, has now gone literally insane and is so hell-bent on killing us that he's willing to nuke the United States of America. As we push through here, we're going to get a bunch of tutorials and stealth takedowns and stuff like that. I actually personally really like the camera angle, and I think this was a good fit for this kind of mission structure. And we'll also get opportunities for each of our individual teammates to kind of stand out as a badass, because everybody here is a badass now.
What the fuck? Where to now, then?
Don't sweat. I got this. This way, people.
As I said, every single person is now a tactical badass. You're either gonna love it or you're gonna hate it. The way I look at it is, it's like the movie The Expendables, where every single person in that movie is absolutely over the top with how oozing and cool they are. This is exactly what Saints Row 4 is. It was actually what Saints Row 3 also was. And it's what Gat Out of Hell will be. And then we all know that everybody becomes a pansy fart in a pan when it comes to Saints Row the reboot, but hey, we'll get there when we get there. We're going to continue to push deeper into the facility. Now, at the beginning of the intro of this video, you guys were told that this game parodies a lot of other things. In fact, pretty much every mission and every single thing you do will parody something. We're heading towards a Call of Duty parody right now. Inherently, I don't have a problem with the parodying of other things. It's the best form of flattery. The problem with Saints Row 4 is they do it so much that it comes off almost like they didn't have any original ideas. We will explore this deeper as we go through the video, but I want to note it here and now because it's something that's going to happen a lot. I will not reference every single one. I will not note every single one to you. It'll be a fun Easter egg for you guys to figure out as we go through the video. Some are obvious, some are less obvious. But you can trust me when I say there is a lot of parodying going on here.
Don't move!
This shit is coming out the box! Let's deal with this first.
In line, let's go! You all right?
As I said, we did a Call of Duty parody. Call of Duty's known for those breach moments, and they're just as corny inside a Call of Duty as they are inside Saints Row 4. But I think I'm in love with Asha, but that's between me and her. By the way, by the end of this video, I will have had sex with every single character that you can, including the robot, because I am also a sleuth. So we gotta chase down Cyrus, and this is gonna result in a QTE, quick time event fight scene. I'm gonna say it here and now. If you are not God of War, and you are not the developers of God of War, and you're not making God of War, do not have quick time events, because they always come off as corny. I don't wanna hit E once and then watch my character do 67 fight moves, only to hit space to watch another 87 things happen. It doesn't feel good, and it doesn't have the same impact as God of War did. And it just comes off as awkward and boring, especially when everything happens over the course of 1 minute and 1 second, which is what you're watching right now. Eventually, we'll shoot Cyrus in the head. He's going to fall into a pool of... Is that cum? I don't know what that is. But he's still going to launch the nuke with a single button. Now it's time for us to sacrifice ourselves for the betterment of everybody else. And we're going to do that by running straight at the nuke and jumping on it and climbing it and deactivating it from the outside. Because everybody knows that the best way to stop a nuke is by climbing on it. Nukes are known for having handholds for us to climb with, and easy accessible panels for us to pull out its components. While we climb it, the characters that we are hanging out with, Asha, Pierce, Matt, Kinsey, they're all going to say goodbye to us because they think we're going to die. And it's done over this really powerful ballad song that you can't hear because it's copyrighted. Now, this was supposed to be a DLC, so if we look at this mission from a DLC perspective, it's fine. It's quick, it's to the point, it wraps up a storyline, and then we could move on with the rest of the DLC. But this is not a DLC for Saints Row 3. This is its own standalone game, and what's ended up happening here is we have a lot of goddamn questions. Who the hell is Asha? When the hell did Cyrus get access to tactical nukes in a foreign country? How did he get a foreign country to defend him? Well, he launched tactical nukes at America. How the hell did we become a tactical force that is able to fight wars internationally? If this had followed exactly immediately after Saints Row 3, then this would all make a lot more sense, but because it's its own standalone game and it immediately introduces us to new characters, as well as just kind of monologue dumps all the lore that we needed to get to this point, we can't help but feel a little bit disjointed to the overall story. It's kind of like the sudden shift in Shaundi's personality between Saints Row 2 and Saints Row 3, or her sudden infatuation with Johnny even though she was never even shown to really interact with him. Changes like this are extremely jaunting for the player, and it doesn't feel good when you're playing the game because you're questioning everything. Because everything's been left to just don't think about it because we're a wacky, quirky game with jokes and humors and we make fart sounds sometimes. And a lot of people dismissed it based off of that exact reason. If you were to critique this game, you're often told not to because it's so wacky and fun, but it cost you a lot of money to be left with a lot of questions. Another thing that seemed to frustrate people, and I don't really understand why, was the character creation in Saints Row 4. It's the exact same character creation that we had in Saints Row 3, and it's very similar to the same exact one that we had in Saints Row 1 and 2, but for some reason, in Saints Row 4, people were annoyed by it, citing things like the sliders weren't enough and the clothing optimizations weren't enough and they couldn't make the perfect character that they wanted. And this is one of those times where I'm going to say, like, people were complaining just to complain. If it wasn't a problem in Saints Row 3, then it's not a problem in Saints Row 4. And yes, while you can find people that complained about it in Saints Row 3, it's just relegated to like random forums and Reddit posts. We all know who Reddit mods are. Personally, I think it's fine, especially for the era and when it was made. It already had more options than a lot of other games. That being said, though, I will say if you use the voice slider, even 1 degree left to right will make your voice immediately sound terrible. In typical fashion, we're going to try to stay as true as we can to our original character, the boss, the playa, and now the president, just for cohesion's sake. The only time this is going to come off the rails is when we get to Saints Row the reboot, because everybody there is a hipster and drinks boba tea, and you can't not make a character that looks like you are a hipster and drinks boba tea. For me, the character creation is fine, so we're moving on.
This is a problem.
It's not a problem.
You alienated part of America.
Hold up, wait a minute. That's Benjamin motherfucking King. If you've never played the older Saints Row games, Benjamin King is basically an OG of the series. He was the founder and leader of the Vice Kings, a gang that we removed out of Stillwater in Saints Row 1. Unlike most crime bosses, he actually wanted to leave the gang life behind and go legitimate. And he did. He wrote a book, and now he's our chief of staff. He's one of the smartest and honestly one of the coolest characters in the entire franchise, in my opinion.
I alienated crazy people.
You couldn't resist, could you?
Jesus, not you two.
This is a problem.
I keep trying to explain that, but the president won't listen.
Poverty is a problem. Apartheid is a problem. This is just a couple of...
Here's the latest approval poll.
We lost 20 points. We can get them back.
They're at 20 points.
I'll admit that's a little lower than anticipated.
So you agree you have a problem?
Nope, you do. You're the communications director. Fix this.
Can you give me 100% employment?
No.
Will you get married?
Fuck no.
Then I think we're in trouble.
King, can you have this naysayer assassinated?
Not when you say it publicly.
I'm more fun as a gang leader.
We have a country to run. Fun isn't part of the equation.
Where's a septic truck when you need one?
We now get to walk towards our press meeting. Along the way, we're going to make some choices that have zero impact on the actual story. Once again, if this feels like a DLC, it's because it was supposed to be. Hence why the pacing is so breakneck speed. It was supposed to be quick.
Listen, we've got enough clout right now for one major bill, not both. What do you want me to push forward? Do you want to be the president who cured cancer or the president who solved world hunger?
Hold up, is that Julius Little? That's the voice of Julius Little. That's the voice of the guy who was the bad guy inside of Saints Row 1, who was also the good guy inside of Saints Row 1. That's the voice of the guy who killed us in Saints Row 1 and then was at the very end of Saints Row 2 in a secret mission that we had to find out through Troy's office monologue audio dumps. I am almost positive that that's the voice of Julius Little. I'm saying this because that will be a running joke throughout the next 15 hours of gameplay. Any single time that Keith David talks, someone will reference how he sounds like Julius from Saints Row 1. It's actually something that this game will do a ton of, recycling the same joke over and over again until it's beaten into you how funny it was. And you better keep laughing because they're gonna keep saying it. By the way, we say fuck cancer because cancer took my mother-in-law at 50 years old.
Well, cancer had a good run, but it's time to put it down.
Good choice.
The rest of the walk to the press conference really doesn't have any note. We get berated by some senator who we punch in the dick. And then we run into Josh, or Nightblade. If you don't remember who Josh was, he was the guy who was with us at the beginning of Saints Row 3, who helped us break into the bank vault, and later became the face of STAG, Cyrus Temple's private military that tried to take us out of the city. It would have been cool if we actually got some choices that changed things throughout the game, but every single thing here has no impact. Like, imagine Keith David offered us some sort of shield that would protect one of the regions of the map, meaning that we'd have a safe house inside the simulation. What if that senator that we punched in the dick comes back as a villain and arch nemesis inside the simulation? And what if, because we ignored Josh, he becomes a supervillain version of Nightblade and attacks us throughout the time in the simulation? All much better options than what actually happens here. But Oleg kicking this guy is never not funny to me.
I'm your #1 fan!
Nice work, Oleg.
The president's words were taken out of context.
Kinsey, what's the right context for, and I quote, "I'm the patron saint of America. We should probably look into changing the Pledge of Allegiance to one nation under me"?
That's a great question. Jane?
I think we have a problem.
Oh, not you two. How many times do I have
Asha and Miller are waiting for you in the Oval Office.
If MI6 needed something, they would send it up the chain, not fly across an ocean.
They said nobody back home believes them.
Jesus, what's going on?
They think we're about to be attacked by aliens.
I gotta go.
This is serious. You know that Kinsey's been saying the same thing.
When did you start taking Kinsey seriously?
When the people who helped us save the world said we should.
All right, I'll swing by after I...
Hello, humans. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a time for fear, but a time for celebration. Today, the best and brightest among you will find salvation within the Zin Empire.
I'm smarter than all these people.
Delightful.
Kinsey, no! Protect the president!
I do love your spirit, my dear. I'm Zinyak. Pleasure to meet you. Would you like to join me for a ride? Splendid.
Get off me!
Okay, a few things to talk about. Let's nitpick a little bit. Why the hell would Kinsey just voluntarily give herself up to the alien race that she's been trying to warn humanity about, only because she's the smartest person in the room? That seems a little bit selfish. Now, you could make the argument it's because she knew what was going to happen and blah, 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 blah. The same thing can be said, why did Asha and Matt travel all the way from wherever MI6 headquarters are, all the way to America, rather than picking up a phone to call their person who's literally their friend who they just stopped Cyrus Temple from destroying the planet with? That's another plot hole, but we're supposed to ignore that. The final plot hole, and it'll be explained much, much later, but I can't get into it without giving spoilers, is that Zenyak, the big guy there, knows about the human race and who is able to take him out. In fact, he's so confident about his knowledge of who's able to take him out and who's not, that he's already traveled to Earth once and taken some of the most crucial people away from the planet by abducting them to help with this very invasion that he's doing right now. Plus, once again, without getting into spoilers, we learn that his people, the alien race, has the ability to time travel, which further amplifies this absolute mystery of why is he here and why is he doing it this way. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. All we have to do right now is shoot everything in front of us. So let's talk about that. Combat right now feels very, very good. Why does it feel good? Because you're max level president. And because you're max level president, the combat feels fun and fluid. Don't worry, don't get used to it, because the game is immediately going to rip out all of your skills for some reason, even though these are normal skills that anybody would have, and allow you to rebuild it. As we work through the White House, we're going to see each and every one of our individual friends get taken away. They're going to get abducted. We will learn that the race of aliens that is here takes the best and brightest of our planet and every planet that they've conquered and puts them inside of capsules, meaning everybody underneath of our team is taken except for Oleg, the strongest of us all. But once again, we're looking too closely at it, and Volition didn't want you to look too closely at it and ask any questions at all. That being said, we're going to fight our way through the White House until eventually we're going to end up outside the White House, where we're going to use one of America's most crucial school supplies to shoot down the alien spaceships. Another parody and or reference is going to happen here with an older game called Space Invaders. Sadly, I believe that in 2026, the Space Invaders reference might go over the head of a lot of people who might be playing this game for the first time. But it's yet another reference, and we're only 2 missions in, and we've had 2 references, plus a whole bunch of other like innuendos and stuff. Keep that in mind. Now let's get our school supply.
Shit, how many of you are there? Bird to Ernie. Activate South Portico defenses. Let's do this, you beautiful thing.
Okay, so we're using the American Wet Dream as our anti-air defense. But this thing it's brutally inaccurate. When you're looking at this thing, it has like 578,000 guns on it, yet for some reason, this thing sucks. But it does get the job done. We're gonna sit here and we're gonna shoot down a crap ton of ships. They don't really do anything to us. They're more just like cannon fodder. And I genuinely mean that by the actual definition. We are shooting a cannon, and they're just standing in front of us, floating. They are in front of us. We shoot them with our cannon. Until eventually what ends up coming is the mothership, or the mama ship as we call it later on in the game. Quick question, don't want to like sound a little bit out of turn here, but why aren't we shooting the giant ship in the sky? And why isn't the giant ship in the sky more of a threat than just floating there, harmlessly? Also, where's all the ground troops? How come they're only in the White House? Why aren't they storming the grounds of the White House? Why aren't they fighting the Secret Service and the military outside? For that matter, where's the Secret Service and the military? Yes, we see the odd helicopter here or there, but like, come on. This is America. Home of cheeseburgers and eagles and the military. With budgets in the trillions of dollars for their military research, yet we're not seeing a single spaceship, not a single helicopter, not a single VTOL. Where's the stealth bombers? For that matter, why haven't we even just remotely released some of like the America's most like prized possessions? Where's the Rock? He could single-handedly destroy this with one eyebrow raise. What I'm getting at is, where did everybody go? How is it we are alone yet again? This is an entire country, yet we're fighting off the alien race with one American wet dream.
Humans enjoy leaping so much.
Get off my lawn, you son of a bitch! Didn't count on me, did you?
Well, hello there. Welcome aboard.
Hang you over the fireplace, you alien fuck!
Now, not so fast.
Say goodnight.
Wait, what? Ow! Shit!
Did you really think you could stop me?
Shit!
Ah, human arrogance. Is there anything more charming?
Fucking ass! Oh! Gonna
Do what exactly? Huh? Bravado me to death? I'm going to have fun breaking you.
Hold up, I know you guys just watched it, but watch it again because I need to say something. We are 2 missions into Saints Row 4. Those 2 missions have gone at the rapid pace of your first time. And it seems like the Saints Row developers have blown their wad immediately, which playing the rest of the game, we do know in fact that they just did. But the bigger egregious error here is we are 2 missions in and we have fought 2 bosses now in cutscene QuickTime events. And you have now witnessed 2 different QuickTime events happen where the impact was really nothing. By the way, when it shows you spamming the button, you don't have to spam the button. You can just click it once and the exact same event plays out. Secondly, at the end where it said spacebar, it does nothing. I was expecting our guy to like spit or something. What we're witnessing here is already the cracks inside of the game. We're already seeing the fact that this is a DLC, and if it had been a DLC, these wouldn't be problems we'd be talking about. But this is its own standalone game, and it's going to take me 15 hours to play this, and this is going to be every single fight we do, for the most part until the very end of the game. We will fight countless wardens where we do QTEs. And by the end of the game, you're going to get sure tired of pressing WASD or space and or clicking left or right mouse button to have the exact same animations play out over and over again. And this is one of the foundation blocks of why people were frustrated with Saints Row 4. Repetitive gameplay and a story that is broken up by just absolute chaos and then just randomly stops to allow us to do side content.
Oh, goodness me, what a dream.
Welcome to my favorite mission inside of Saints Row 4. I'm a huge fan of the 1940s and 1950s aesthetic. My favorite video game of all time is the Mafia franchise, Mafia 1 and 2 specifically. My favorite game as a kid was The Godfather, so I absolutely love this part. Plus, it's just funny. We're gonna walk downstairs and we're gonna meet with our wife. Yeah, we're married. You didn't see that coming, did ya? No, you didn't.
Morning, dear. I made your favorite breakfast.
Oh, Mr. King from across the street is going out of town for a few weeks.
Holy smoking hotcakes. Is that another QuickTime event just to eat some dadgum pancakes? Land sakes, these developers must have thought the button prompts belonged on everything under the sun at this point.
He was wondering if you could check his mail for him. Oh, and your friend Pierce called. I'm sure he has some crazy new get-rich scheme. Oh, that Pierce. Such a card. And someone named Dex stopped by earlier. I didn't recognize him, so I just sent him away.
I honestly really wish that there wasn't so many QTE events because it's such a problem throughout the entire game that it's immersion breaking, it's just quality breaking, it just pisses you off. That being said, I also wish the game would stop dangling the carrot that is Dex in front of us. At the end of Saints Row 2, we thought we were going to be going after Dex, and then we didn't in Saints Row 3, though it would have been perfect for him to be a corporate overlord and working with Ultor. And now here we are at the beginning of Saints Row 4, and they're still dangling the carrot that is Dex. Let me spoil it for you. You will never see Dex until you go to Get Out of Hell, where he will be a husk that you will kill 7 times. Problem solved.
Ooh, I wonder what's going on in the world today.
Another goddamn QuickTime event? Volition, what are we doing? We're picking up a newspaper.
You ready to meet the fine people of Steelport? Well, get in the car.
Don't I usually drive?
It's your world. Go ahead.
It's very important that you notice the way that he worded that. It's your world. Right now, even though we know because we are in the future that this is a simulation, our character, Mr. Boss, the president, Playa, has no idea he's inside of a simulation. So when the police officer says it's your world, do whatever you want, it's because this simulation is specifically catered to be his own personal hell. Hence why everything's overly polite and perfect and nice and neat. It's everything that is the opposite of our character. Now, during this driving segment, I want to talk about something that would have been insanely cool. We all now know in 2026 that Volition went out of business. But as we play through this 50s style mission, I can't help but think this would be a perfect setting for the origins of the 3rd Street Saints, with Julius being the main character and Benjamin King, and we could watch them grow up and how they met Johnny Gat, a young version of Johnny Gat. This should have been where the reboot started, not with whatever the hell hipster dumbass shit that was the 2022 reboot. We should have gone back in time and learned how the 3rd Street Saints started. Everything we learned about Julius and Benjamin King and how the 3rd Street Saints and the Vice King started with audio logs and finished with audio logs. Even in this game, there's 39 audio logs that you have to collect. What if instead of audio logs, we replayed it? That'd be pretty cool. And when I look at this setting, I want to play that game set in this universe, playing with a young Julius Little, young Benjamin King, and an even younger Gat. And he can skip through time until it arrives in 2006 when the 3rd Street Saints meet the Playa. That being said, we're pretty much on rails here. You can't vary very much from the path. And we're going to go to a diner where we're going to be able to, glad hand and take a photo with one of the people that loves us. Entering the diner, though, that's where our character realizes something's wrong.
Oh my stars, it's the president!
Hi, Howard. What the f?
We don't use that kind of language here in Steelport.
What's going on? Where the f am I?
Hello? Hello?
Kenzie? Kenzie, where are you?
Finally! Listen to me. No time to explain, but you have to break free.
Break free? From what?
The place you're in isn't real. Whatever it's having you do, you need to stop.
I'm driving a car.
Okay, good. There's a park nearby. Head there and give me a sec.
So the boss has finally figured out that this isn't a real world. Initially, he accepted it as reality, and immediately upon swearing, he now knows that this isn't reality, so he's got to escape. Kinsey's managed to patch herself into our simulation, and it's going to help guide us. Plot hole: how the hell did Kinsey be able to hack herself into our simulation while being trapped herself? In fact, she was the first human being captured by Zaniac, put inside of a tube, and then put inside of a simulation that is based off of her own hell. Now, the Saints Row explanation is that she's such a genius hacker that she was able to realize the simulation wasn't hers and it wasn't real, and then she took the time inside of her simulation to hack into the boss's simulation in order to help him. The real answer is you're not supposed to ask questions, and you're just supposed to accept the fact that Kinsey's here. Now, in order to break the simulation, we have to create chaos. This is the game developer Volition's creative idea to be able to force you to do side activity missions inside of the game, inside of the main campaign. This is actually a very sore spot for the community. The side content was always like a separate game within the reality of the game. I could do the main missions, or I could go earn rep by doing side activities. In Saints Row 4, they've made it mandatory to do side activities in order to be able to progress the story. Then they took those side activities, which we'll cover later, and they sprinkled them locked behind different campaign story missions, so you had to keep doing it in order to take over the districts. What was once an optional thing that you could just do if you wanted to earn extra experience and money became mandatory in Saints Row 4, which pissed people off. And while you don't have to do every activity, you have to do the majority of them. But the major sore spot, and the reason why people were so upset, was in order to do the missions, you had to do a very half-assed campaign mission and then just randomly a full-fledged side activity. For example, in this mission, we have to do a full-fledged mayhem activity right in the middle of our story campaign. This will happen throughout the entire game, and that's why people got pissed off. It just didn't feel good or play good. After creating enough mayhem, eventually our mini-boss is going to arrive. Well, we fight the police officer. I want you to watch this fight, and I want you to think to yourself, would I want to do this exact same fight about 120 times? But with the added annoyance of shields. If you answer yes to that, then you are in luck. That's what you're going to do for the rest of the game. Every single mini-boss is going to play out exactly like this. If you said no, well, then I'm sad to say, you're going to have to do this for the rest of the game because every single mini-boss is exactly this fight. In fact, you're going to come right back to this exact spot and do this exact fight again. That's pretty cool stuff, eh? With him defeated, we get to break the simulation.
I'm impressed.
Where the hell are... fuck me.
I should have realized a prison of peace would never hold a sociopath like yourself.
I'm more of a puckish rogue.
A rose by any other name.
Are you trying to kill me or sleep with me?
Charming.
See, there you go with those mixed messages again.
Then allow me to be perfectly clear. I am the architect of your reality. I build what I want. I destroy what I want. And your bravado means nothing. Fighting back is pointless, my friend. There's nowhere to run. You belong to me. Now, on to more pleasant things. I'm going to place you in your new home. Try to run again, and I'll destroy your pitiful planet. Did you hear that? My friends, each of you are guilty of crimes against the Zin Empire. But today is your lucky day. Today, you get to be a part of a new work release program. Swear your fealty, and I will empower you to be wardens of Simulation 31. You will have one purpose: torment the President of the United States. Beyond that, the world is yours to toy with. Ravage it. Indulge in your basest desire. It makes no difference to me. Just leave the prisoner alive. I want them broken, not dead. Go now and tear their world asunder.
Oh, head rush. Where am I?
Come in, President. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, and how the hell am I hearing you? I don't have a phone on me.
I just patched myself into your simulation and projected my voice through the audio system. You should be able to hear me from anywhere. And you don't have to yell.
Okay, because that's not a little creepy. Kinsey, I'm unarmed here. How about get me out?
Can't do that until I backtrace your signal to your physical body. Until then, you're stuck there, so you might want to go buy a gun.
Right. Friendly fire it is.
All right, I have to be that guy, but we're going to point out some plot holes here. We already covered that Kinsey patched herself into our reality in the 50s, our simulation. But after we broke that simulation, Zenyak put us into a new simulation with new code and a new world, which has now been protected by wardens. Those were the things that we saw at the end of that cutscene. And before he dropped us into the simulation, Kinsey was able to figure out what simulation was ours, patch herself in, and find us, and then patch herself into our neurological computer so she could talk to us. And we're just supposed to be like, yeah, makes sense. Remember, Kinsey's also captured, Kinsey's also in a simulation, and Kinsey's also inside of a tube just like us. But you're not supposed to think about it too hard. So here's the part in the Saints Row game where we are stripped of everything. We have nothing, and we have to relearn everything. It's a tutorial. I don't really have anything against tutorials. I more have it against just treating you like you're stupid. And I will say that Saints Row 4 doesn't really treat you like you're stupid, just more forces you to go through the motions. Now, if you're feeling a little bit confused and discombobulated, you're not wrong. Remember, this all started as a DLC called Enter the Dominatrix. Ironically, the Enter the Dominatrix DLC for Saints Row 3 became the DLC for Saints Row 4. And what ended up happening is partway through development, the company, Volition and the developers, decided to switch gears and start making this game. And so what's ended up happening is they've taken some of the mechanics and some of the systems from Enter the Dominatrix and applied it to this weird alien simulation game. And what's ended up happening, and it's true back when the game was made and now in 2026, is that it kind of just feels very discombobulated. It feels disjointed. It doesn't make a lot of sense. We started off by chasing the disgraced Cyrus and then a tactical nuke, and then all of a sudden we're the president of the United States, and then an alien attacks, and then all of a sudden we're in the 50s, and now we're inside of another simulation. And well, it kind of makes sense. It just doesn't work. There's too many questions in between each and every single mission. We've already covered it. Why did Cyrus go to a foreign country to launch nukes at the Americans? How the hell did we become president other than a quick, dialogue choice? Nothing really happened. And then apparently we're supposed to know the aliens are coming, but how could we know that when you guys have witnessed everything I've played? And I did that deliberately so you guys can see I'm not hiding anything here. This is just how disjointed the story is. But now we've hit the pause button on that constant pedal to the floor kind of feeling, and we're gonna have to do an absolute buttload of side content. So let's talk about a few things right off the bat. This is the ugliest goddamn thing I've ever looked at. This isn't mods, this is just literally the way the game looks. It's this disgusting. There's no night and day cycle. The way it looks right now is how it will look for the entire game. How dark it is how it's gonna be for the entire game. This is the exact way the game is going to look, and it's freaking disgusting, which people hated back in the day. Kind of becomes boring, almost nauseous in a way. Driving and everything feels the exact same, except for you're not going to do it very long. Once we get to friendly fire though, I will note that I really do like the upgrade system for the weapons. It allows you to have a little bit of control, or at least the illusion of control over how much damage your gun does and recoil and reload. But until you get the full upgrades, your guns are going to suck so fucking bad.
Hope you got something useful, because the cops are swarming your location.
Haven't they heard of the Second Amendment?
Zinniac's running this place. I don't think the Constitution holds any weight here.
I need you guys to turn off your brain when it comes to the simulation part of this. If you just look at it like the regular Saints Row game, then it's a lot easier to ignore the plot holes. Because if this is a simulation, why would Zinniac code in police that would run up to us and shoot us when he doesn't want us dead? When instead he could just code it so every time we break the law, we just get teleported to jail. Or like literally anything else. We could be put inside of a bubble with a hamster. Like anything else could happen. But if we turn off our brains, then it's just another Saints Row game, and then it makes sense. I will say the AI is abysmally bad, like laughably so. It's worse than Saints Row 3, 2, and 1. And I think it was done on purpose because there will be a point where they become irrelevant to us. I'll explain later. For now, after we finish beating up these police officers, we're going to be sent to do a flashpoint. Flashpoints are yet another side activity that is forced upon us in the middle of a main mission. Flashpoints are essentially gang operations from Saints Row 3. And while yes, we're learning the basics of Saints Row 4, this was all stuff that was done separate to the main storyline. But in this game, you're going to be doing this a lot in the main storyline. All you have to do to take over a flashpoint is literally just kill all of the aliens that are there, and once that's done, you now own that flashpoint. And sure, Zinniac could literally just recode it to be active again, but he doesn't do that. And you shouldn't think about it that way. Just consume product and then buy more product. Once the flashpoint's been taken over, Kinsey's going to tell us to get to a safe house, so we're going to have to go to her inner sanctum, which is her warehouse from Saints Row 3. While we drive there, I want you to take a good look at the way that the city looks and get used to it, because this is how it's going to look forever. One of the things I always loved about Saints Row over Grand Theft Auto was the fact that it wasn't afraid to use color, wasn't afraid to use neon lights and vibrancy in order to be able to make the world feel a little bit more comic book-esque, but in a way that felt more grounded. I don't know why the sudden shift had decided to happen when it came to Saints Row 4, but I firmly believe it was because they wanted to do this whole simulation thing. The ironic part is they could have done a simulation that looked nice, and they chose to do it like this. So instead, I'm going to choose to believe that it was laziness. Now, something else that Saints Row 4 does that the other Saints Row didn't do is it breaks up the missions in this weird, hard-to-follow structure. I'm going to deliberately let this mission play all the way out through the rewards so you can see how it works. Currently, we're doing the mission called The Fundamentals, where it's supposed to teach us the basics of the game. In that, you would expect that the fundamentals would be taught to us in the mission, right? You're right, and you're also wrong. What, for some reason, Saints Row 4 does is it takes that mission and breaks it up into parts as if it's something unique and special. I think they did this so they could say we have like 40 missions in our game, when in reality, you do one mission that has 4 parts. Because the very next mission after this is called The Fundamentals. And it's just the second phase of this mission, which they could have just included in this mission. And yes, this annoyed players back when the game released, and it definitely annoys me now.
These data clusters seem to be loose bits of code left behind by the simulation for some reason. I've only been able to locate a small amount right now, which I'm having trouble locking onto. Once in the general area of a cluster, I should be able to direct you to its location.
All right, let's ruin Saints Row 4. That's exactly what the developers of Volition said when they decided to make this part of the game. When you think of Saints Row, do you think about superpowers, flying through the sky, running super fast, being able to climb walls, shoot fireballs and freeze rays and make things big and small? No, you don't. You literally don't think about that at all. Instead, when you think about Saints Row, you think about gang-on-gang violence, you think about taking over the city, you think about running drugs, and you think about shooting things, and you think about all the sex and alcohol that goes with running a gang. Saints Row was always a gang game where you lived out your gang fantasies that told a comedy story with very serious moments in between. An example of this would be Carlos's death in Saints Row number 2. Right before that, you had a comedy mission, and then the next one, your literal gang leader, your lieutenant's being dragged behind a truck, and you have to put him down yourself to save him the misery and the pain. Saints Row 3 threw that out of the window for in-your-face slapstick comedy, and Saints Row 4 said, we also were going to do slapstick comedy, but we're going to ruin the actual core fundamentals of the game. We're going to go around, we're going to collect these data clusters. Now, in the mission, there's only 4 of them that are required in order to unlock a superpower of super sprint and super jump. In reality, if you want to fully max out your character, you're going to need to collect 1,200 data clusters. I know this because I collected all 1,200 plus data clusters for you guys. I don't want that one guy named Paul coming in here and saying I didn't fully try to complete this game. And yes, that's a real thing. In the span of 3 hours, he left over 17 comments on one video basically telling me how wrong I am. So Paul, for you, I collected 1,200 data clusters. It's not even hard to do. It was actually a frustration that players had back in the day. It didn't feel fun or interactive to collect. They were basically sprinkled like salt on a steak. Everywhere and nowhere and without rhyme and reason. You could just literally look any direction and there'd be 30 data clusters for you to find. These data clusters will allow you the ability to be able to upgrade your, well, abilities, but not in a fun way. In this mission, we have to drive around and we got this annoying ass meter that tells us that we're close to a data cluster. Okay, fine, we'll accept it right now. But later in the game, we're gonna have to repeat this exact same thing in the final mission of the game to find, well, relays. So if you don't like this game mechanic now, get ready for it to be very crucial to the end of the game, but you won't do it between now and then, and there's no skill that allows it to be better. With that being said, let's not waste too much time here and just skip to the part where we go into the Matrix-esque tutorial scene. Essentially, one of the developers watched The Matrix and said, let's make the entire game based around that, loosely, but also not loosely at all. Once in the tutorial segment, we're going to learn to run really fast and jump. And I want to say congratulations to you. You have now officially ruined the Saints Row game. You've now just rendered cars useless because you run faster than them. You've now rendered helicopters useless because you can now jump higher than them. And in like a very short amount of time, you'll actually just be able to fly. You have now rendered every single AI in the entire game useless because you can outrun everything in the game. Within 4 missions, we have destroyed the actual core fundamentals of Saints Row. Why did they do this? I don't know. And it pissed off a lot of people because it renders the rest of the next 15 hours of gameplay boring and mundane and useless. But keeping with the fashion of shoehorning in main story campaigns with random side activities, well, here's your trailblazing tutorial.
I think I figured out how this works. Run along the path collecting the power orbs, which should boost your new speed. Every time you hit a checkpoint, you'll be able to stay in the program a bit longer so you can reach the end. Though you probably want to avoid the firewalls along the way. Good luck.
If there was a side activity that you enjoyed in Saints Row 1, 2, and or 3, just know it's done way worse in Saints Row 4. A perfect example of this is currently what you're watching right now. This is trailblazing. You remember that one where you got onto a quad in a fire retardant suit and you drove through the city doing an obstacle course race time challenge thing? And you just blew people up and cars up and you gained more time? Well, that's what we're doing here, except for now we just get to run through this city and collect little orbs, and the path never gets any harder than what you're seeing right now. In fact, when we get to the activity section of the video, you will see that every single activity that they decided to put in this game is somehow made so much worse and/or completely and utterly redundant. Now, at the beginning of the game, the only real activities you can do is trailblazing. There's a lot of trailblazing to be done, but we're not there yet, okay? I just want you to look what's happening on your screen and realize how far the franchise fell when we got to Saints Row 4. This is your gritty gang game. This is your Grand Theft Auto competitor. This was the game we fell in love with in 2006. This is how far it fell by 2013. 7 years, and this is where the franchise got to. We're moving on. I'm getting stressed out. Oh my god.
It looks like these hotspots are protected by shield generators. Getting near them will be tricky, but you'll have to shut down each one before you can take out the main hub, which of course is protected by even more Zin. So, good luck with that.
All right, so it's time for the third part of the mission, the fundamentals, or the basics, or learning the rules. This time we're going to go after hotspots. Now, I need you guys to understand, hotspots are different than flashpoints because they have shields. And that's different because, and that's why. In all reality, if you don't like what you are seeing up to this point right now, then I strongly advise you to not play Saints Row 4. In these first few missions, we have pretty much covered the entire gameplay loop for the rest of the next 14 hours. What we're doing when we go and attack the hotspot and we take out the relays that are powering the shield, you have to do in the final mission, you have to do leading up to the final mission, you have to do it pretty much every single mission. The way that Saints Row 4 breaks down is you're either breaking relays, like you're seeing on screen right now, or you're defending a spot while a bunch of enemies attack you. There's almost no variation, and that's why people were frustrated with Saints Row number 4. Because it never felt unique, and it always felt like they were stretching and they were pulling what little content was there out to make it last as long as possible. If the hotspots, once completed, allowed the city to be a little bit more vibrant or change the city up a little bit, it would have felt okay. But the truth is it does nothing different than when you did the flashpoint. It just changes color. In all honesty, I can think of 10 ways that would have made this much more interesting that Volition just decided to ignore. In fact, every core fundamental thing that you could come up with along your playthrough of Saints Row 4 where you could think that they could have done it differently, it's like they actively tried to avoid it. To put it in perspective, you have superpowers now, but in every single main story mission, you're not allowed to use your superpowers, meaning that the superpowers have no absolute purpose in the actual core fundamentals of the game. You're inside a simulation that constantly limits what you can do in the simulation by giving you artificial roadblocks, right? I could drive a car, but the car is really, really slow. You're in a simulation where anything is possible, yet they reuse the same bosses multiple times in a very jumbled storyline. We'll explain later. If you played Saints Row 4, then you know what I'm talking about. If you have not played Saints Row, then you're going to think that I'm just complaining to complain. And I'm not. Everything I'm saying is the actual true way that the game plays and feels. Sadly, but it's also true.
Done.
I'm showing some strange readings close to you.
Okay, fiery sky and rain can... The fuck is that thing?
I don't know, but it isn't reading like a normal Zin.
What you're seeing on screen is the fight against the warden. Now, if you remember, only a few minutes ago I told you to remember that fight against the police officer in the 50s. Well, you're going to do that exact same fight against the warden dozens and dozens of times. Sometimes randomly when you take over a flashpoint, boom, warden. Sometimes when you randomly take over a hotspot, boom, warden. If your notoriety with the police gets too high, boom, warden. End of a mission and they need to throw you a random boss, boom, warden. When you refight Cyrus Temple, boom, warden movement mechanics. When you refight Marrow from Saints Row 2, boom, warden mechanics. Every single time you fight a mini-boss, this is the exact way it's going to look. I'm not going to show you every single time we fight one of these wardens because we fight a lot of these wardens. The simple fact of the matter is right off the bat, we're only just now completing the first mission that was given to us when we got to the simulation, and we've already seen everything that this game has to offer. I'm not trying to make this a doom and gloom video. I really am not. But the truth is because we were too quiet in 2013 when this game released, and we just accepted it as the normal of the route that Saints Row was going to take, and we allowed the vocal minority to tell us that we can't critique this game because it's just wacky and unique and it's a game to be a game. We then ended up with Gat Out of Hell, the DLC for this game being it's also its own standalone game, where you can literally beat it in less than 3 hours. And because we weren't critical enough of Gat Out of Hell, we didn't get another Saints Row game for years because Gat Out of Hell failed. And then when we did finally get another installment of Saints Row, we ended up with the Saints Row 2022 reboot game, which was fucking terrible. And it all started right here because we accepted this game as what it was. And anybody who critiqued it was told to shut the fuck up because it's a wacky video game and video games are meant to be wacky. And it's sad because I still have the rest of the video to cover, and I already covered everything already. When you beat the Wardens, you get a power. Sometimes. Other times you don't. It's inconsistent, kind of like the whole game. Let's get into the actual story now.
I constructed a door that'll allow your mind to get out of the simulation and back into your body. Head toward it.
Got it. Fill me in, Kinsey. What do we know about the Zen invasion?
The good news is they didn't get everybody. Just a whole bunch of people. According to what I've been able to decipher, the simulation is designed to house the best and the brightest specimens from various worlds.
Best and brightest from an entire planet? How big is this thing?
Big. But they haven't gotten to all of Earth yet. Just the major cities. Last I heard, Oleg was up at Camp David. That area doesn't look like it's been hit yet.
Okay, so we got people left on Earth. Good to know.
Once you're free from the simulation, I can sever your connection to the Zen Matrix. This will allow me to retrieve your body here in the real world without you suffering permanent brain damage.
Where am I? Kinsey, door's locked.
Wrong door.
Oh, nicely done. Well, that didn't go terrible.
Can you quit being a baby and just
Look,
walk
lady, we're
in?
doing this in my time.
No, you're not.
Okay, so we have escaped out of our pod. I need to point out, even here, we're going to be talking to Kinsey. We're going to be relying on Kinsey, but at no point has the game shown us Kinsey escaping her pod. And Kinsey is flying to us on a ship that she somehow commandeered. And Kinsey's not alone. We'll get to that when we get to that. I'm just pointing out the plot hole here, because this is how she would have also had to have gotten out of the ship and stolen a ship. And then we're ahead of ourselves here, but I can't help but point out the plot hole here. As we fight through the ship, we're going to have to relive a kind of very reminiscent mission from Saints Row 3 where we were in the BDSM club. I don't mind the out of, simulation parts. It's funny to me because the out of simulation parts always play out exactly like this, but somehow they feel better than when we're in the simulation. Almost like the intention was for us to never actually have been in the simulation. I can't prove that, it's just a feeling I get, but I enjoy the out of simulation parts more than the in-game parts. Another fun thing is I like to test games and see where the fail states are. Some games will have fun animations that play out when you are playing them when you fail a mission. For example, this Battlefield 3, you can literally be killed because a rat bites your finger if you let the rat get past you instead of shooting it. In this game, if you don't actually stop the guard from coming to you, well, he will knock you out. And I think that's fun. I like little things like that, and I appreciate the fact that developers took the time to put it in the game. There's not many of these moments, and I appreciate them when they do show up. So good job, Volition. I appreciate that. Now, if we actually do stop the guard from getting close to us, what will end up happening is we'll take his gun, and then we get to actually fight our way through the ship. Once again, I like this part. I think the ship's really cool. Is it a little bit samey? Yes, but we have to take our wins when we can when it comes to Saints Row 4. Fighting our way through the ships, the aliens aren't necessarily hard, and I have to talk a little bit about the guns that come with the aliens. They all have infinite ammo, but they have this annoying ass reload mechanic. It's like a combination hybrid model of an overheating feature with the quick reload events from Gears of War, except for you don't quick reload, you just hold R, which feels weirdly unintuitive. I know we're nitpicking at this point, but whenever the game forces you to use the alien weapons, there will never be a time in the world where you are more aware of how unintuitive the system is. It just goes against everything. Tapping R would have been better than holding R. I know, like, that's a super nitpick, and I understand that that's not going to be everybody's problem, but like, it is pretty abrasive. Eventually, what's going to end up happening is we're going to end up on a bridge. This is the spot that Kinsey apparently told us at some point to meet her at, even though she never did. And we're going to end up having to defend this location. Now, defending locations is going to be the most common thing throughout this entire game. To the point, I want to be clear that this game will make multiple jokes talking about the fact that we constantly are stuck defending things while waiting for Kinsey. I'm not joking. Pretty much every character that we save from this alien ship will make a reference at some point in the game to the fact that Kinsey always makes us defend a location. We're either defending Kinsey, defending the AI, or defending a location from aliens while something happens in the game. Now, it's hard to just sit here and harp on Saints Row for this when it was common practice of the time for pretty much every game coming out from 2013 or 2010 all the way up till 2020. In fact, Destiny 1 and 2 got massive hate for this exact gameplay mechanic. Anthem was another one. Call of Duty, Battlefield, Grand Theft Auto, The Division. You name a game that came out between 2010 and 2020, and pretty much every one of those games had this exact problem. So while I'm noting it to you, we also have to acknowledge the fact that every game was doing this. It was common practice at the time. That being said, though, I will also say that Saints Row leans on it pretty heavily. You remember Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, how pretty much every single mission in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood was following somebody and people were like, yo, follow quests suck? This is the Brotherhood of the Saints Row franchise, where every mission ends with you defending a location. That being said, though, eventually Kinsey will arrive, and we have to acknowledge the plot point. How did Kinsey escape? How did Keith David escape? When did Kinsey steal a ship? Why the hell am I defending a bridge when I could have played all these other parts of this mission and taken over Kinsey and taken over Keith David and played out this storyline rather than what we're doing here, where we're just kind of putting gum on these massive plot holes?
Take the stick. I'm getting us out of here.
Gee, Kinsey, thanks for saving my life. Why, thanks, boss. I love being appreciated. Boss, I'm the president now. When did you turn into such a jerk? Surprise, Kinsey. I've always been an asshole.
Thank you. I mean it.
You're not wearing pants.
This just got weird.
A little bit.
Can I fly now?
Knock yourself out.
While we escape the ship, I have to note that the soundtrack inside of Saints Row 3 for the main story missions is extremely good. I can't show you any of those songs because they're all copyrighted, but I can tell you, without a doubt, they are phenomenal. That being said, though, I can also say that I have seen your guys' comments stating that Saints Row 3 and Saints Row 4's radio choices were not as good as in Saints Row 1 and 2. which I can sadly not weigh in on is because I played every game now with the radio turned off by default, so I don't get copyright claim for like 3 seconds of a song. Another thing that Saints Row 4 leans on heavily is on-rail sections. We've already been on rails when we were in the 1950s driving the car with the police officer, and now we're on rails again when we're flying this ship out. And sadly, this won't even be the first time we're on rails while flying a ship out of Zenyack's ship. Nor will it be the last time that we are on rails while driving a car or being on a car. It's funny to me that in an open world sandbox game, how much the actual story of said game limits the actual player choices that are able to be done. I can't choose to do a different path or fly a different route. I'm forced to go down this way, and the same thing can be said when we're in cars. I can't choose to go anywhere else. It's funny that when I read the comments saying it's a massive open world that is ever expanding and allows the player to do whatever they want, except for when the game doesn't allow the player to do whatever they want, which is pretty much every mission in Saints Row 4. I'm all for set piece missions, and I'm all for cinematic exposure and all that stuff, and I'm all for the big gimmicky stuff like Call of Duty does. That's why I was, even though hard on Saints Row 3, I could appreciate what it was offering. The problem with Saints Row 4 is it's not offering anything new or unique. It's offering a pretty much do nothing while listening to a soundtrack and some corny jokes, and we need to acknowledge that. It is one of the biggest complaints when it comes to Saints Row 4. I know I keep saying that, but when you critically look at it, all the complaints that were given in 2013 are very valid and were conveniently ignored. After we escape, something's going to happen.
We're not really leaving the others, are we?
Hell no. But if we're taking the fight to Zenyak, we'll need all the help we can get. Kinsey, can you get in touch with Oleg?
Yeah, we should be in range.
Huh. I always thought Nightblade was just a vampire show.
Oh no, my friend. It is the essence of drama. Hey, you need to take that?
You know anyone with the 217 area code?
Is that St. Louis?
Probably telemarketer.
Oof. Ignore.
Voicemail?
You want me to leave a message?
Fine.
It's all gone.
Well, I'd say this was a productive day.
You're a fucking monster.
Oh, don't act surprised. I told you this would happen.
You killed 7 billion people.
Whoops.
We're done talking.
He's not getting away with this.
You're goddamn right he's not. Kinsey, can you use this thing to place me back in the simulation?
Yeah, I think I should be able...
Do it.
Wait, you want to go back in there? You can't kill Zenyak plugged into a computer.
I can kill a lot of people with a computer.
You? Sure. You need help setting the DVR.
If taking over a small part of the simulation led you to me, taking over the whole damn thing has to do something good.
You don't even know what will happen.
She probably does.
The president is right. Whenever the simulation is disrupted, I have a small window to work my way inside the Zen security network. The more it's disrupted, the more time I'll have to map out Zenyak's mothership. I can identify structural weakness, locate where they're keeping our friends.
And find Zenyak.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this.
When historians look back on the fall of the Zin Empire, this will be the defining moment. An act that was supposed to demoralize, galvanized, and a course was set that the Saints could never back down from. But even more monumental is this. If the Earth was not destroyed, pragmatism would have won over desperation, and the Saints would never have been reunited with the most dangerous man in all of history, Johnny Gat. But ever as always, I'm getting ahead of myself. Like all good stories, the second act begins with a call to action and the building of a robot.
If Zenyak wants a fight, we're going to bring it to him. Taking down the simulation will wreak havoc on all the Zen systems and help us locate our friends. There's plenty you can do to overload, disrupt, and generally break the whole damn thing, so let's start small. I know hacking stores seems trivial, but it's a good place for us to begin. Alright, get moving.
There's these moments where you can really see just how evil Zenyak is. There's these glimpses at just how absolutely maniacal the guy can be. There's these moments where you think the game will be better than it actually is. He just destroyed the entire goddamn planet. He showed that he has the power to be able to do this. I want to point out that our ship is right in front of the planet, which means he could literally just blow us up, but didn't. At the end of the game, there's going to be a convenient plot hole where Zenyak likes to keep the best and brightest from each planet for his own pets so he can put them inside of a time travel world where he can go back and visit them whenever he wants. But that's at the very end of the game. Right now, if you're just the general player, you're going to be looking at this going like, what the hell? And you're totally okay to do that. Now, his other punishment was locking all the stores that we've had access to this whole time behind a hacking wall. This was a clever way for the developers to pad out the game time, and I'm sorry, you are not going to convince me otherwise. There's 36 stores inside of Saints Row 4, and 36 different hacking puzzles you have to do in order to be able to unlock 36 stores. The puzzles are basically get the water from one end to the other kind of puzzles. Some of them are hard, but most of them are extremely easy, and to be honest with you, just look it up on Google. It'll speed this whole process up, and even still, it took me 30 minutes. And sadly, what you're seeing on screen is not how it plays out. You never have to fight, you never have to do anything, you just hack the store and leave. In fact, what you're seeing on screen is actually better and would have been more fun and at least felt more worth it than what we actually did. We're gonna still do our normal Saints Row activity section of the video, but sometimes, as I said, they've tied the main story to said activities, so there'll be a little bit double dipping here. I just find it weird. We just watched Zenyak explode the entire planet, and then our punishment for breaking out of the simulation was that he locked the stores in the simulation. This all hinges on that we're going to keep going inside of the simulation rather than using our stolen alien spaceship to find another planet that we could exist on outside of the simulation. There's a whole lot of like just convenient plot holes that we need to lock ourselves into here in order to make this story flow. As a DLC, this could have worked. It would have been a broken up DLC and people would have complained, but as an individual standalone game that's apparently telling an overarching story over multiple acts and through multiple different missions, you can't help but sit here and go, wow, this is the Swiss cheese of plots here. We're going to skip to the next activity that the game's going to mandatorily make you do. Same mission, by the way. We're still in the same mission. I'm just skipping the parts here where we're running to the location.
Greetings. If you want to find and rescue your friends, you will meet me at my rift. Goodbye.
That was odd.
No kidding. Does this guy really think we would just trust some random ghost in the machine?
Well, if he can help, it'd be worth it, right? Besides, what's the worst that can happen?
I died.
You will need to leap from platform to platform. By changing the red platforms to blue, the power connection to this simulation will remain open. The closer you land to the center, the stronger the connection.
The voice we just heard is an AI, but it's not actually an AI. I'll explain this later in the activities section. For now, all you need to know is that these are Rift activities and they are going to be the actual final mission, what you're seeing right here. This is the final mission of the game when we take down the simulation. Oh my god, I can't believe this. You guys are seeing it. We're just jumping around. Here's what you gotta do. You gotta go and jump on platforms, and then those platforms go from red to blue, and you get a score. Every activity is ranked on a gold, silver, bronze ratio, but if you get bronze, you get the same exact conclusion as if you got gold. I would say I did 90% of the challenges and 90% of the activities to gold, and I just didn't do some of them. I'll explain more in the activity part here, the ones that I just said I don't care. But what you're seeing is an actual activity that is forced into the storyline. You're going to have to do different versions of this quite a lot. When you look up reviews for Saints Row 4, a lot of people say that the forced side activities into the campaign made the game just drag on. From a gameplay standpoint, it just doesn't work. It doesn't feel right. It feels like I should be doing something progressive. I should be watching cutscenes and learning stuff like we did in the first 3 Saints Rows. In this one, it shoehorning in these activities just feels like I'm doing a half-baked story that has to completely rely on these activities to just pad out the game time. Some of them are even timed, so you have to do it in a certain amount of time or defend a location for a certain amount of time. And so looking back at those reviews in 2013 with all the negativity that those people got for those reviews, it's a little bit saddening because those people saw the issues back then and they could have saved the franchise. Completing this rift zone will allow us to get a new power. So you know what that means. We got to go to the broken shillelagh and then we get a new power. There's a handful of superpowers that we're going to unlock through this playthrough, but in reality, all you need to use is freeze and stomp and telekinesis. Everything else I never used, not even once in my playthrough, nor did I have the requirement to. It's just more for like if you wanted to do something different. You need to always keep in mind all your superpowers, they have 0 weight in any of the campaign missions until the very last mission. Every single mission you do will remove your superpowers, so upgrading them is just so you can have fun in the sandbox world and complete challenges in the sandbox world. Essentially, all powers are used for is to break the shields on the wardens, which are never any harder than what you've seen us fight. and to break out different data clusters that are sometimes in the ground or in the walls. If they're in the walls, you use your firepower or your freeze power to knock them out, and if they're in the ground, you stomp on it. Yeah. There's one more, which is telekinesis, where you grab those glowing marbles and you throw them against the wall. Other than that, the powers are essentially useless. The freeze power at least freezes the enemies to speed up certain combat sections. I will say that for sure. Moving on. We've already talked about trailblazing, so I'm going to use this opportunity to quickly explain how activities work. Activities are locked behind certain levels of the campaign, meaning that unlike in the previous games, you can't go do all the activities on your own time in order to be able to complete the districts. No. You can only do a certain amount that the developers let you, and then when you do another story mission, some more will unlock, meaning that the activities will be dragged out throughout the entire game. And in order to progress certain parts of the stories, you have to have certain parts of the campaign done, which means you have to have certain activities done, and to unlock certain rewards, you also have to have those done. Each of your crewmates will offer you challenges to go do these set activities to give you rewards like new guns and capes and stuff like that. As a whole, I prefer the old stuff, the old way that they did it, because I like to just go do the side stuff and not have to worry about it, so I can do the entire campaign in a nice, orderly fashion and keep the story straight in my head. In this game, you do a little activity, and then you go do a quick story mission, which usually features an activity, and then you immediately go back to doing activities. Just creates weird pauses where they don't need to be. So this was trailblazing. Next up, we have towers. There's 5 towers, and they do absolutely nothing. They don't do anything. They're just giant structures that you're meant to jump up, and that's it. I don't know why these existed. A lot of things inside of Saints Row 4 are gonna feel like there should have been more, like they should have had a purpose beyond what they are. For example, maybe when you climb the towers and you unlock them, it shows you all the collectibles in the region. Well, that doesn't happen. Maybe it would make the region safe and it would give you a safe house tower. Nope, that doesn't happen. These towers literally exist just for you to climb them, which then exposes one of the biggest problems when it comes to the Saints Row 4. I've never played a game that is so allergic to the game mechanics that they put into the game. This city is incredibly unfriendly towards the superpowers in which you got. Running with your superpowers feels annoying because you constantly run out of stamina in a game where you don't have to breathe air because you're in a simulation. Flying through the city sucks because you once again use stamina, and the gliding is temporary, meaning you can't just fly to your next destination. The superpowers like freeze and fire and telekinesis all have like a time limit on them, so they're incredibly quick. Even fully upgraded, you'll freeze somebody and they walk away, and they don't even work on bosses at all. But then you look at like this tower, we're using our super jump, right? Yet it's the most awkward thing to climb in the entire game. It makes it feel like the superpowers in the game were 2 separate ideas that got mashed together, and neither one complements each other. In all reality, if this tower wasn't floating and just was a hall of kill floors, stairs up killing floors, would you even notice the difference, or would it just feel exactly like when you went to fight Marrow on top of the warehouse and you fought your way up the levels of the warehouse? You wouldn't even notice. You wouldn't even care. The truth is that the superpowers then were added to the game, and the game doesn't complement the superpowers. Climbing this tower shouldn't be as awkward as it is, but it is as awkward as it is, and it offers the player no reward, just like the hotspots and the flashpoints do. It's just something worth noting if you play the game. Like, there's so much at odds with each other. I'm gonna do you a favor. I'm gonna show you guys Tank Mayhem, and I'm gonna tell you that there's also UFO Mayhem, Mayhem, TK Mayhem, Robot Mayhem, and I'm sure I'm missing a Mayhem in there somewhere. There is 4 to 5 different versions of this exact same activity in this game. I will give a prop where props are due. In this Mayhem version, in all 5 of them inside of Saints Row 4, they've given you targets which really give you a massive increase in the amount of money you're earning from demolitions. So I do like that. It at least gives me a direction to go, unlike in the previous 3 games where you just blew up everything in sight and just hope to God you eventually got to the number. Pretty much, if you get to the targets and you blow up all the targets, you're pretty much guaranteed gold on every single version of this. So I will give props where props are due there. The downside is that the robot is super duper slow. The tank drives like absolute absolute ass. The UFO is fun as hell to drive, but the missions are over super quick because, well, the UFO is super fun. And the running around with the mayhem guns with your regular guns is super, super boring because, well, all the guns suck when you get them. If they had allowed the guns to be fully powered when you got them in the mayhem missions, it would be a lot better. But if you don't have them fully upgraded, they're terrible to use. But in the interest of saving time, just know there's a UFO version of this, there's a human version of this, there's a robot version of this, and then there is a mech version and a TK version of this. Moving on. Next up, we got the Find the Virus mission, and it's basically chop shops mixed with hijacking. If you don't know what hijacking was an activity that was featured in Saints Row 1 but was dropped from the rest of the franchise. Essentially what we do is we go out and we find the virus car, which is always a unique car, which would be really, really cool if the cars weren't immediately made redundant by our superpowers. And then we take that said car that we found and we drive it back to a random garage where it then can be used by us whenever we want. In all honesty, this is one of those activities where it definitely looks like they were trying to go one direction with the game and then decided to switch it up with the superpowers because a lot of the activities are focused around not having superpowers. But there's always that question, why would I drive this slow-ass car when I can run faster than a speeding bullet? Why would I drive a slow-ass car when I can run up the side of a building and jump off and glide to the next district? Chop Shop / Find the Virus is the perfect example of how the game is basically two games split in two. And while I love Chop Shop activities, which I think I've made very clear through the last 3 installments of our Saints Row series, I don't enjoy it in Saints Row 4 because it doesn't fit. So as cool as these vehicles look, there's absolutely no point in ever using them, and I never will. Like ever, I will never touch these vehicles again, and neither will you. Unless you're some sort of masochist who wants to play it like the original 3 games, and then you're psycho. Up next, we got insurance fraud. Used to be one of my favorite missions in the entire franchise. Did it have its problems in the previous games? Yes, 150%. But at least it was always fun. The concept's simple. Get as much damage done to your body as possible by watching the numbers go up from the damage you're taking from being hit by cars. I can get behind insurance fraud, but my God, is it ever terrible in Saints Row 4? Once again, I'm going to call back to the previous activity where we literally talked about the fact that the Chop Shop activity felt like the game was at odds with the mechanics. This is very much the exact same thing, but in the reverse of it. The activity sucks because we have the superpowers, and it doesn't feel like the game was intended to be played with the superpowers because I can immediately get my adrenaline rush by running at full super speed into a car and then flying across the map, rendering the adrenaline points completely useless and rendering combos completely and utterly pointless to gather. In fact, this entire activity is just simply here to waste time. I actually, for the first time in the entire franchise, started to dread doing the insurance frauds because it's just long and drawn out and boring. If you need proof of how terrible insurance fraud can be, I'm going to let you watch me get the rest of this score and you tell me how interesting it is. Don't you dare click off the video, just skip ahead if you don't want to watch it. Yeah, not good, is it? The next activity is Hunt the Virus, which is essentially Hitman, except for they have superpowers, which is really code for they are just like the Wardens. If you guess that, then you get a gold star or something. Inherently, I don't actually have a problem with this activity. The only issues I have is when it bugs out like this. Sometimes they can duplicate or they can expand, and sometimes the actual target gets stuck behind a wall or falls under the map, which is what you're seeing right here. Here comes the comment saying, I didn't have that issue, so it must be your PC laughing my ass off. To which I'm gonna say, don't be that guy. Just because you didn't have that problem does not mean it doesn't exist, and I'm showing you the video proof that it does in fact exist. I'm gonna give you guys a pro tip for the Hunt the Virus missions. The best way to do it is to fully max out your character's gun and then go after them, and make sure you at least have the superpower to deactivate their shields. I would highly recommend using the freeze ability, because it at least stops them for like 2 seconds, and then you can get some shots off before they randomly start flying through the air. These missions aren't necessarily hard, they're just difficult if you don't know how much the difficulty is going to spike when it comes to these missions. But once you got your SMGs or your pistols or whatever your preferred gun is fully max leveled, and you got some superpowers, you'll be able to walk through these guys with no issues. I'm not saying this is the normal, I did fight more than enough of the normal people. Moving on. Now it's time for virus injection. I don't know if you guys have kind of gotten the theme, but everything's going to relate to a virus in our simulation. Virus injection is just you simply defending off waves of enemies. I don't actually have a single solitary problem with this. And out of every single activity we did, I found these ones to be the most fun and least offensive. Not offensive as in I'm some sort of like person who's offended by like words or something. I'm meaning as in like I don't want to do it because I'm bored offensive. They're pretty fun, and to be honest with you, they're easily exploitable. If you're having cars drive at you, freeze them and shoot the car and you kill everybody around the car. And if it's waves of Genki cats, well, you just shoot them in the head and they immediately go down. Out of every activity that we do inside of Saints Row 4, these are the only ones that I was actually genuinely excited to do. Because I didn't feel like I was wasting my time, and I felt like I was genuinely having fun. And fun being the key word there, because that's what every single other one of these ones lack. They don't challenge you mentally, physically, or skill-wise. It's just simply go to it and do it. We already covered store hacking, so I'm going to use this opportunity to quickly just say some of these activities are locked behind the campaign mission, so they're not in order. Meaning there's things that I have that haven't been unlocked yet, or there's certain activities that you guys didn't know I had yet. In the campaign side of everything, we are very much at the very beginning of everything. Activity-wise, I'm just giving it to you all right now because there's no sense in me wasting your time trying to figure it all out. And to be honest with you, it'd be one mission and then 3 activities and 1 mission and 3 activities, and that's a terrible way to structure their video. So all of the activities are just in the order that they're unlocked, but not shown in the order that they're unlocked. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, I'm sorry. Anyways, this was store hacking. It's exactly what I showed you here on the screen, and we're moving on. Hey, you remember that super popular cell phone game called Temple Run? Well, what if you could do that inside of Saints Row 4? Well, luck has it that's what you can do. I'm being real, yeah. Welcome to Speed Rifts, which is essentially run and collect orbs, and the game's gonna put a whole bunch of stuff in front of you to block you off in a way that is extremely frustrating. I will never even once attempt to get gold on this. I am more than happy to get bronze and then call it a day. You're going to do these missions for Sid, and because you're doing it for Sid, there's apparently all this lore surrounding Sid. Sids are, you'll understand, I'm not going to get into it, it's literally coming up in the main campaign. But there's all this lore about how the rifts need to be activated to synchronize and blah, 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 blah. And well, yes, loosely in the final mission, we do use rifts. It doesn't really have the weight in which the game is trying to pretend it will. In fact, out of everything that we've talked about, this is another case of where what they're saying versus what we're doing versus what happens in the game doesn't add up. It kind of feels like there was 3 different teams that were working on this at the same time, and then they all handed in their assignments at the same time, and they said, whoa, this is all different. And then they said, okay, but what if we just like glue it together? And that's what these come off as, because this isn't the only mission we have to do for Sid that will very much mimic the final mission in the game. This is Speed Rifts, but I want to introduce you to the previous one we did, which was the Jumping Rift. Yeah, you probably remember. It's the one where we had to jump on the little platforms and then they went from red to blue and you were like, yeah, we did it. It all culminates into the game mechanics that will exist in the final mission, but it doesn't come across like that when you're playing it as activities. So while yes, everything links together in the end, it doesn't feel like it does. But wait, there's more! Because Sid also gives us another version of the Rift where we throw soccer balls at glowing orbs using our telekinesis power. Out of the three, this one's the most fun. I don't care for the jumping one because it's awkward and feels terrible to do, and I don't care for the speed one because it's awful and terrible to do. But I have a lot of fun doing this version of it, and sadly, you don't really use this until, once again, the very last mission. In all honesty though, if we were to take just Sid's missions and his little activities, and put them in the way that we just did, I just showed you the exact process loop for the final mission in the game. What spoilers, I know, but it's the truth. These are the only activities that do tie into the final mission, but at the same time, they don't feel like it because of the way the developers designed it. Holy shit, it sounds confusing when I say it, but trust me, it makes sense when we get through this, okay? Just bear with me, continuing on. Now it's time for Genki's. I personally love Genki. And I personally hate what the Saints Row 2022 reboot did to the chaoticness that is Genki. But we'll get there when we get there. Here's the thing, the Genkis needed a bit of a freshening up. There's only so many times you can run through the same arcade and go, wow, this is unique. The irony is that later we will do a mission where we're in said arcade, but I digress. Genkis in this game feels actually catered to the superpowers in which we have, which is the first time I can say that out of all of the different abilities that we've done and all the different activities that we've covered. Sure, TK Mayhem has TK in it, but it's just Mayhem, which has already been done 4 other times. In this version of Genkis, you gotta throw objects through different little circles and, you know, it's just overall fun. But the main reason why I like Genkis is because it explains the story of Sid, the AI program that we were just talking about. Through the different Genkis events, we're gonna learn that Sid was actually basically our character, but from another planet that was taken over by Zenyak. And when Sid opposed Zenyak, he basically won. And so Zenyak tricked him into going into a simulation and then locked him in there as the virtual AI, eventually becoming the sim for all simulations. See, sometimes I struggle with words. It's super weird that they decided to do this through side content and only if you're actually paying attention to what the announcers are saying. And I truly believe that the only reason I remembered to do it was because I turned down music and sound effects so I could focus on the dialogue. At the end of the day, I both like the story, I like the announcers, and I like the activities, so I can't really complain here, unless we're talking about the holiday version of this very same activity, and then I have a problem, but we'll cover that when we do the DLCs. Needless to say, if you want to know the story of Sid, you're gonna have to listen to this through Genki's announcers, who also comically are very self-aware of the fact that they are also trapped inside the simulation, and will very much announce that to you. It's fun, I just love it, okay? Moving on. The first rule about Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club, and I really do believe that we shouldn't have to talk about Fight Club. We've had a running theme throughout these activities talking about how the game's activities don't seem to match the game's mechanics, and instead it feels like they've been shoehorned together when they don't need to be. This is also true for Fight Club, where you fight 3 waves of enemies, and sometimes the enemies have superpowers and sometimes they don't, but it doesn't matter either way who has superpowers because my God, the realm or the world or the combat room or the stage in which you fight is never designed around your movement mechanics or your superpowers. It's always frustrating and annoying, and there's always so many more enemies, and trying to land on this dinky little platform when so many buttons are tied to the same exact hotkey, it's just you can't help but feel exhausted after playing this, especially because when you do the activities like I do, you just bang them out as soon as they're unlocked, right? You end up fighting Juniki. Then you fight Juniki later on in the game, and then you fight Juniki again later on in the game, and then you fight Julius Little again, and then you just fight the same bosses over and over again, and you see them in the activities, and you see them in the campaign, and you see them in the stories, and you see them in the loyalty missions. It all just starts to feel the exact same. But once again, Fight Club feels like it shouldn't have superpowers in it, but it does. And because the superpowers are there, it, I think, loses a lot of its luster. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the activities, and we can now get back to our regularly scheduled campaign.
This day is gonna... Don't worry, everyone loses to me.
So the AI won't help me break into other simulations unless he gets a body. So how do we get him one, Kenzie?
The Zin have almost everything in the simulation locked tight, but there is something you can use. a control and interface device.
Hey, great. Where do I find one?
You're in luck. The Zin have a bunch in transit right now.
I have a quick question. If we're in a simulation, then why are the Zins transporting anything instead of just spawning it in at the location? Sorry, I know, using my noodle again, I'll stop. Heading over to the location in which we're going to get the SID, as I'm going to call it, we're going to realize that it's just another hotspot, but we don't have to deactivate any shields this time because they haven't set it up yet. Because apparently in a simulation, you actually have to go into it and then manually build everything like you would in the real world. So essentially what's going to end up happening is we will end up just fighting everything that's here. Now, remember, at the beginning of the video, I told you that this game will make fun of the fact that we constantly have to stand around and wait for things and defend things. This mission is actually a prime example of that exact thing. You'll understand what I mean here shortly. Just know this is the first instant of the game being a little bit too self-aware. I'm all for self-aware humor and breaking that fourth wall and acknowledging things, right? I'm a big fan of like Deadpool for this reason. I like it in video games when they break that fourth wall and allow us to feel like that little joyful moment of like, ha, I see what you did there. The problem is Saints Row took that exact premise and said, what if we make the whole game break that fourth wall? What if we make every joke feel like it's just constantly being acknowledged? And to be honest with you, in the original Saints Row 3, the people, the players like you and me, kind of looked at them doing that as like, oh my god, they're acknowledging us, but simultaneously they're kind of fitting the characters of Saints Row by being like, fuck you. But by the time Saints Row 4 hit, that joke and that like nostalgic, like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing there, kind of ran its course. And throughout this game, the more that the game acknowledges the problems, the more annoyed you're going to get as a player, because it's not fun. And just because they joke about the fact that it's not fun doesn't simultaneously make it fun. Once we destroy everybody outside of this hotspot, we can then go touch the SIDs. Obviously, the first one breaks because we touched it the wrong way, and that's the joke, is that we're touching balls and we touched it wrong.
Ow! Shit! What did you do?
I touched it.
Well, touch it different next time.
The next SID also breaks because we big dumb idiot and we not smart.
What the hell, Kinsey?
Don't pin this on me.
These things are broken.
But the third SID we touch, it works, and now we have ourselves a SID that we can upload the AI to. But first, we have to take the SID to the roof, and then we have to defend its position. Very interesting how the first time we got out of the ship, we had to defend a position, and then we get into the game, and this is really the first real mission we've done, and we have to defend the position. Interesting. You'll understand why this is such a problem in like literally like 3 minutes, because the game is going to be super self-aware about the fact that this is all we've ever done so far in this game. Let's talk about defending the position, especially when we have to defend the position on the roof. I've referenced many times now that the game is not designed for our superpowers, meaning that when we got to the roof, most of the enemies are not able to get up here, which is kind of funny to me because at the beginning of the game when we fought Zenyak on the ship, we learned that they can in fact teleport. And through our listing of activities and fighting our way through that, we also know that they can spawn their teleportation orbs wherever they want. Yet for some reason, whenever we play the actual missions, the only thing that can reach us is the aliens that are on flying motorcycles or the alien UFO ships. All the rest of the aliens just stay on the lower levels, which I find super funny, because it's almost like those enemies aren't actually meant to be aliens that can teleport and are instead supposed to be something, I don't know, completely different? I have no evidence to back this up, but I find it funny that anytime that I have to fight on an elevated platform, the enemy just can't seem to get up there. But meanwhile, out of main story missions, for some reason, the enemy can always go exactly where we're gonna go. That being said, the aliens on the motorbikes will just park their motorcycles directly in front of you and not move. And the VTOLs will do, well, this.
Little bit more. Okay, the CID is cracked and clear for uploading. Inputting the AI code now.
Great. How long until the upload is complete?
55 minutes.
55 minutes? These things usually take like 3 to 5 tops.
Look, the connection in this area is slow. Get closer to a major connection point like a power plant and this might go faster.
Why didn't we go there first?
Because a major connection point for the simulation is going to be heavily guarded.
Will Sid download faster?
Well, probably, but...
And we're taking this thing there.
Remember we talked all about how being like too self-aware isn't funny? Well, it's already self-aware. So one of the biggest complaints with Saints Row 3 was all the defend this location missions, and then we get to Saints Row 4, and so far all we've done is defend this location missions. Rather than the developers actually taking time out of their day to, I don't know, come up with a different sort of design or game mechanic and or system, they instead chose to mock us by making a 55-minute long timer. I have no idea if you can wait for 55 minutes because I don't got time for that. If you want to, it's up to you. Feel free. But instead, we're going to go to the nuclear power plant where we're going to fight off a bunch of the Zen, and then we're going to be able to speed up the process, relatively. And I say that because it's still quite slow in comparison. But when you hear your character literally say 3 to 5 minutes tops, you already know it's going to take 3 to 5 more minutes. So we get there, we kill everybody, and then we upload Sid, or allow him to upload.
Flip the switch and done.
Excellent.
How long now? Kinsey?
That's just part of the process.
Apparently the sweary part of the process.
The full download should only take about 16 minutes.
Is there anything you can do to make it go faster?
I'll see what I can find.
I'm not going to make you guys wait forever, but now we got to defend Sid here. I'm going to defend him for 1 minute and 43 seconds. That's right, so we already defended Sid for 2 minutes before, and now we're at 1 minute and 43 seconds for this location, and then eventually Kinsey's going to call us up and tell us that she found a way for us to speed this up. You'll never guess what we would have to do if I hadn't already done it. We would have to do 2 different flashpoints. Remember, flashpoints are like gang operations. Hotspots are the bigger versions of gang operations. But they're not gang operations, they're hotspots, and they're different because that's why. So here's Kinsey calling us in after 1 minute and 43 seconds.
I found an access point that can help speed this along. Get to it and activate it.
All right, perfect, Kinsey. Thank you for speeding up the already 5-minute long defend Sid location. It's weird how he's able to exist all by himself while we go deal with these 2 access points. Heading over to access point 1, we access the point, and then we go over to access point 2, where we then also access the point. But doing so has sped up the amount of data that Sid's having to process, and he started to overheat, so we're going to have to race back to him.
Much faster. Much too fast. Too fast! Sid is overloading.
Overloading?
Overheating. Get to him and cool him down. Okay, we're good. We're fine. I managed to throttle the connection a bit, so it should be much more stable now.
How long until the download's done?
3 minutes.
Good.
Okay. Okay, so we've done 2 minutes of defending Sid on the roof, 1 minute and 43 seconds of defending Sid right here at this location. Then we went and accessed 2 different access points. And then we came back here and we have to defend him for another 3 minutes. So that's 7 minutes total time that we have been defending Sid. The worst part is that the enemy doesn't come at us in a rate that keeps us entertained. Actually, a lot of the times we're just standing here, hence why I sped up this part for you to see. The VTOLs, they fly in and they just sit there in the sky. You hit them with a single freezing ball and they fall to the ground and explode, and the rest of them just kind of get out of the cars and stand there and wait for you to shoot at them. The sad point is that we've done 7 minutes of just standing still, and this was considered gameplay in 2013. And this is what people who defend Saints Row 4 say, oh, it's just a wacky, quirky game. This is what they're defending. Even the jokes are spread out between multiple minutes, and I'm cutting out a bunch of stuff. Well, not in this case, you're watching the sped up version of 3 minutes. Here's the worst part though. When the 3 minute ends, we're not even done defending Sid yet. No, ladies and gentlemen, guess what's coming? If you guessed Warden, you would have been right.
All right, time to kill us some aliens.
Oh God, I'm gonna regret getting Sid a real body, aren't I?
Oh, Sid, we're gonna get along famously. Shit, this is great.
Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Warden has arrived, which means we have to do the same shieldy bounce around fight that we've done about 700 times. I know for you guys have only seen it 2 or 3 times, but as I said, the notoriety makes it so the Wardens arrive. Sometimes they pop up during flashpoints, which I've already done all of the flashpoints. Sometimes they show up during hotspots, which I've already done. I have probably fought dozens and dozens of these things at this point, and it's never any different. I would have had no issues if every single time a warden showed up, they had a different power or they did stuff differently, but they never do. There's not a warden that goes underground and attacks you from underground. There's not one that uses like duplication. There's not one that uses glitching. There's not one that uses, you know, reverting controls. If every warden did something differently, it would feel a lot more exciting than just the same trampoline bouncy fight. With the warden dead, we get telekinesis, so now we can use our brain to throw things around, and it very much reminds me of a certain game that we've referenced a few times with the Saints Row series called Destroy All Humans. In fact, a lot of Saints Row 4 reminds me of Destroy All Humans, and in many, many ways, but I'm not going to go down that road.
So much for a hard fight. All right, we got Sid, so how do we use him to get Matt?
Are you really sure about this? I mean, I know he can help, but it's Matt Miller.
Kinsey, if he can help us find the others, then yes, I'm certain. Now, how does this work?
Well, I give Sid the proper cipher to connect to Matt's personal simulation, and he opens a gateway.
All right, let's go get the kid then.
I was shocked when the boss picked you to be the vice president, but you ended up working out.
That's only vaguely insulting.
Look, you sound just like Julius Little. Putting a guy who betrayed you in the number 2 slot seems like a great way to get killed.
I'm nothing like Julius.
Kinsey, we're ready.
I'm sending Sid the jailbreak.
Any last advice?
When you're inside Matt's virtual oubliette, there's a decent chance that I'll be focusing on interfacing with the intrusion countermeasures, so pay attention to the console commands.
Any last advice I'll understand?
Don't get killed.
Gotcha. Matt Miller, self-proclaimed hacker god, ran all the cyber terrorism for the Syndicate back in Steelport. Now he's Asha's right-hand man in MI6. I just hope we can trust him like she does. Hey, Kinsey, how am I supposed to rescue Matt without a weapon?
Well, you don't have superpowers either.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Why the fuck are there giant words in my face?
It's a command prompt. Just give me a second.
Welcome to Rescuing Matt Miller. Every single individual person that we're going to rescue for the next, I don't know, 10 or 15 missions is going to have their own individual simulation hell, including Kinsey and Keith David, who didn't have a simulation and it just showed up on a ship one day and saved us. But we'll get to that later. This is Matt's hell. Now, remember, if you watch my Saints Row 3 video, I didn't like the mission Deckers.exe die or whatever it was called. I found it long, boring, and repetitive, and a little bit annoying and never really allowed you to have the full extent of the simulation. Well, even though we're replaying that exact mission right now, I'm happy to announce that they did the exact same thing. This never really is any better than what you're seeing right now. In fact, it's somehow made immensely worse by the giant command prompt thing on our screen that is here for the majority of our playthrough. Now, starting us off, we get this fun 2D top-down tank battle. I grew up in an era where computers were relatively new, and I very, very vividly remember playing a version of this back in the day. Didn't look as pretty, was definitely on a much bigger, grosser monitor, but it was the exact same. And while I remember and I like that little nostalgia berry, I also just did it in Saints Row 3, and we're repeating it in Saints Row number 4. It's going to be a common trend for the rest of the video where a lot of what we're doing has already either A, been done, or we've already done it in this game. Moving on past the point where we are on the top-down version, we're going to then drive the tank through this virtual world, blowing up gates and or blockage or firewalls or whatever you want to call it, while simultaneously fighting the Deckers or ignoring them. It's really your pick. Either way, it's going to have the same conclusion. They don't really do enough damage for you to be worried about, and simultaneously, the tank is not as fun as you thought it would be to drive. At a certain point, though, we will hit a gate, which Zeniac conveniently, instead of, stopping us from progressing through here, instead of doing any number of things he could do to change the code or make it harder or change things up, he just makes the gate a little bit harder to blow up, and then Kinsey immediately erases that, and we get on a Tron motorcycle, and we race through the rest of the level, avoiding all of the enemies, avoiding all of the damage, avoiding any of the obstacles, and just race literally to the end of it while Zeniac quotes Hamlet. Yeah, I don't know how to say it to you, but that's the actual mission structure, and it takes about 8 minutes to do, and you just saw it in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Once we get to the end of the racing on the motorcycle part, we will be given a choice by Zenyak. I am obviously going to choose the choice that allows us to go through the rest of the game. You are more than welcome to replay it on your own and do the other choice, and you can see what happens. I'm going to deliberately leave it out of the game so you guys can go and test it out yourself. Here's the choice.
Before you, I place a choice. Walk through the blue door and continue to face yet more failures at saving those closest to you. Your race will live on borrowed time and will, through your violent arrogance, wind up extinct. Walk through the red door, however, and I will release the humans whom I have collected. I will give them amnesty and even a ship from my fleet to do with as they see fit. However, in choosing this door, you will willingly submit yourself to execution. This is the moment where you can prove to be the savior of humanity, or its absolute destroyer.
What the hell is all this?
This is your life as it led you to this point. All your past violence, crimes, and losses on display to remind you of one simple fact. Regardless of what I have done to your world, you were its greatest threat. The evidence is irrefutable. How many have died because you decided that driving on the sidewalk is faster than the road? Because you used a rocket in place of a bullet? Because you wouldn't submit to my rule? In the end, you only hurt those you are trying to protect. In the end, there is only one truth. The human race would be much safer without you in it.
Once we get to the end of the level, though, we will be met by a text adventure, which is, if you remember, the same thing we did in the Matt Miller Deckers.exe die or whatever it was called. And while, yes, I enjoy the memberberry of going through the text speech, because I remember playing games like that when I was a kid, plus choose your own adventure novels. Come on. Goosebumps? Come on. It wasn't that good of a mission to warrant it being this exact mission. We're supposed to be reliving Matt's greatest fear, and his greatest fear was the mission in which we did everything what he's doing now? It doesn't make any sense. This game is going to drive home the fact that literally every simulation is your own personal hell, yet this isn't even his personal hell. And we don't get to interact with it at all. We just beat up Killbane in a text speech by basically being a good friend to Matt. And that's all we had to do. That's it. We're done.
I don't like the idea of us sitting around. Shouldn't we be picking up Matt? The kid could be in trouble.
Keith, you gotta relax. The guy's an MI6 agent, for God's sake. He can take care of himself.
You needed help getting out, and you're the commander-in-chief.
That's a really good point. Why didn't we think of this earlier?
Oh, I did. I'm just not a big fan of Matt.
Kinsey!
Come on! Can't I get some payback? Got a little lost, big deal.
Or he got a little dead, who knows?
Oh, he's fine. He's probably having the time of his life exploring Zinyak's ship. You're really making a big deal out of nothing. This is a great opportunity for him to build character.
Kinsey, this is not the time for a teachable moment. If we don't help Matt, he will die.
Fine, take this.
You're beautiful.
Thanks.
Us talking to the robot.
It's power armor.
Same thing.
Not really. A robot is an automaton, whereas power...
Don't run this, Keith. That landing could have been softer.
Are you breaking my power armor?
No, and it's not your power armor.
If you do damage the power armor, you can find repair kits in some of the storage crates.
Oh, get ready for that power armor joke to literally be said every single time we have to wear this armor, this robot, whatever you want to call it. I want to talk about a few funny things. The first one I want to talk about is a gaming trope that always just kind of gives me a little bit of a chuckle, a little ha-ha moment, if you know what I mean. We are on an alien spaceship, and we stole an alien spaceship, and the last of humanity is on that alien spaceship, yet for some reason the aliens just happen to have a mech suit that works perfectly for human beings. Fine, flawless. Let's move past that plot point. It's also convenient that every single crate on the entire alien spaceship that we're attacking just happens to have the repair modules in order to repair our alien spaceship suit. It always makes me laugh. It's like when you're fighting in a game where you go against aliens and every single alien just happens to drop 5.56 or 7.62 for your human-made assault rifle. Obviously, it's done just to expedite things, but it's just something that I think about because when I was in the military, we had to do a whole bunch of training on what rounds work with what guns and how we're not allowed to pick up this round or that round based off NATO, blah, 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 blah. But in video games, they're just like, oh, that guy's firing a laser rifle. When you kill him, he's going to drop you 60 rounds of 5.56. I know it's probably just something that I get humor out of, but let me have my moments, okay? Next thing I want to talk about is the fact that Zenyak has captured the best and brightest of every planet that he has conquered. We're talking millions, if not billions, of the best and brightest of every single planet that Zenyak has conquered. Meaning this ship is filled with the best and brightest of all of humanity and every other race in the known galaxy. Yet, instead of going and freeing any number of people, we're instead going after Matt Miller, a human. That's fine. Let's say we do it for the plot's sake of it all. How come we can go on side quests to gather up other individuals from this ship? Aliens from other races and stuff like that. It's pretty clear we're leaning pretty heavily on Mass Effect and, Matrix right now. So let us gather up some other alien races that have a problem with Zenyak. It doesn't seem that far-fetched to, do. It would have been a great way to expand the universe and allow the Saints to carry on their domination through all of the known universe, while simultaneously gaining some of the smartest people and beings of that known universe. Sadly, it doesn't work out that way, and instead, we just go and get Matt Miller, who's gonna make the joke. Yay.
Get away from me! I made it!
Whoa, Matt, relax. It's me.
About time I was rescued. Oh, you wouldn't believe what they have. But I didn't realize they had robots.
See, this is a robot. Thank you. Kinsey was all, this is power armor, not...
So, not a robot?
It's funny because they just said that. I want to be clear. One of my favorite styles of comedy is a callback joke. But what makes a callback joke funny is that you forget about it. And then all of a sudden, like later on in the show, they go and they make that callback and you're like, I got that. Think of like Community. The first time they say Beetlejuice, you're like, I get that reference. The second time they say Beetlejuice, you're like, oh, I get that reference. And they've said it twice now. And they made you wait forever for the third time that they say Beetlejuice. And you know who appears in the background? Motherfucking Beetlejuice. And it was so rewarding. When you say the joke and then literally 3 minutes later you call back to that joke, that's not funny. That's just bad writing and poor delivery. But we're going to move on past that joke until we have to reference that joke again. Our mech currently does not have any guns, and conveniently, Matt Miller knows how to get the guns, and all we have to do is defend him. That means, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we gotta stand in one spot and break a bunch of enemies up, while Matt just stands there and tickles the wall. In all honesty, I would have rathered have it just we take Matt, we fight our way through the ship, we get onto our ship, we leave, and then Matt sends us back to the ship to find the hardware that we require in order to be able to put the guns together on the ship. At least it would have kept the motion going. I don't think the developers, any developer, when they realize that they're doing these defend the position spots, what it ends up doing is it halts momentum and it makes the player sit back and go, this isn't very good. This isn't very fun, especially when the AI isn't challenging the player, which is very much the case here. If I just stand by Matt, he's safe forever, and meaning we don't have to do anything. All right, so now that we have guns, the mission should be different. It should be exciting. It should be moving along, right? So we're going to fight our way through the alien ship. Not very far, just literally through the next door, but we're fighting our way through the ship, and that's what's important here. The one good thing that I really do appreciate about the mech is that it feels at least somewhat powerful, not like crazy overpowered, but also not like so weak that you're annoyed by it. The biggest problem is how absolutely slow it is. Like, we're talking like these are futuristic aliens, and the best kind of, you know, power armor, mech suit, robot that they could come up with is literally limited by the speed of this. Like hydraulics, like, come on. What makes it so much funnier is later on in this very game, we actually find out that on this very ship is the very version of power armor we actually want. But that only happens in the very last mission for plot reasons, and other than that, we're stuck to this thing. Now, normally what happens is when the game introduces something like a giant mech suit for the player, we end up fighting something that is equally different on the opposing end. The enemy usually also gets something that is able to add some sort of variety of combat for the specific item that we got. In this case, we got a power armor / mech suit, so you would expect that immediately we would be introduced to an enemy of equal value to at least warrant the size of mech that we have. Now, I'm not saying that these enemies don't exist, but they come in far later in the game. Up until that point, we just have to gun down hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of just random aliens and murder bots until we get the dreaded message on our screen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have to defend Matt for the second time in 2 minutes. We defended Matt for 2 minutes, we then walked for a minute, and now we're defending Matt for 2 more minutes. I want to point out, this is immediately following the 7 to 8 minutes of defending Sid. This is the very next mission you would do. That means, in total, in 2 missions, we have defended somebody for 11 to 12 minutes. So no, I'm not going to waste your time and make you guys sit here for 1 minute and 57 seconds and 36 milliseconds, and instead we're just going to skip to where we eventually get onto the ship, because Kinsey arrives conveniently when we just start to become overwhelmed. Now we're talking. Yes, this segment's on rails, and yes, we talked a little bit about on-rail segments before, but this part at least visually appears different, and we have a little bit more ability to kind of immerse ourselves. When I think about on-rail section, what I want to have happen is I want it to be controlled enough that I don't have to think about what my allies are doing, but I also want it to be visually different enough that I'm not getting bored. Some games do this really, really good. Other games do this really, really poorly. I would say Saints Row sits right about in the middle. Sometimes the on-rail sections are a little bit boring, like when we had to drive the car in the 50s. And then they get a little bit better with the on-rail section where we had to fly the ship out of Zenyack's ship before the Earth got exploded. And then right here, it's a little bit better than that. Like, we're improving, which I can see and I'm okay with. I also think ball turrets are the coolest thing ever, and I can't believe that at one point in World War I and II, we had freaking ball turrets on the back of planes, and some individual actually sat inside one of these things and was literally just going ham on whoever was behind him. Just the concept of ball turrets is really kind of just fascinating to me. Now planes are so stupid boring. They go fast and they turn and G-force and blah, 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 blah. I don't care. I want ball turrets. Anyways, we'll fight our way through here and we will eventually leave. There's not really much that happens in here, I'll be honest with you. It's the exact same thing as before, except for we're not driving the ship, we're shooting at everything. Which, by the way, actually, when we were flying the ship, I don't remember seeing ball turrets. So when the hell did we get these things? I'm off topic, I'm sorry.
I don't want to sound needy or anything, but I just blew up a capital ship. You think someone could at least give me a high five?
You need to take a look at this.
A plane? Why would Zenyak want to build one of those? We're in deep space.
It has to be another prison.
Whose idea of hell is being trapped on an aeroplane?
Me, Shandi, and... oh my god. Johnny's alive.
Boss, Johnny's dead.
Who else would be stuck in a plane?
Shandi? It was a life-defining moment for her. It's the only thing that makes sense.
You're wrong.
I think she's making a lot of sense.
She's wrong. Find out where this is. We're getting my best friend back.
All hail to me!
Okay, we have the location of the cargo plane prison, but...
Kinsey, I don't want to hear it.
Look, I'm just saying don't get your hopes up.
I know I'm right. surprised Zinyak went back to the well and hid this inside a broken shillelagh again.
According to Matt's data, all of the submatrices are inside broken shillelaghs.
It makes no sense.
Zinyak's big on reuse.
I'm coming, Johnny. It was on this plane where Shawnee and I lost our best friend. Johnny Gat helped found the Saints originally, and Shawnee looked up to him ever since she joined. He sacrificed himself to save us. Now I want our friend back.
Okay, we're back on the plane that was originally at the beginning of Saints Row 3, where we're going against the Syndicate. Now, in our player's mind, we are going to go save Gat. We'll see who we're actually saving here in a minute. I have to point out that every mission that we've done so far has completely and utterly removed our superpowers. The reason for this is because they say that our powers only work in our simulation, except for when they work in other simulations, and when other people come to our simulation, they can get powers. The concept is convenient for erasing our powers every time we do a mission, but it further kind of just amplifies the fact that this was never meant to be the main game. Because I don't understand why you would make a game mechanic like superpowers only to remove them for every single mission, especially when we go into each other's simulations, and that's completely and utterly okay, but me having powers in each simulation is not, until it is. You'll understand what I mean. I know it sounds like I'm talking in code, but that's basically this entire game, is them just conveniently telling you this and then doing that. And I have to word it in a certain way to not spoil the entire video for you guys, but just know that at some point, every single character will have superpowers, even though the game keeps telling us that they don't. Once we get to the cockpit of the plane, or the room right behind the cockpit of the plane, we'll be greeted by a locked door, and Zinyak will mock us and tell us that Gat's on the other side of the door dying.
Johnny, I let you down. I let us all down. We never should have ran. We should have stayed and fought, but we couldn't because of me. And I know people say it's not my fault, but if the boss didn't have to protect me, you would be standing here right now. I'm so sorry, Johnny.
It wasn't your fault.
We left him to die.
You didn't save our lives so we could feel sorry for ourselves.
Yes, I hate to interrupt this touching moment, but we haven't even got to the best part of this plane ride.
Oh, fuck me.
First off, hats off to the voice actor of Shaundi, because that scream was legitimately insane. Just gonna give props where props are goddamn well due, and she deserves it. Now, originally I thought we were gonna recreate the falling out of the plane thing that we did at the beginning of Saints Row 3, and I was so happy that we didn't. Instead, we're gonna go through the symbolic representation of Shaundi's reality breaking around her due to Gat's death. Now, I gotta reference the fact that you guys have left countless comments about the fact that the whole Shaundi Gat thing makes no goddamn sense because they were never shown to be that close. And I second that. I didn't cover it in my Saints Row 3 review, or Saints Row 2, because I didn't think we had to. Hell, even in Saints Row 3, where he dies, she barely even acknowledged it.
Get off me! Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hold on, why are you in a nightclub? What happened to the plane?
This is Shaughne's nightmare, Kenzie. Trust me. This is where I'm supposed to be.
And I'm not even saying that to be insulting. She genuinely kind of just brushed it off as like, Johnny's dead, we have to get revenge. And it came across more she just wanted revenge for one of her gang members being killed than this weird love infatuation thing that she has going on here. But let's get on track. So we're in on the track, which was from Saints Row 2 in the Sons of Samity when Veteran Child kidnapped Shaundi, the original Shaundi, or Fun Shaundi as they're going to call her in this game. If you're wondering why Shaundi sounds different, because there's actually been 2 different voice actresses for Shaundi. Here they are on screen so you know who's who and who sounds like what. I don't know why, out of all the things that have happened between Saints Row 2 and this game and this mission, they chose to go back to Veteran Child as the worst hell that she could go through. In Saints Row 2, she kind of just breezed past it that he was dead. In fact, even in this mission, they're gonna breeze past the fact that he's dead. Here's the thing though, in these realities, nobody's ever actually dead. In fact, we're gonna kill Veteran Child here, and then we're actually gonna kill Veteran Child again in the the loyalty missions, which is reusing of bosses, which is one of the complaints that people had when it came to Saints Row 4, was the fact that they do, in fact, reuse bosses, assets, and locations over and over again. Now, if you remember, in Saints Row 2, Shaundi got kidnapped by Veteran Child. In Saints Row 3, Shaundi got kidnapped by Kai. And in both Saints Row 2 and in Saints Row 3, the way that you kill her kidnapper is by throwing flashbangs and or weird green fuzzy smoke gas stuff at her. Well, the same thing's gonna happen here, except for we're not gonna throw anything. We're gonna shoot him with tasers. And then he's gonna duplicate, and then we're gonna get a new gun, which is the deletion gun, which you will only use in this mission and then never again because it's pointless to use anywhere else. I'm okay with reusing locations. I'm okay with reusing assets. I'm not okay with reusing the same fight that we've now done over the course of 3 different games. That comes across as lazy to me no matter how many member berries you give me. Eventually though, with Veteran Child dead / not dead because he's going to come back very shortly, we'll get to see the internal struggle of Shaundi, which is really her real hell. She doesn't know who she is. Is she Shaundi, the fun one, the druggie, or is she Shaundi, the badass gat wannabe? She doesn't know, so they split.
You're remarkably calm right now.
Hey, sometimes your exes try to kill you. What can you do, you know? You want to party?
No, this isn't me.
Shaundi, you okay?
This is getting weird.
Get out.
What's her problem?
My problem? My problem is that I used to be you.
This isn't a born-again thing, is it?
No, she's future you.
Makes sense. So what happens to me?
What do you mean?
Look, Shaundi, let's get out of...
No. I want to hear what I have to say to myself. What did you mean, what happens to me?
Well, evidently I become a total frigid bitch, so I just wanted to know what's up.
Oh, you mean I stopped sitting around smoking drugs from a broken light bulb all day?
Guys, maybe we should...
Yeah, you're lame now. You used to have fun.
I used to be useless.
What?
The most memorable thing you ever did was get captured by your smoked out ex.
That's not true.
I'm sorry, and fucking half of Stillwater. Go team.
I always thought you were just really friendly and hated pants.
Someone gets it.
I hate me. Let's get out of here.
Initiating self-defense protocols.
You tracked down Asha?
I have, but it wasn't easy. Her mind is so incredibly guarded, it was difficult to trace her neural signature.
Stubborn and defensive? Sounds like Asha, all right.
I'll set everything up. See me when you're ready.
I didn't know much about Asha Otakar before she helped us save the entirety of the country, but in the years since, I've come to know her as one of the best soldiers I've ever met. If I'm gonna take down Zinyak, I want her in my crew. I just think you're really building this up.
And I think you're drastically underestimating how dangerous the mind of a super spy can be.
Super spy? Jesus, man, I get that you want to fuck her, but you don't have to build her a pedestal.
That is beside the point.
Yeah. Catch you later, man. I get it. This is beginning to be my personal hell, too. Kinsey? What am I wearing?
You should see what your face looks like.
Why? What did you do to my face?
Matt told me some very specific concerns that she has about you.
The fuck are you talking about?
Where is he? Last chance.
Fuck you, slut! You're like Johnny Gat with better hair.
I'm nothing like Johnny Gat.
Fair, Gat was never self-righteous.
Don't you dare confuse duty with self-righteousness.
Yeah, because those two never fucking overlap.
Says the President of the United States.
You say the title like it's a dirty word.
It is when the role is filled by a psychopath.
Puckish road!
Hey, sis. You coming or what?
What the fuck is going on here? Who are you looking for?
Your evil twin.
What?
If you're wondering how Shandi got off the ship, she just did, and that's all you need to know. No, I'm not hiding anything from you. She just got off a Zenyak's ship and ended up on our ship, and we don't know how. In fact, other than Matt Miller, there's only one other character we go on the ship to get, and it's none of the ones we're going to get anytime soon. So we're with Asha. I actually really like Asha's, entire simulation. One, because it's just badass killing for badass sakes. Two, Asha isn't whiny or wanting something else. She knows it's a simulation, and she's just going through the motions until she succeeds. Three, it's just really fun because it makes fun of a lot of games that I grew up playing. For example, the opening always reminds me of Splinter Cell, where you had to shoot out the lights. I always struggled as a kid to play that. Actually, we might replay that again here on this channel just to see how it holds up now. But then also it's making reference to Metal Gear Solid, as well as a few other spy games like James Bond and stuff like that. There's so many different games that this section's making fun of. You can't help but play it and have member berries even if you haven't played some of the other games in which it's referencing. I really just genuinely enjoy this entire segment because of that. One of the beauties in gaming is the fact that something that one person likes, somebody else might dislike, and vice versa. What you like, I might not like. A good video game should be able to walk that line and allow there to be something for everybody at all times. Saints Row, for the most part, I always think does a very good job of that. And Asha's mission is a great representation of that visually because of all the member berries that are here. But if you're actually paying close attention, there's been member berries and nostalgic parodies and stuff like that all throughout this entire video. For example, when Kenzie was hacking the computer when we were rescuing Matt Miller, there was a line in the code that said use the magic word or whatever. You didn't say the magic word, which is a reference to Jurassic Park. Problem with those ones is you have to be looking for them. When you're playing Asha's mission, you just have to do the mission to know what it's referencing. The mission itself isn't hard at all, but it's very self-aware in a way that I find humorous. I know this sounds like I'm contradicting what we said before, but I'm okay if it's done in the right way, which is what I've been saying all along. There's a tasteful way to do member berries, and there's a tasteful way to be self-aware, and the previous mission was not it. And when we went through Matt's mission, it was not it. This is the level of quality I think that we all expect in a Saints Row game. This feels like the mission was genuinely made for Asha as well as our character to do together. Hence why this is the only mission where our face has been changed. All the other missions feel tacked on. It kind of almost feels like you can pick apart what parts were supposed to be DLC and what parts weren't. This was supposed to be DLC in my opinion. One of my favorite parts of the mission is when you have to crawl around through the warehouse inside of a box, because it was absurd when Metal Gear Solid did it, and it was absolutely laughable how absolutely serious Metal Gear Solid took it. I understand it didn't take it that serious, but there was people, and I remember talking to them at school, that legitimately thought that this was a viable strategy for fighting your way through a warehouse full of enemies. And while yes, plausibly it is true, ironically it's not. Most people don't walk set patterns, and they're usually pretty aware if they are walking set patterns of what's there. As somebody who trained in the military, in fact, we go through training to teach us how to keep our eyes and ears open for things that are out of the ordinary on our patrols to avoid situations where somebody might be able to sneak in. It's the reason why there's only one entrance and exit in any single fob. That way you can notice the patterns of footsteps going the opposite way. I'm getting way too technical here. We can just enjoy the fact that this exists, appreciate what it's making fun of, and allow that to just exist in the world without us having to overanalyze it, which I think is perfectly fine. Moving on, though, we will get to another room where they're going to make fun of those laser sequences that they make you do inside of video games. I've always said whenever we get to these rooms, you can clearly see air vents. Why don't we use those? And this game literally is going to reference that. Literally.
How in the hell are we going to get past that?
I hope you're limber. Even the slightest disruption of a single beam will send a 2000-volt shock through your entire body. What we'll have to do is move through the gaps in a serpentine pattern.
Yeah, fun with that. I'm taking the air duct.
See? I love it. I love everything to do with Asha. I actually really like Asha as well. As we work through the air vents, our character, the boss, is going to reference the fact that he's her greatest nightmare. No matter how many times she tries to explain to him that's not the case, he can't get past the fact that he's the main character in Asha's simulation. Even though she said right at the very beginning that she's going after his evil twin, which means that Asha doesn't even believe our character is evil, considering the eviler version of him is what we're chasing after right now. Though our character is a narcissist and he can't get past the fact that he's even included in this. Once we exit the air vent, we will arrive where we're finally gonna meet evil version of us, which is just us with extra facial hair. That's evil, I swear it.
Stay on guard. Mr. X could be hiding anywhere.
Asha, I thought you knew me better than that. Why would I hide when I can kill your friends in front of you? Say hello, Matt. Asha, Good talk. Wow, you're cold. Johnny cried like a little bitch when his girlfriend got killed.
I'm not gonna give you this satisfaction.
Ooh, I love it when you talk tough.
Then you're gonna fucking love me, you piece of shit.
You.
See you soon.
As we fight deeper into the facility, we're going to go through rooms and hallways of what are people inside of tanks. Turns out Evil Me is making an evil army of Evil Me, and he's doing so with both genders, and we are just basically going to make an entire army of us with facial hair, which is in fact evil. Our character, which is not evil us, is going to find this extremely cool and fascinating because he's a narcissist. He's also a big dumb idiot who can't ever see past what's in front of him. We already learned, and our character learned this in Saints Row 3, that cloning can lead to some pretty crazy things, and that's what happened with Oleg and the Brutes. And we learned in Saints Row 3 that cloning can lead to some problems, having dumber versions of himself. None of the Brutes inside of Saints Row 3 were as smart as Oleg. But once again, we've turned on our noodle, which is not the case. Even though Asha is going to say all of these exact same things to our character, he's just going to breeze past them like they don't even exist. Along the way, we're just going to fight nameless guards 1 through 143,718. I think this would have been a good opportunity to revisit the zombie section and have the clones bust out of their tubes to fight us, but hey, I'm just getting a little bit excited, that's all. Eventually, we're going to arrive in the evil server room because everybody knows servers are bad, and we're going to get ready for the final fight.
Look who's here. My favorite wannabe spy and her BFF. I admit I was surprised to see you in here, other me. But then I realized Asha would never be able to do this without some help. Are you there, Asha? Oh, hold on, Matt wants to speak with me.
Okay, we've made it to the final boss fight. Evil Us is gonna verse Not Evil Us and Asha's gonna explain, even though our character frustratingly can't get past the fact that he's even featured in her simulation, that her fear isn't him, it's the fact that she's failing at killing him. Asha's hell is the fact that she can't succeed. She knows it's a simulation. She knows it's not real. She knows that the enemies aren't real. She knows there's no real danger, and she knows that if she fails, she gets to restart. Her problem is the failure itself. And it's so annoying to have the writing be so good for Asha and then just have our character running around going, ha ha, ha, that's me. Ha ha, that's so funny. That's me. I'm evil. I'm eviler than him. You're thinking of me, Asha. Ha ha ha. You're a big dumb girl. I'm not even meaning that to be annoying. I'm meaning that that's literally what our character's doing this entire time. It's hard for me to believe that my character is so smart he knows how to disassemble a nuclear warhead. He's so smart that he's able to become the president of the United States. He's so smart he's been able to not only take over Saints Row's streets, he was able to then take over the city for the Saints, and then he was able to go against not only a military force that had literal flying planes and aircraft carriers, he was able to stop a zombie infestation, he was able to beat out the clones and take over the city and destroy everybody and then become the president, but he's so dumb he can't wrap his head around the fact he's not the main character of this. And it actually just drove me nuts because it doesn't make any sense. Now, if you've been watching the fight, you've noticed I've been using an exploit in order to be able to kill this guy, the evil version of us. The exploit is exploiting the hitboxes of the servers, which for some reason allows us to hide while simultaneously be able to shoot him. To be honest, if you don't do this, it's extremely frustrating because every boss fight for some reason has to have these unfair mechanics where there's a million minions running around. Asha has literally no help really when it comes to killing the minions, so the easiest solution is just a hyper-focus evil you and use this exploit. Eventually murder bots will come up, you just move and keep avoiding them until evil you dies. By the way, Asha also escapes Zenyak's ship and we don't know how. We don't go back together, there's no cool cutscenes, there's nothing. She just is on the ship because that's why. Don't ask questions, consume product, and then buy more product.
did well.
Well, we killed me.
Yeah, we did.
You smoke?
I do now.
Evil me was kind of an asshole.
Good you is kind of an asshole.
Blame my parents.
Daddy issues.
Nah, just... forget it.
Oh, don't like talking about your past.
Don't see the point. Who cares what I did before I joined the Saints?
Aren't you going to ask me about mine?
I thought we were killing evil clones, not picking out place settings.
You should probably get out of here.
Once more for old time's sake?
Yeah, why not?
This ain't worth it. So much for a hard fight. Kenzie, where's Pierce?
Been working on that, and I think I have the right cipher created.
So, what's the problem?
Oh, nothing. Sid's just asking for new programs for delivering this to you.
Give them to him and let's get Pierce.
You haven't heard what the programs are. Ew.
I've been researching your friend Pierce. Are you sure you wish to retrieve him?
What kind of a question is that?
An honest one. Historically, you spend nearly half your time ridiculing him.
Yeah, but it's all in good fun.
Making a man who risks his life for you and what you stand for the butt of your comedy routine is all in good fun?
Yes?
You're a terrible person.
Can you give me the goddamn cipher? I'm saving his life, you know.
You don't have to convince me. Just yourself. Drink up.
We're talking about this later. Face of the Saints, Pierce Washington was always comfortable in the public's eye. Some may think he's gone soft because of this, but he's always been loyal to the crew no matter what had to get done.
Damn it! Get away from me!
Pierce, hang on! I'm coming! Saints flow? What the fuck is going on here?
Boss, am I glad to see you?
Hold on. This is your greatest fear? Marketing gone bad?
Bad? Our own IP is attacking us and you're making jokes? These things are trying to kill me!
I'll pour you a drink, ever think of that?
Okay, let me stop and ask them if they're just trying to serve me a cold, refreshing drink.
Yes, that is right. Pierce's worst nightmare is that his marketing has gone wrong. You know what, though? It completely and utterly fits with who Pierce is. All he wants to be is a famous celebrity selling and marketing things and making a crap ton of money. So it would make sense that his greatest fear is bad marketing. A few things to note in this mission. One, you're going to run around and collect weapons just like we did in Saints Row 3 when we attacked the Syndicate that once owned this very penthouse. Remember, we did that twice in Saints Row 3? Well, we're going to do it again here and now, and 2 more times in the Dominatrix DLC if we decide to cover it. It's not that it's hard, but this is the kind of stuff that people were talking about when they talked about reused assets and mission structures. This is quite literally the same thing. The only difference this time, though, is that there is a 50-foot can of soda climbing the side of the building. It's a pretty big difference, but the core values of the mission are the same. It's just the giant thing outside that's different. Don't get me wrong, I'm completely here for giant 50-foot tall cans of soda. That's not my problem.
Look out! Here comes Paul! Paul? You named it Paul? Hey man, does it matter? Shoot them rockets at him already!
Okay, so now we gotta fight Giant Paul. I think Giant Paul's really cool, and when I think about being locked in a simulation, this is what I thought we would be doing, is fighting giant things and doing wacky, crazy stuff that fit in the realm of a simulation. Instead, what we've done is fly around and collect 1,200 data clusters, 39 Zenyak statues, 38 or 39 audio logs, 12 computers, and done a bunch of side activities. Believe it or not, we've actually done very little actual story missions. And the ones that we have done, we've already covered. But by far, this is one of my favorites. And I do think that once again, in typical Volition fashion of Saints Row 4, they didn't really take it far enough. Now, we're going to fail here a couple times. There's 3 reasons why. 1, it's very easy to get overwhelmed and swarmed by enemies, especially with the fact that the camera is so close to our booty hole. The field of view in Saints Row is terrible. There is mods to download to fix it, but you guys really didn't like the fact I used mods in Saints Row 2 to make it look better, so I've been playing all these unmodded. What ends up happening is sometimes you can get overwhelmed by enemies behind you. You already saw me get locked in the door, and then I had less health. Second thing is that your allies are just as dumb as they have been in the previous Saints Row games, so Pierce goes down, causing me to take 2 lasers right through the booty cheeks. The third is that Volition does annoying things like the rockets are on one side of the pool, but the ammo for that rocket launcher are on the other side of the pool right in front of the 50-foot monster. I don't know why they would do it. It doesn't add to the event. It doesn't make it better. It's just more annoying because you're like, why? I got to run to one side of the pool to get the ammo. Then I got to run to the other side of the pool to save Pierce. And then I got to run back to the other side of the pool to get ammo after I shoot at Paul. It's these kind of mundane tasks that really start to wear on a player when you're playing the game because it just doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why wouldn't you put the ammo beside... Anyway, okay, we're off topic here. Essentially, what you got to do is throw enough rockets at Paul that eventually he throws us to another building. I remember way back at the beginning of the game, it was just a small detail that if we go into the simulation and we take too much damage in the simulation, then we'll go brain dead in real life and die in the simulation. But apparently, a 50-foot tall soda can smacking us as hard as they can in the face, sending us careening across an entire city and landing on a rooftop and smashing into a wall, does not constitute for enough damage to make us brain dead in the real world. You know what though, after the mission with Asha, where she's trying to explain her greatest problem was the fear of failing, and our character was just like, ha ha ha, I'm in your nightmare, I kind of already think our character might be brain dead.
Pierce, you okay up there? Yeah, there's a helicopter up here I'm gonna climb to. You think you'll be okay on your own? Get that thing and come pick me up. I'll be fine.
So now we're not dead from that hit to the face and we're on another building. We're going to have to fight mini cans of Paul and fight giant Paul. Here's how the fight breaks down. You're going to shoot the cans with the regular old SMGs and ARs, and then randomly Paul is going to throw furniture and conveniently a case of rockets at us. I need to share a little something with you. You guys already know that I lost my hard drive that had my first initial playthrough of Saints Row 4 on it. And I'd already edited about 2-3 hours worth of that video. In my original playthrough of this mission, Paul would throw a rocket every 3rd or 4th time he would throw stuff at us. The other 3 times nothing would land here, which made this mission drag out for hours. Not hours, you guys get what I mean. It was like 15-20 minutes. This time, this section, because every time Paul throws it, there's a rocket, it lasts about 2 minutes. It's a perfect example about how, you know, an issue can exist in one playthrough, but then not in another. Bugs can exist for some people and not for other people. Whenever I cover bugs in my playthroughs and my videos and I'm sharing with you guys, I'm sharing my experiences and what happened in my video gameplay, as if you were sitting on the couch right beside me and these things had happened. And I can acknowledge that these issues don't exist for everybody, considering they don't even exist for me when it comes to playing this game back to back in 2 weeks. It's just something worth noting. Now, this fight has all the spectacle of being super over the top and fun, but it doesn't have the mechanics behind it. And so what ends up happening if the mechanics aren't there to back up the spectacle is you start to get a little bit fatigued at it all. There's only so many times Paul can scream and you go, haha, that's pretty cool. There's only so many times Paul can throw something at you and you go get it and then you shoot stuff back at him. What's lacking here is more spectacle. Paul should be grabbing helicopters and planes and jumping from building to building, not just standing perfectly still so we can launch rockets at him until he dies and then Pierce can pick us up.
Where the fuck have you been? And how do you know its name?
I've been trying to figure out how to make you large enough to fight that thing.
What?
Just get to the island with the big statue on it, okay? And get Paul's attention so he follows you.
Where the hell is Pierce with that helicopter? Get in! Paul's not gonna stay down.
Figured. Kinsey's got a plan, though.
Kinsey does? You mind filling me in?
She says we have to get to the statue.
What for?
You really think she told me? All I know is we have to get Paul to follow.
To follow? She better have something big planned then.
You know, after playing the Enter the Dominatrix DLC for Saints Row 4, they do these like interview sections, and in the interview sections, Kinsey talks about how everybody kind of constantly questions her and her abilities as a hacker or her plans, yet she's never actually let them down. And after playing the DLCs, the first run through before my hard drive died, and now playing it again, I'm noticing that that's very much the case. And yes, from an outside standpoint, we can look at it and question things as a player, but from a character standpoint inside of the game, why is Pierce questioning her? Why does the boss question her? Why does anybody question her? She has yet to be wrong. Not even just in this game, in the previous game as well. Kinsey has never, not once, been right about what she's doing. Yet for some reason, we always question her. Now, obviously, to get, Paul to follow us, you have to shoot him with this absolutely insane helicopter that I wish we could have used in the real game, but we sadly never do because we're constantly running around superpowers until the game removes our superpowers and then we get to use this helicopter. I do wish that the city looked a little bit better than it did. I understand it's a simulation, but how come they couldn't use the full simulation that we use when we're playing the game? Why is it this like weird hodgepodge for Pierce? It just visually, it doesn't look good. Like when you look at it, you're like, ooh, put your shirt back on, Saints Row 4. No one wants to see this, and turn the lights off too.
What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this shit?
Glad you like it.
Now, this is what I'm goddamn well talking about. We're a giant metal worker with a giant metal ladle beating the shit out of a giant 50-foot tall aluminum can full of soda. It is hard not to be happy with what we are doing here. So I'm going to be unhappy about it and say, why the hell didn't we get more of this when we played through the game? If you're going to be in a simulation, this should have been the standard, just this kind of spectacle, over the topness. Why the hell did I spend most of the time doing chop shop activities and insurance fraud for 5 hours? This is what the people wanted, this is what the people want to do, and this is what the people find fun. Because you ignored that, that's why your franchise failed.
Don't worry, Paul. I'll pour one out for you. Oh, that's right. Pop that top.
Time to make a monument.
Yeah, that's a good look. That's just kind of fucked up.
You ready to get out of here?
Yeah, can't wait to get back to Earth.
Right, forgot to tell you. Earth got blown up.
What?
And Pierce magically appeared on our ship, and we never had to go to Zeniac's ship to save him. He just got here because that's why. Don't ask questions. He's here because.
I won't let you do that again.
Oh, Kinsey's recording this.
Benjamin King's simulation.
Let's get my chief of staff back.
I'll send the cipher to Sid. Meet him at the usual spot.
What's going on?
The president is about to enter Ben King's mind.
So?
Are you kidding me? The boss is going back to a time when they weren't in charge. When was the last time you saw that?
I feel like this is an invasion of privacy.
When did that ever stop your administration?
We never invaded.
Yes, we did.
Jesus, what did we do?
I'm committing treason if I tell you.
I think treason only matters if you have a planet on which to be tried. That was bad timing.
You get to be quiet now.
Okay.
From leader of the Vice Kings to best-selling self-help book author to the president's chief of staff, there are few people who have done as much as Benjamin King. I think I almost tried to kill him back in Stillwater before his own lieutenant staged their little coup. Guess it worked out for him. Kinsey, am I?
Back home in Stillwater? Yep.
Look at this place. It's just how I remember it.
I expected the buildings to look a lot worse than this.
Yeah, they've really improved over the years.
Watches! I got watches here!
Now, this is a callback all the way back to 2006 with Saints Row 1. It's a bit of the opening sequence of Saints Row 1. When you start off Saints Row 1, your main character, your custom character, walks past the watches guy, and then you get confronted by a bunch of gang members, and then all the gangs in this Saints Row 1 end up fighting each other, killing each other, until there's one gang member left, and he tries to kill us, but then Julia saves us with Troy, and then we end up going to the church to meet up with the Saints, and then we get canonized. That's a bit of what what this mission is trying to cover, and then just randomly it goes completely off the rails, and all of a sudden we're doing Benjamin King. Overall, I like the concept of this mission, and when I think simulation, I think that this could have been a nice like back and forth thing that they could have done to add more variety to the world. Having our character go back in time into different simulations and have to relive the best moments of each individual Saints Row game. Maybe even changing the outcome of some of these things, like saving Carlos, saving Lee and bringing her back as well. We've already established that older characters can exist within the simulation because we have old Shaundi. And if you play the DLCs, we also get future Shaundi. This means that the possibilities are endless for us to go back and get any number of gang members and change the outcome of anything that we wanted to. Imagine we go back and we tell Julius that Troy's a cop and it changes the outcome of everything to come. Or we go to a reality where Benjamin King was never betrayed by his lieutenants and instead he's the evil one ruling. I'm already thinking of far better ways that they could have done this. All we have to do is literally kill everything in front of us and not think about it too much. Use brain makes smart. Use no brain, video game pretty. It's kind of funny because they say that our superpowers don't translate into other people's simulations, yet because I have the melee upgrade, when I hit people with a bat, they go flying 150 million feet. I guess you just pick and choose your battles when it comes to the simulation, but it really does feel like the only rules that they set up at the beginning of the game aren't consistent. We already established that by being hit by a giant 50-foot can of soda across an entire city, and we're establishing that now with our super melee ability being able to launch people across the world with a baseball bat.
Wait. Tanya?
Fuck, not you again!
As we explore the church, let me explain who that was. That was Tanya. She was one of Benjamin King's lieutenants, and she was sleeping with his other two lieutenants in Saints Row 1. She was sleeping with them to manipulate them to stage a coup against Benjamin King to take over Kingdom Come Records. When that coup worked, she ended up going and betraying the remaining lieutenant by shooting him in the streets. In the original game, she was voice acted by Mila Kunis, who clearly is not the voice actor of her in Saints Row 4. Which kind of actually takes away from the character, but we don't see her long enough to actually genuinely care. It's time to find Benjamin King.
Whoa, it's me. Remember, I'm the president and you're my chief of staff?
Shit. Yeah, I remember now.
What's going on here?
My crew turned on me. Tanya and Big Tony pulled a coup and now they want my ass dead. I was hoping Julius and the Saints would help me out.
Oh shit, he's not around here, is he?
No, I'm never able to find him.
No, believe me, it's for the best. Now let's get you out of here.
So now that we found Benjamin King, what we have to do is redo the mission that I actually hated the most from Saints Row 1, which was defending the church. You gotta defend the north side, the south side, the west side, the east side. It sucks, it's boring, and it's just so fucking repetitive. What makes it worse is that we did this in Saints Row 1, and then we did it again in Saints Row 2 when we confronted Julius. We did a similar version of this in Saints Row 3 when we defended our own headquarters from the stag attack. And now we're doing it again in Saints Row 4 for Benjamin King. The problem is that it's not a good mission structure, and it's sure as hell not good enough to be featured in 4 Saints Row games. Oh wait, no, it's featured in 5 because they do this exact same mission in Saints Row, the reboot of 2022, in their version of the 3rd Street Saints Church. So in total, in the course of 5 games, you're gonna do this exact same mission. So I'm just gonna skip to the part where Big Tony, one of the other lieutenants that was banging Mila Kunis' character Tanya, arrives, and we're gonna go to battle against our mini-boss, who in this simulation doesn't have warden powers. What? That's what? No, you're breaking the rules, Volition. You're breaking the rules, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Let's kill his punk ass!
It's over, King. You can't outrun us forever. I didn't let the crew kill me when you all...
I tried to warn him.
Like Anthony ever listened.
Oh, that's what it's like to fight a boss that doesn't have superpowers and fly around the map and shields and telekinesis and the ability to run super fast and has an artificially large health bar. I forgot what it was like to play Saints Row 1, 2, and 3. I miss those days, man. Back before bouncy mini-bosses. Well, it is what it is. So, with our first mini-boss dead, we're gonna choose to try to reason with Tanya and somehow change her mind, even though it's not the real version of Tanya, and she's clearly just an evil version of herself who was already evil. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? She's not gonna take us up on our offer. What? I know, right? Shocking.
Yo, look who it is.
Well, well, Benjamin. Time for you to die with some dignity.
Okay, so we didn't talk to her at all. I guess it's fitting because we didn't talk in Saints Row 1 either. Just kind of rendered everything we just talked about useless. And I feel like I wasted my time, but that's completely fine when it comes to Saints Row 4 because that's what the gameplay loop is. It's time wasting. Now, Tanya does have powers, but she doesn't use them. Instead, she just uses them to jump to a new simulation. So all we get to do is argue with Benjamin King.
So what's the situation look like out there?
It's bad.
Why do I have a feeling that's a big understatement?
You know me too well.
We have a plan?
Kind of.
Kind of?
We're getting the band back together, and then we're gonna kill Zinyak.
That's not a plan, that's a goal.
What, you got a better one?
Kenzie, you listening?
Yeah.
I want to turn this whole simulation off. You think you can do that?
With my help, she can.
I don't need your help.
Yes, you do. That's why you saved me first.
You saved Matt before me?
Brilliant computer hacker, record mogul, experience with virtual worlds, experience with street gangs.
My experience is empire building.
Empire building? I'm sorry, who became fucking president of the United States?
Who's the person that the fucking president of the United States asked to run their cabinet because they were way over their head?
I was not in over my head.
True or false? You called me at 3 in the morning asking me to run your election because you weren't polling for shit.
There's some fine points you're glossing over there, buddy.
You're right. You weren't asking me. You were begging me.
Are you two finished yet?
Keith? Have you been watching the whole time?
Yeah. And I'm just throwing this out there. I think there's only a passing similarity between me and Julius.
Whatever, you're like the same person.
How many of you guys are listening in on us?
All of us?
Let's not fight in front of the kids. Do you seriously have a plan?
I do.
Work it out with Kinsey and Matt and fill me in when we can execute.
You got it.
All right, I'm killing your connection, Benjamin. We'll see you soon.
Hey, King. You really hate that you end up in second place, don't you?
Yeah.
And Benjamin King made it back to the ship without ever having to go to Zenyak's ship and take him out, even though everybody else wakes up outside of a pod. And it happened because that's why. And you're not allowed to think about it because. And it's that way because it's that way.
It seems in retaliation for your pissing all over his nice clean prison, Zinyak is flooding the simulation with hostile gangs from another simulation.
I can handle whatever that asshole throws at me.
The big problem is that I can't tell how they're getting in. I'll need you to investigate this when you have a moment.
Boss, if I'm gonna track where these gangs are coming from, you need to destroy the relays masking the signal.
So is taking down those relays something Sid can help with?
Actually, yes. I'm sending Sid in right now.
Okay, so we're back in our simulation, and as punishment for our betrayal of going into everybody else's simulation and freeing them from the simulation and then just having them magically teleport to our ship, Zenyak has started flooding our simulation with a bunch of gangs from other simulations. All these gangs conveniently are from the first few Saints Row games. In order for us to be able to figure out where these gangs are coming from, we have to do what we've already done. We're masters of it at this point. We have to go and defend Sid while we wait for him to hack into the devices, and then we destroy the relays. What? I know, you've never done this before. We're gonna do this for over 7 minutes. I'm gonna add that to our defend Sid timer, which is currently sitting at 18 to 19 minutes. We haven't worked with Sid that much, but we have defended Sid for quite some time. I've fast forwarded through all the boring parts and I've sped this up. I've been talking to you for just a little over a minute. We're going to skip to the only part of this mission that I found interesting, and that's when a portal opens up that allows our character, our versions of ourselves from the first few Saints Row games, as well as the co-op character, to come into the world.
What the fuck is this portal?
I don't have time to explain this. Just pick up people and throw them into it.
Wow. Maybe the simplest explanation you've ever given.
Oh yeah! Swoosh!
What the hell is that?
Why, yes it is, character me. That is character you from the first Saints Row game. And then after we beat character version of you, we're gonna see you from Saints Row 2, as well as the create a character co-op character. I just really liked this. I thought this was really fun. It was a really cool way to kind of incorporate the previous games in a way that just kind of seemed a little bit less. I know it's the exact same fight that we've done 718,600 times, but for some reason, it just felt cool. I think it's just because immediately upon seeing the characters, your mind goes, "Oh, I remember that. That was a far better time in my life. That was a simpler time. It was 2006, and then it was 2008, and I remember my friend playing with that character before." The only thing I would change about this is I would really, really, really have liked it if they had given them something different, because I'm so tired of fighting the exact same fight. Do you know how absolutely miserable it is to chase these people across the entire map because they can super jump 10 times higher than you? It's brutally annoying, and I don't know why this was the gameplay loop they'd set themselves on. You're in a simulation. You could have done anything. We could have fought giant robots. We could have been worms. We could have been little cuddly cuddle bears. There could have been a My Little Pony section, but no, they went ugly world, ugly fights, ugly things, same exact same gameplay mechanics over and over again. Throwing ourselves into the portal will trigger a data burst, which is just code for a fucking warden. Yes, did we just fight a warden and then fight 2 more wardens and then now we're fighting the actual warden? Yes, it's exactly what we're going to do, and then we're going to get a power. Yay, us. And then we're going to do a tutorial. We are 8 hours into this game, and you guys have seen everything this game has to offer already. You saw it within the first hour, but we're still doing tutorials. So now we have flaming bullets as long as we use our superpowers to light fires underneath of us, and then when we shoot our guns, there's flaming bullets. Remember in the previous Saints Row games when you just had that? You just had fire bullets and you just had explosive rounds? Hell, even in this game, I have poison rounds and acid rounds already, as well as exploding rounds. This is a nothing berry, and I will never use this other than when I play the Christmas DLC and I have to light up the candles for Christmas. Moving on.
Kinsey, where are we on finding Gat?
It's not been easy. He's being kept off the grid. It's weird. Almost like he's under extra security or something.
Can you get me in?
Of course I can. Get back to the ship.
Feels weird not being in a shitty sports bar.
We could always name the ship the Broken Shillelagh.
Not funny.
Kinsey, relax.
Doing my best.
Look, if you're worried about me going brain dead, I figure it's part of the deal.
You have to say something.
What aren't you telling me?
Thanks, Matt.
Kinsey?
It's not you she's worried about. It's everyone else.
Oh, this is gonna get real exciting.
It doesn't matter.
I have a feeling we're about to disagree.
Saving Gat is a terrible idea.
The fuck's got into you?
You're out of line!
Boss don't answer to you, honey. Bitch, you lucky we're standing in front of Keith David or...
Stop it! He's right, okay? It's a terrible idea. In order to save Johnny, we have to tap directly from our ship into his mind, and that means Zinyak's going to know exactly where we are. You're asking Matt and I to paint a target on humanity's last chance so that you can go rescue someone we've never even met. And what's even stupider is that we're going along with it. That guy you just beat the shit out of is risking everything to save your friend. And you want to know why? Because we can't save ours anymore. Oleg is dead. Viola is dead. Earth is dead. So how about you stop being a fucking asshole and say thank you for giving us the hope you'll never have?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, you could have killed me back in Steelport, but you let me go. I can forgive a few punches.
Okay then, get in the chair.
Hey, boss, what you think Gat's mind is like?
No idea. But if I had to bet, I'd say either a shooting gallery or a freckle bitches. Johnny Gat is the oldest friend I have and the baddest motherfucker I know. I mourned him once, when I thought Philippe Laurent had taken him out. Now that I know he's alive, I'd walk through hell to bring him back.
Okay, I have to note a few things before we talk about what's going on here in Gat's situation, his simulation of situation. First off, the human race is going extinct. We watched the entire planet be exploded, which means that the smartest people in the world are apparently on that ship, yet for some reason, instead of thinking like we're gonna need another male to repopulate the Earth as well as help out the human race, and having another person on our side might actually help with that cause, instead we're throwing a hissy fit because we might get Gat back, which would mean that our friend is coming back, but Kinsey can't get her friends back, so for some reason that's a problem. Seems very out of character for Matt and Kinsey, some of the smartest people on the entire planet, to not think about this logically and instead of think about it with their hearts. But even putting that aside, at no point has anybody even questioned saving any of the other humans that are on our ship. So it just also comes out of left field when it comes to them having a problem saving Gat. The next problem I have isn't really even a problem with Saints Row 4, it's a problem with Saints Row 2022. I have to say, in that cutscene, we saw character growth in a way that didn't seem ham-fisted, forced, and or annoying. Wait until we get to the Saints Row 4 reboot, where every single mission is somehow a moral lesson in how to be a good friend and to think of others. Like when we go to get mecha burgers that are literal toys, burgers that turn into robots. And for some reason, we listen to the fact that our roommate, Kevin, is a bisexual man who was also an orphan and grew up in a tough, abusive home. And our character listens to him and offers his shoulder in solidarity. You see how in our cutscene that we just watched, it was fun? And in what I just said to you, you wanted to immediately take a quick fall with a short stop? There's ways that they can do emotional depth without being annoying. Let's talk about what's going on here on screen. Gat's Hell is a combination of Saints Row 1 and Saints Row 2. We know this because we're currently fighting our way through the city, working our way towards Kingdom Come Records, which was Benjamin King's record company. Getting to Kingdom Come Records, we will then fight our way into Kingdom Come Records, where we will fight Warren. Warren was Benjamin King's lieutenant, who was betrayed by Tanya and shot in the street. I mentioned this earlier. Then we're going to skip to Saints Row 2, where the Ronin are now the main bad guys, and we're going to fight our way to Aisha's house in Stage 3. Getting to Aisha's house, we're going to fight Juniki. Now, this isn't even the first time we fought Juniki. We've actually fought Juniki twice, because we also fight him in the Fight Club minigame, which already kind of spoiled this entire thing. But needless to say, we're going to help Johnny fight Juniki and save Aisha, and then we will literally never reference it again. We'll never talk about Aisha. We'll never do anything with Aisha. She won't even become a AI like old Shandi did. She just ceases to exist because Johnny has accepted her death finally. Just really feels like we kind of didn't do much with Gat's entire simulation for how much they hyped it up and dragged that carrot out throughout the entire game. But maybe I'm seeing it the wrong way, and I'm sure somebody else will tell me. And with that, Gat just appears on the ship, because that's why.
Were you right?
No, side-scroller beat him up.
Nice.
I'm coming, Johnny. Kinsey, I need that robot up and running.
It's really more like power armor.
Not now, Keith.
Oh, never mind. We actually have to go to Zenyak's ship and save this one. Well, that's a departure from what we've learned so far through the rest of the game. Also, did you catch it? They said the joke. It's power armor. That's so funny. I like that one.
Is there GPS on this thing? How do I find Gat?
But do you remember how to use this suit?
Do I remember?
That's not really an answer.
You know what? Don't worry about it. I'll find Johnny.
You know what? I'm not going to lie. That's a pretty fair question from Kinsey, because we've only actually used this power armor once way back at the beginning of the game when we had to come here to save Matt. So in all honesty, it's been like 7 hours since the last time we used power armor slash mech suit slash robot. So you know what? I'm not even going to fault Kinsey for that. We're kind of being a dick, you know? We probably don't remember it. Now, if you were hoping to have exactly 4 minutes of fighting your way through the ship to look for Gat, well, I'm going to tell you, you're in luck, because that's exactly what's going to happen here. We're going to fight our way through this. At one point, we're even going to defend a room. So if you wanted that as well, you're in luck. As I said before, I really do feel like it's a missed opportunity to allow us to venture into different cells and save other human beings and other races, especially since how we do know that there is a Velociraptor race, because we know this because of the DLC, Enter the Dominatrix. And I would have loved the fact if I could just turn left or right and while looking for Gat, accidentally stumble across other races and brutes and stuff like that we could harvest and bring back to our ship to help us in our case against Zenyak. Essentially, what I'm getting at is as we work our way through this ship, this is an entire ship filled with races of beings that are all the best and brightest and are all enemies of Zenyak, and for some reason we walk right past them to save our own friends. Bit selfish of us, not gonna lie. Also, we learned in the Christmas DLC there's also magical mythical figures on here, which means we could have literal gods and myths on our side, and we're also walking past those. Seems like a pretty big missed opportunity. Finally, we're also walking past the best and brightest of human beings. I understand that we have some of those on our ship already, but there's 9 of us. There's clearly thousands and thousands of humans here that we could save to save the human race. And we're just like, no, we need Johnny Gat. So let's just skip to the part where we find Johnny Gat, because obviously that's what we're all here for. They've only dangled that carrot in front of us for all of Saints Row 3 and all of Saints Row 4. So let's finally eat that carrot.
Shawnee, what the hell happened?
So I'm in the plane doing my thing.
Johnny, we're about to jump!
Right on! I'll see you in Stillwater!
Rather. It would seem your reputation doesn't do you justice.
Earth's most passant warrior?
That's what he called me.
You're telling me he abducted you years before his invasion because he thought you single-handedly could stop him?
Yeah.
That's so fucking awesome.
You realize that means Zinyak's more afraid of him than you, right?
Shit. Johnny, go back to the part about the meat shield.
Guys, don't take this the wrong way, but I spent years living in the past. I'm ready for the future.
Good. Because if we're going to pull off King's plan, we're going to need all the help we can get.
Well, we saved Gat. So that means we get another tutorial. I'm going to use this tutorial to talk about something. Gat was never supposed to be alive. Gat was meant to die in Saints Row 3. Saints Row 4 was supposed to be a completely different game, but they decided to bring Gat back in Saints Row 4 because everybody was kind of pissed they killed him off in Saints Row 3. And because they conveniently didn't show his death and they conveniently didn't show his body when we flew through the plane, it left the door open for them to do that. But originally, Gat's death was supposed to raise the stakes. It was supposed to show us that no character was safe, even though up to that point in Saints Row 3, it felt like everybody was above death. It was meant to give our character a reason to hate the Syndicate other than the fact that they were another rival gang. It was meant to amplify the feelings that we were supposed to have against the Syndicate for taking away one of the most beloved characters of the franchise. It was also supposed to be a character growth moment where our character had to learn to accept the fact that somebody else that he was close to had passed away. And through that, it was supposed to allow the other characters to grow to fill the void that Gat left. That's why everything feels so disjointed, because Shandi's character was supposed to grow and basically become the female version of Gat, and the rest of the team was to fill in for the little spots that Gat didn't have to fill anymore. But now that Gat's back, it's rendered the entire character arc of Shandi over Saints Row 3 and 4 completely and utterly useless, and in fact now it just feels forced and contrived, and it renders every other character kinda pointless because everything that they do, Gat could also do. Even though he seems like he's dumb and just a guy who kills things, he's actually incredibly smart. In fact, he's able to hack, he's able to kill, he's able to do everything that everybody else could do. He's literally the uncontrollable version of our character. And the fact that Zenyak knew he was the one thing that could take him out and decided to kidnap him in Saints Row 3 in quotation marks kidnapped, how did Zenyak not have the foresight to realize by doing that it would create our character's entire revenge arc against him? Things just don't add up. Moving on.
I need to get my oil changed. So, King, your plane ready to go?
Sure thing. Let's do this. What was that?
I don't know. Maybe Kinsey's futzing with the line. Do me a favor. Get everyone to Kinsey's place. I'll be there soon.
You guys ready to go to war? Not just against Zenyak, but also against modern hardware of 2026? Well, we're about to do that, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, are we about to do that? I also want to note something. In the cutscene, you're going to see that everybody kind of looks different. I've been doing the loyalty missions as they come up, but I'm going to cover the loyalty missions all in a row so you're not confused. Not saying you're dumb, it's just some of the loyalty missions cover bosses and stuff like that we haven't seen yet or haven't done yet. So once we save Kinsey and Keith David from their own simulations, I'll go through all the loyalty missions for you guys briefly. They're not really that great. But that's why, David King looks like Morpheus and Asha kind of looks like a mythical princess. Just clearing it up, just clearing the air, just allowing it to exist and putting it out there for you guys. My God, we're gonna go to war, okay?
I'm not late to the briefing, am I?
We haven't started yet. I'm waiting on Miller.
Still feel bad about punching Matt in the face.
He'll get over it.
Or he'll kill me in my sleep.
That's always a possibility, too.
Whoa, guys. Can we just get to murdering already?
We got a problem.
Now we're talking.
What's up?
The Zin are coming.
Here? That's probably why he said it's a problem.
All right, let's take cover. We should be able to ambush them.
Not so sure about that.
Finally, a mission where we get to use our superpowers. There hasn't been actually one of these in this entire goddamn game. And it just happens that I've done the loyalty missions, so my teammates also have. This is going to be the best anime-style fight ever. Thank you, Saints Row 4.
Watch out! They're using some sort of suppression grenade. They're probably trying to counteract your powers.
Does everyone keep taking away my superpowers?
For fuck's sakes. Okay, so we're gonna have to do it the same way that we've always had. I've said this throughout the entire video and I haven't hidden it from you guys. It really does feel like every mission was designed around not having superpowers, so conveniently every mission has some reason on why you can't use superpowers. I want to also be clear, the Zenyak army doesn't really use these suppression grenades outside of these missions, meaning that I always have superpowers no matter what I've been doing, no matter what towers I've taken, no matter what hotspots I've fought, flashpoints, side activities, everything else I've always had powers. It's only conveniently when the game doesn't want me to have powers that I don't, which is conveniently every single mission. So we're gonna have to fight everything the way that we've always done it, which I don't have a problem with it. In fact, I do still stand by my statement that Saints Row 4 would have been better without the superpowers altogether. If you're wondering why I have unlimited ammo, by this point in the game, I've collected everything, I've done everything, I've done all the side quests, all the main content, as well as done all of the districts. I'm 100% complete the world, so I'm max level and I am able to have unlimited rockets. So suck my dick, Zenyak army. You're about to get a whole bunch of Hellfire missiles just fired straight at you. What we're doing right now is we are going to push ourselves up to the roofs in order to be able to take a helicopter. While we do that, our team is slowly going to split into twos, meaning there'll be 4 teams plus me. This is to set up the final mission where we're going to be able to pick groups of 2 to do certain activities within the final mission of the game. For example, one group of 2 is going to stay back to defend the group that gets into the cars, while the other group comes with me to get into the helicopter. You picking up what I'm laying down? Once we get to the roof, we're going to take that really cool helicopter from the Pierce mission where we fought Giant Paul, and we're going to protect the car down below. There's reasons for this, but I'm going to be 1000% honest with you. They're extremely weak, and they don't make a lot of sense, especially with the way that this is going to end. Not the game in general, just the way that this helicopter segment's going to end. So we have to protect the car and fly through the city and shoot the Zenyak army and tanks that are setting up roadblocks to stop the car down below. It's basically the heli assault from Saints Row 3, but done now where we have to do it in a main mission. Out of all the missions we've done, though, I actually don't have a problem with this at all because it breaks up the monotony and you still feel overpowered enough to be having some fun. I will admit, however, it does drag on for quite some time, so I'm just gonna kind of like skip a big chunk of it because it's 3 minutes. Eventually, we're gonna have to clear a path for the car, and then just out of nowhere, our helicopter just decides, you know what? It's time to fucking crash. There's no reason for this. We didn't take any damage or anything. It's just like the game decided we're on fire, so guess what? You're on fire now. And where do we crash? Conveniently on top of a Genki's arcade building. Meaning, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have to do a whole ass side activity in the middle of this big story mission. You remember when I said that people really hated the fact that the Saints Row 4 campaign missions usually included a side activity? This is probably one of the best examples of that because we're going to literally do a 3-minute Genki arcade fight while Kinsey hacks the metric nebulous or whatever the hell she's doing over there. She's hacking a random panel on a random wall and assuming that that panel also will activate the elevator, which also conveniently is the prize room. And while she does that, we are going to fight hordes and hordes of Zenyaku's army. It sounds fun, but it's really not fun at all. There's a few reasons why, and it's mostly design choices by the developers. Like, for instance, there's like firewalls and laser walls and electricity walls, so you can't see the enemies. Then there's these stupid ethical and unethical posters that pop up, and there's lots of them, but the one that annoys me the most is the unethical one that kind of covers up the entire right side of the map. Finally, there is a bunch of the Saints here, yet for some reason, we're the only one really doing any damage, yet there's a bunch of these miniguns that you're currently seeing me use. It would have been so much better if it was just one big-ass open room and just hundreds and hundreds of Zenyak's army were running at us, and the Saints were just mowing them down, like mowing them down. Just watching the bodies stack up. It would have felt a lot better than whatever the fuck this is. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little frustrated near the end of the video. Because every single mission we've done so far, I can think of a way to have done it better, or at least allowed it to be more fun. And it's every single mission leaves you this feeling of like, oh, I feel like they could have just pushed it a little bit further and we would have been okay. Or they could have made it a little bit more interactive and it could have been okay. Most of the missions in Saints Row 4 are us standing somewhere while we defend somebody who's doing another task for an arbitrary amount of time. And though this visually looks different, it's still the exact same thing we've done with Sid. And we will do with a bunch of other characters. Eventually, we will complete this because Genki himself is going to arrive. He's the final boss of it all, and we're going to mow him down with no issues, but there is an issue. We just don't know it's an issue yet. While we fight Genki, I remember thinking to myself, I was like, why isn't he really moving? He's kind of doing this little like humping motion. He's just standing in front of us while we absolutely obliterate him. I also remember thinking, why aren't the Zenyak really pushing that far in? I've done this mission a million times. Normally, they push in a little bit further, but I'm constantly having to kill him basically where they spawn. And I remember thinking to myself, this seems a little bit odd. But the real clear defining reason that we knew something was wrong with our game actually happens after we complete this task, because believe it or not, we can complete this task even with these issues. We're gonna see it right here. I'm gonna let you watch and see if you can figure out what possibly is going on here.
So where to?
You know, I generally don't like getting involved in these things, but this is really exciting.
Kinsey, focus. What do we do now?
Ben's plan was to overload the simulation. We can still do that, but not if the Zin know our every move.
You can make sure they don't, right?
Yes, but I need to get back to the ship so I can find a way to cut them off.
If you saw us float through the ground and pop up randomly all over the city, then you have a very keen eye. That was actually the first sign that something was wrong, but I've been playing Saints Row 1, 2, 3, and now 4, and I did play 5 and the reboot, and bugs existed. So when I originally played through this mission, I was just like, whatever. It's just yet another bug inside of the game. I've actually had a developer of this game come to one of our videos, and he commented a lot of the issues is because of new modern hardware. I'm playing on a fairly high level PC. I don't have like the 64 gigabytes of RAM or stuff like that. I've got a 32 gigabytes of RAM, a 5080 Ti, 5070? 5080. I got a beast of a CPU. I got a great motherboard. It's a brand new computer. I bought it 2 months ago. But this game came out in 2013, so some of these issues are going to exist. But up till this point, I didn't know they existed. So when Zenyak attacked and took Kinsey, I just assumed we could carry on. There was a problem there too, we just didn't know it.
Shanti, Shandy, what the fuck are you doing? They got Kinsey!
Boss, the Zin are here.
What?
We were set up. I got out of the simulation. Pierce and King were out cold. The proximity alarm is screaming, and Asha Miller and the Vice President are gone.
They kidnapped Keith David?
And left us sleeping so we get picked up by Zinyak.
Too bad for them we're awake.
Just so we're all clear, this is the exact storyline from The Matrix 1. In fact, most of what's happening is from The Matrix 1, right down to, flying into your enemies in the digital world to take over their powers. It's all been The Matrix 1, except for replacing the Sentinels with, aliens. So we gotta defend the ship. There's nothing really that hard about any of this, except for the fact that we once again have to use the alien guns, but I was smart and I've upgraded my alien guns, so the reload animation or the deheat time is a lot quicker. Eventually, what's gonna end up happening is the ship's gonna start moving, so we're gonna have to go meet with Sid on the bridge. Turns out things are about to get very hot for us here.
Shit, are we driving into the sun?
Gotta check the monitors.
No need. I have already analyzed our situation.
Shit, I forgot Mr. Deus Ex Machina was even on the ship.
A Zin transport has attached itself and is dragging us toward what I assume is certain doom.
So what can we do about it?
If I were you, I would deal with the strange heat signature by the cargo bay first.
You'll never guess what happened. Shandy got kidnapped and she's in the cargo bay. So when we get there, we're going to take out a bunch of the Zinyak. I don't know why Shandy's such a badass in cutscenes, but then gets kidnapped by literally everything. Pretty sure people in white vans avoid driving past Shandy because she might accidentally be kidnapped by them. When we're there, we realize that this alien force that's already dragging us towards the sun has decided to plant exactly 2 bombs in our cargo bay. Want to remind you guys, they're dragging us towards the sun. The bombs seem kind of redundant. Needless to say, we're going to take said bombs and we're going to decide to put the bombs onto the Zinyak ship. Zen ship? Is it Zenyaks or Zen? Doesn't matter. This is where we're going to have some issues. Welcome to the airlock of nightmares.
Zinyak apart.
Take your time, huh? That sounds like a plan.
I get the chance, I'm gonna rip Zinyak's goddamn head off.
Yo, where do you think the Zin had Kinsey?
I don't know, but when I find Matt and Asha, I'm gonna beat that information out of them.
Shit, Gat's doing exactly what Genki was doing inside of the arcade. So we decided we were going to try to punch him into it. I've played other games where sometimes an NPC gets stuck on a wall, or they get stuck on a random object in the ground, or they end up frozen for some arbitrary reason in a T-pose. And so sometimes what you have to do is you just have to simply move them past a trigger point, and then they will recode themselves or whatever happens in behind the scenes. I'm not smart like that. I just know that sometimes if I just move them far enough, they will randomly fix themselves. So that's what I try to do with Gat. I literally beat him up and I slowly move him out of the room, hoping that when he gets to the end of the hallway where there's a handprint on the door, we will be able to trigger the next part of the mission. But that handprint actually has nothing to do with this part of the mission, and instead we would have to be able to open a chest, but we need Gat to not be frozen in order to open that chest so we can get the gun, which will allow us to carry on through the rest of the mission. So even though my intentions were in the right spot, and I thought that, you know what, I'm just going to deal with it, I will suck it up, Buttercup, and we will get Gat to the trigger point, there is actually no trigger point. So we have no choice but to restart the mission from a checkpoint. So luckily the checkpoint is simply when we come out of the simulation, which means we only have to redo the part on the ship, so let's do it.
For murdering him.
Oh, they're nothing compared to their leader. I'm gonna enjoy every second of tearing Zinyak apart.
Take your time, huh? That sounds like a plan.
I get the chance, I'm gonna rip Zinyak's goddamn head off. Yep, I did that.
Yo, where do you think the Zin had Kinsey?
I don't know, but when I find Matt and Asha, I'm gonna beat that information out of them.
Well, shit. Well, restarting the mission did not fix the pathing for Gat, so we're gonna retry to see if there's a trigger point that will allow us to get Gat out of there. So I'm gonna push him farther into the room and see if that's gonna be able to fix it. And you'll never guess what happens. It doesn't fix it. I'm starting to get really frustrated at this point. Okay, so the only thing left to do is to try again, but this time from a different checkpoint, loading into a earlier save state. And we're hoping that because maybe we're loading it in and we're fixing things up, that maybe the game will fix whatever's happening when it comes to GAT. Sometimes with gaming, you do certain things and then it'll like remove certain data, numerical values, or it'll change the code up. This is something that speedrunners exploit all the time to be able to break later segments of the game so they can be able to get the fastest time possible. So I might have inadvertently, accidentally erased a part of the code or changed a data number that didn't need to be changed, and it's messing up my game. So hopefully by reloading the game and starting the game from a load state, this will fix whatever's happening. Oh, for Jesus H. Christ. It's still happening, so we have to do something else. So after doing a little bit of research, according to one Steam user on a discussion board talking about this very glitch, the airlock glitch it's called, apparently the way that you have to fix it if you're playing on Steam, which is the version I am currently playing on, is you have to turn off the game, reset your PC, turn your PC back on, replay the entire mission, and do it all over again. So that means, ladies and gentlemen, I have to go through the loading sequences. I have to load into the game. I have to call Benjamin King. Benjamin King's going to tell us to meet us at the warehouse. We're going to go to the warehouse, where we're going to get to the warehouse, and then the Zenyak's going to show up and ambush us. They're going to take away our powers. We're going to have to fight the Zenyak army. We're then going to have to go to the roof, where we're going to steal a helicopter. Then we're going to protect the car as it drives across town. The helicopter's going to get shot. We're going to end up landing on the roof of the Genki's. We're going to have to replay the entire Genki's mission. Then we're going to get into a car. We're going to protect the car with an RPG. We're going to drive across town, where eventually Zenyak's going to show up. He's going to take Kinsey. Once we take Kinsey, we're going to come out of the simulation. We're going to find out that everybody on the ship has been either knocked out and or kidnapped, and Kinsey's still inside the simulation. We're then going to protect the ship. We're then going to go and talk to Sid. Sid's going to tell us that we're going to be dragged into the sun by the Zenyak ship. We're then going to go to the cargo hold, where we're going to save Shandi from her kidnapping for the 57th time. We're then going to get told by Shandi that there's 2 bombs on the ship. We're going to take the redundant bombs, and we're going to go to the airlock. We're going to fight our way over to the Zenyak ship. We're going to kill the forces outside of the airlock on the Zenyak ship side, and we are going to see if GAT is fixed. He wasn't. He was not fixed by that, and that Steam user lied to me. Okay, so after further digging, it turns out that if you are playing on too high of a resolution, we've been playing our entire playthrough on 4K resolution. And if your frame rates are too high, which we've been playing on unlimited frame rates, then what ends up happening is that the AI pathing on this specific mission only ends up getting bugged out. So there's a few fixes you gotta do. The first fix is you gotta go to your NVIDIA control panel, and then you gotta go over to your settings for 3D graphics. You gotta find Saints Row 4, and then you gotta go in and manually lock the frame rates to 60 FPS. Once that is done, you then load into the game, and you have to go and you have to lower the resolution to about 1080 or 720. I went to 720p just to be on the safe side. Then what you need to do is to make sure that when you play through the game, you give the game time. You gotta let it warm up like it's your wife, and you gotta get her warmed up to make the sweet macaroni noises with you. So basically, before you do anything, take 10 seconds to stand there and let the game load everything that it needs to. And with that being said, you're still going to have to replay the entire mission. Meaning I'm going to have to call Benjamin King, and Benjamin King's going to tell us that his plan is going to work and to meet him at Kinsey's warehouse. Once we get to Kinsey's warehouse, we're then going to be ambushed by Zenyak's armies. We're going to then have to defeat Zenyak's armies, who have conveniently taken away our superpowers, and we're going to fight our way to the roof. We're going to take this super cool helicopter that we got from the mission where we went and saved Pierce from his simulation and attacked Paul. We're going to use said cool helicopter to defend the car as it drives through the city and destroy tanks and all that sorts of fun things until eventually we're going to crash land on top of Genki's arcade building's roof. We're then going to go inside of Genki's arcade, where Kinsey is going to hack a random wall, which is conveniently going to open the prize room as well as the elevator. And while she does that, we're going to have to fight waves and waves of Zenyak's forces as they attack us, and then eventually we're going to have to kill Genki himself. Once Kinsey's done hacking the wall and we're able to use the elevator, we're going to get to a random conveniently placed car that has fire on it, and we're going to use that car to drive across the city while we defend it with an RPG launcher. Eventually though, Zenyak's going to wise up to it, and he's going to land in front of us, and he's going to steal Kinsey from us, and then we're going to be pulled out of the simulation by Shandi. Shandi's going to inform us that most of our crew has been absolutely destroyed, and Keith David has been kidnapped. The Zenyak are then going to attach a ship to our ship, and then they're going to attack us through an airlock. We're going to defend the ship by killing every single Zenyak soldier on the ship, and only to find out that our ship is being dragged into the sun by a Zenyak ship. Sid's then going to tell us that we have to go and see weird heat signatures that are inside of the cargo bay. Getting there, we're going to realize that Shandi has been kidnapped. Surprisingly, she never does that. And Then we're gonna save her, and then she's gonna tell us that the Zenyak have placed 2 redundant bombs on our ship that is being dragged into the sun, and we are gonna come up with a plan to place those bombs inside of the Zenyak ship instead. To do so, we're gonna have to head to the airlock, where we're gonna hope and pray to God that Gat is actually gonna be able to fight. So let's find out if he's gonna be able to do that.
Compared to their leader, I am gonna enjoy every second of tearing Zenyak apart.
Take your time, huh? That sounds like a plan.
Get the chance, I'm gonna rip Zenyak's goddamn head off.
Yeah, where do you think the Zen have Kinsey?
I don't know, but when I find Matt and Asha, I'm gonna beat that information out of them.
Oh, thanks, sweet Mia Khalifa, that worked out. We're finally able to continue through the rest of the mission. Sadly, it's going to be at 720p because I'm not daring to turn it up to 4K until this mission is over. Basically, the rest of the mission plays out as follows. We're going to fight our way through the hallways with our brand new gun, which means what? Guys, you guys know what it means. It means this gun sucks. The problem with having guns that have like the requirement of going to friendly fire in order to upgrade is every time that you give a player a new gun, that gun is gonna fucking suck compared to the guns that we had. So while this gun is cool and I like the fact that it does the strafing movements and I could see this being absolutely a pay-to-win gun inside of Call of Duty, it sucks because it does so little damage, and we're so used to 1 or 2 shotting these guys now that anything more than that and you just start to feel like, is it really worth it? Is it? Eventually we're going to find the reactor room, which is conveniently not that far into their ship, and we're going to place down the 2 redundant bombs. Remember, both these ships are currently being dragged towards the sun. We don't stop the reactor. In fact, we leave it completely running and just hope to God that the bombs will go off and not destroy our ship at the same time as their ship, even though it goes off and the bombs explode the very second that we get back to our ship. Once we place the bombs, we're going to have to rush out because of course we do. That's how video games work, which means we're going to have to run all the way back through the ship, all the way through the airlock, and then we're going to end up on our own ship where we will then be greeted by the explosion of the Zenyak ship that's attached to our ship and only like literally feet apart. And it'll conveniently not blow up our ship at all. It'll only blow up their ship because the plot armor shield says that our ship should be completely fine even though the airlocks are still attached. Don't think about it too hard. Don't use your noodle. Just pretend like you don't think logically and it all makes much more sense. It's essentially like every single Jason Statham movie. The plot kind of sucks, but watching Jason Statham do stuff, it's kind of fun. With that all being said and done, we are finally done this mission. Now, for you guys, this took up, what, 10 minutes? For me, this took up 3 fucking hours, and I don't feel bad about swearing about it, okay? I am drained. I am exhausted after this. I actually had my wife rubbing the back of my neck because I had a tension headache from trying to figure out the issues that were happening here. And luckily, she was kind enough to do it while simultaneously constantly reminding me that this game looks like crap, this game looks stupid, the game looks boring, and all the other things that a wife would say at that precise moment when you're super stressed out. To which I kept responding to her, I'm playing through it for my viewers, and I've already beat it once, and I didn't have this issue. To which she said, the game still looks stupid, and how do I argue with that? Carrying on. So Kinsey's been kidnapped, Keith David's betrayed us, and we're going to have to go back into the simulation, obviously, to figure this out.
God damn it! What happened?
MI6 fucked us.
I knew it! Asha had it out for me since jump. She talked shit in Pakistan, she sucker punched me
I
here.
can't believe Miller had me fooled. To think I actually apologized.
He's probably been working this angle for a while. Hell, he might have even been the one who tipped off Zinyak about Johnny.
Doubt it.
Dante said that the lowest circle of hell was reserved for betrayers. But it's important to remember that it's the storyteller who decides who the hero is, not morality. But while philosophers will spend years debating the ethics of the Kinsey Gambit, the Saints had a less charitable view.
Keith David is a dead man.
If it's not too much trouble, I need to better familiarize myself with how the simulation works. I figure if I watch the changes to the code take place when you do a few different tasks for me, I should get a stronger grasp on the workings of Zin programming.
Fine, but I better get something out of this.
The information I got from Keith was a code of some kind. Apparently, he overheard Zinyak telling one of his subordinates a series of numbers somehow connected to Kinsey's location. I'd bet these digits line up with some proprietary coordination system used by the simulation, but I don't have access to that. We'd need someone who's able to plug directly into the simulation.
Send the data to Sid. We'll take it from there.
Data received. Very interesting. It seems...
Oh, shit, what's happening?
I don't know. Oh, here I go!
Matt, I'm following Sid.
I'm going to hack the code to find out where Sid is going.
Don't touch anything!
I didn't know Kinsey had a thing for bunnies.
If I had to guess, it looks like this sigil is connected to some sort of secret room.
Secret room. Clever girl. Time to see what's in it.
I used to find that attractive.
Where's the self-respect?
Are you sure this is the right place?
Absolutely.
What the fuck is all this?
A map of the simulation.
Where are all the broken shillelaghs?
If it would make the map more understandable to you, I could create a hologram.
God, no, we're good. So can you find Kinsey?
In theory, yes. The time-consuming part will be identifying Kinsey's brainwaves in a sea of other data.
Find whatever looks the most abnormal. It's probably her.
Insulting, yet accurate. Good luck.
So Zenyak took Kinsey at the beginning of the game and didn't do anything with her, I guess. I don't know. We were just told to accept the fact that she had a spaceship now. But Zenyak took Kinsey again in the last mission and put her inside of her own simulation. Her simulation also happens to be the exact same one as the boss. I always found this weird because Kinsey's got like this weird obsession with being a dominatrix and all that stuff and being like overly kinky. So like it would make sense to put her in like a world where like sex is like super illegal and like frowned upon, but like I digress. We're gonna run around inside the 1950s again, which by the way, I still stand by the point that this would make a great prequel to the original 5 Saints Row games if we played as Julius Little. You could even have a player version with him, but watch how the Saints and the Vice Kings came up. But I digress once again. As we go around the 50s world, we're going to run into different versions of Kinsey. The first version is going to be planting flowers, and to break her character, or her simulated version of herself, which is a decoy, we have to stomp on her flowers, to which then she's going to tell us to save her from someone. Then we're going to find another version of Kinsey who has been taken by the police, and we're going to have to use our vehicle to ram their vehicle, and then we're going to beat up the cops, to which then we're going to interact with the second decoy version of Kinsey, who's going to tell us that she's being held captive at City Hall, which conveniently is right beside us. So we're going to head over to City Hall, where we're going to figure out that Kinsey's being held hostage by none other than Cyrus Temple. I'm all for reusing bosses, but we fought Cyrus at the very beginning of the game. We fought Cyrus all through Saints Row 3. We're going to fight Cyrus again in Kinsey's loyalty mission, and we're going to fight Cyrus right here again in this mission. Hence that repetitive thing that critics and players were talking about. Like, they didn't even try. Whole simulated universe, and they picked Cyrus again as our bad guy. Yay, us! Though we will get a pretty funny moment coming up with Cyrus and Kinsey. Now, in order to be able to break the simulation for Kinsey, what we're going to have to do is stop the propaganda. That's what's currently happening on screen. To do so, we're going to have to break one speaker box. And then Matt's going to give us a gun. But a real gun, because for some reason this simulation's locked down and you're not allowed to use guns and blah, 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 blah. No, he's going to give us a music gun. It's going to play dubstep. I'm not going to play any of it because I don't know if it's copyrighted, but it is a pretty good song. Then we're going to go destroy one more speaker, and then we're going to have to stop a propaganda truck. Say it with me. One propaganda truck. Once that propaganda truck is destroyed, we're going to destroy another speaker, and then we're going to destroy 2 more propaganda trucks. So say it with me. 2 propaganda trucks. Finally, we're going to have to destroy one more speaker, and then we're going to have to destroy 3 propaganda trucks. Say it with me. 3 propaganda trucks. Then we can head back to town square, where we can then break Kinsey's simulation. And I find it funny because I have the music turned off because I don't want to deal with the copyright claims and stuff like that. So she just kind of like has a seizure. Seizures aren't funny. That's not why I laughed. I laughed because she's dancing to no music, and that's funny.
What the Sam Hill? Hey, I thought this was a party. Let's dance.
That's it. This ends now, you hoodlum.
You want to dance?
The only thing that could have made that funnier is if there was squeaky shoe noises. And I could have done that in editing, but I chose not to because I wanted to leave it up to your imagination. I'm always thinking about you guys and using your noodles, okay?
Now, we have to fight Cyrus Temple. In order to fight Cyrus Temple, we have to
fight him like every other warden we fought up till this point. He's gonna bounce around, he's got a shield, he's got a gun, and we're just gonna do the same thing we've done the entire game. The only difference is we have a crappy dubstep gun. Matt claims to have given it a power boost, which just made it louder, but it still absolutely sucks so much balls. You would literally think it's Neil Patrick Harris, but it's not. It's a dubstep gun, and this is Saints Row. Eventually, though, we will defeat Cyrus, and then you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go talk to Kinsey, and then we're just gonna go back to the ship, just like that. Just boom, done. Zenyak doesn't try to stop it, nothing. We're just back on the ship because why? And that's why. And that's because.
Kinsey, you're okay.
You don't tell anyone what you saw. Do you understand me?
Kinsey, it really wasn't all that...
I said anyone.
Hey, you got it. Just saying, it was a cute poodle skirt.
My fellow Americans, I know firsthand what this war with the Zen has cost us. How many more need to die before we realize that the time has come for us to put aside our pride and focus not on division, but unity? Does Zinyak have a strong personality? Absolutely. But then again, so did the previous president. And you know what? When I look at the two of them, I see more similarities than differences. Both have proven leadership experience. Both maintain their composure in high-pressure situations. Both have a love of Jane Austen. But most importantly, both of them will not stop until they get what they want. For this war to end, we need to stop rattling sabers and realize that victory doesn't come from annihilating an enemy, but by making an enemy your friend. All of us are heroes in our own stories. The time has come for us to grow up and have perspective. Earth will have its salvation, but it will come on the back of humility, not violence.
Cute speech. Where's the part where you talk about selling out humanity?
Humanity? Does that mean the 9 of us? Earth is gone because you provoked a madman.
I trusted you, Keith.
And I trusted you. The country trusted you. And look where that led us.
So what, you're putting your faith in Zinyak? Giving up your free will to be ruler of some bullshit daydream?
You don't get it. Zinyak said he can restore Earth. All I have to do is kill you.
He's lying to you.
Maybe, but there's billions of lives at stake. If he's telling the truth, what's one life for the greater good?
You sound just like Julius.
He was right.
Who would have saw this coming, except for the fact that we did, because every single goddamn character throughout the entire damn game has said something along the lines that you can't trust a guy who sounds just like the guy that betrayed the boss before. We even said this at the very beginning of the game. So if you didn't see this coming, I have no words for you. We're gonna have to survive the ambush, then we're gonna have to fight our way through the teleprompter building, the building he was just in front of, the telecast building. The enemies are the same as they've always been. I would have liked to have seen some variety by this point. Some variety. At least, like, make the murder bots do something different. Our entire enemy force is basically grunt aliens, murder bots, or rolling droid bots, and the occasional warden and or different version of the warden just because it had a different skin. It's a simulation. We could have literally had anything. Like, my God, literally anything. Giant blow-up sex dolls. Anything? Just to give me something? Because at this point, after 14 hours, I'm a little bit bored of doing the exact same fight. So we're just going to get into the office where Keith David actually is going to help us, because he's not evil Keith David. He's Keith David, the nice guy, the good guy. The Vice President of the United States of America.
I know where they're keeping Kinsey.
Keith, we had a deal, my friend. Now what am I supposed to do with a naughty little boy like you? enjoy your requiem, Mr. David.
If you didn't have a fully developed frontal lobe by 1988, then you have no idea what's about to happen here. And seems how I wasn't even alive in 1988, I also had no idea what's going on here. So this entire next scene is going to be completely over all of our heads.
You gotta snap out of it! Snap out of it! Ah! Look, you crazy mother! Hey! Stay away from me! Keith, you know better! I'm telling you, you dumb son of a bitch! I'm trying to save your life! You couldn't even save your own! Keith! Listen to me! I'm giving you a choice! Get away from me! Let him go!
That's a pretty long fight scene, eh? And who the hell is Roddy? Roddy Piper. Why does Keith look so young? What is going on? Well, let me explain. Roddy Piper was a legendary professional wrestler and an actor who played a fictional version of himself, the character you're seeing on screen. In this mission, the mission titled He Lives, Roddy Piper appears to help you beat up Keith David in an extremely long fist fight. This entire sequence is a recreation of a famous alley fight from the 1988 sci-fi film They Live. Get the title? Get the alleyway, you get it? This movie starred both the characters Roddy Piper and Keith David. Not only is it a fun little callback to a 1988 film that I didn't even know existed, it's also very similar in choreography as well as in dialogue. They even gave Roddy his wrestling attire and his entrance music. I'm all for callbacks and jokes and stuff like that, but calling back to a movie that was in 1988 in a game that came out in 2013, I struggle to figure out who this callback was for. Let's be real. I graduated in 2009 and had no idea that this movie existed, and then 4 years later, I was 22. This movie came out 25 years before that, and the only people that were watching movies back then would have been 20, 25 years old, meaning that this is a callback joke for 50-year-olds. 50-year-olds weren't playing this. In 2013, adults still believe that video games were the devil. I still vividly remember news reports talking about how Grand Theft Auto 5 was brainwashing children to commit bank heists. This entire callback joke is for nothing. Needless to say, the reason why I talked and made fun of this for so long is because the actual mission structure is exactly what we've been doing the entire time. It's just defending a location and destroying SIDS while breaking relays. Inherently, the structure of every mission has been this, and if you've watched the video, you know I'm not making this up. You guys have watched everything that has happened. For you guys, we are currently, as of making this right now, roughly 3 hours and 50 minutes into the video. For me, I'm 15 hours and 40 minutes into the video. And I've done this twice, which means I'm actually 30 hours into this game, and I played it back to back twice in the span of 2 weeks. Doing so has really kind of showed how fractured this was, and the same reason why I go back and play 1 and 2, but I never go back and play 3, 4, or Get Out of Hell. And it's because this isn't a fun mission structure. No matter how many 50-year-old callback jokes or 25-year-old callback jokes you do, I can't help but be bored. Just as bored as you guys are probably listening to me talk.
Where is Kenzie, Keith? Where did Zinyak put Kenzie? Tell me, Keith!
She's in.
Keith, I think you got some unresolved issues.
You don't know what happened, kid. Now come on, we've got to save Kinsey.
Wish we could call Roddy for help.
No one calls Roddy for help. He shows up where he's needed most. Let's go.
Hey, Okay, I was going to cover the loyalty missions for Saints Row 4, but then I realized that we're already over 4 hours long, and if I actually do cover the loyalty missions, then I'm breaking one of my rules, which is not to do everything in the game so you guys have something to do. If you choose to replay the game, then I strongly advise you to go play the missions, loyalty missions. All the loyalty missions is essentially everything we've already done, except for your allies get superpowers that they can't use, really. So I'm not going to cover them in this video. If you guys want to replay the game, you're more than welcome to cover them. That you are not missing literally anything. Kinsey refights Cyrus, Shaundi and Shaundi refight Veteran Child, Gat and our character go to Genki's, Pierce and our character do a sing-along while killing Marrow, and Matt takes us on a Nightblade adventure. Each mission will be interrupted by Zenyak, who will then just go away. Enjoy your playthrough, enjoy your loyalty missions. Let's finish this game.
Wait, is that it?
I want some real music. Ben King's a genius. We managed to figure out how we can overload the simulation completely.
When did you two figure this out?
Just before I was kidnapped. Probably why Zinyak went after me, actually.
So how do we do this?
If I can hack directly into the main system, then I can bring down the walls between simulations and force Zinyak to divert an enormous amount of resources to keeping it from crashing altogether.
Don't we want it to crash?
Oh, it will. He won't be able to stop it. But for now, what I need from you is parts. For a key.
Key?
The main parts I'll need to assemble the key are the central processing unit, memory modules, and gravity inhibitors. I've located a CPU at the old Steelport Guard Armory. While you get that, I'll look around for the other stuff.
All right, we're in the first to last mission. So second to last, I guess that would be. I don't know why I said it that way. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go around the city and we are going to gather up pieces to a key to help overload the simulation. The first place we're going to go is an armory. By the way, we have Gat here with us. He has superpowers, but he won't use them because this game is allergic to allowing anybody to have fun. When we get to the armory, we're going to use our telekinesis to find the first piece of the key, which is inside one of the containers. Once that's done, Gat's going to take a helicopter because God forbid he uses his superpowers, and he's going to fly behind us. We're then going to go to one of the towers where we're going to get the next piece of the hardware, or the key. This is going to have us destroying relays to harvest the power out of them. Then we're going to go to another location, this time on the docks, with Gat, by the way, still in a helicopter, where we're going to get another piece to the puzzle. The whole time, our character is going to be making fun of this, like, why are we getting the gravity pieces from the docks instead of from the floating devices, to which Kinsey's going to reply with, well, the devices wouldn't have worked on the floating devices because the devices themselves were floating, to which Gat's going to go, she has no idea why we had to do it that way. And it's one of those tongue-in-cheek things where the game developers know they're wasting your time and they wrote in a joke about it, but it doesn't land as a joke when you're already this annoyed. After getting the gravity pieces from the docks that aren't able to be on the gravity pieces because those pieces are floating, Gat's helicopter is going to randomly catch fire. So we're going to have to follow him awkwardly through the air while we can't fly and fall, and he just slowly crashes till eventually he crashes on a dock where you bet your ass we're going to have to defend him until Shaundi gets there. With all the pieces of the key now obtained, we're then going to be finished the mission. I just saved you 15 minutes. You're welcome.
How's the key?
Nearly built, so without power, it's really just a glorified paperweight.
So plug it in, let's put it to use.
If it was that simple, don't you think I would have done that?
No?
We need compatible power sources to make it work. I'm sending Sid in there to help you with that. Try to be nice to him.
I have found a compatible power source for the key. Predictably, it is controlled by the Zin. Interference from these cells make it impossible for me to pinpoint the exact locations, but I should be able to determine the general areas of the three we need.
You're never going to believe this. Do you guys remember way back at the very beginning of the video, we did the whole data clusters thing where we drove around the city and we had to use the annoying meteor in the top left to be able to find the data clusters? You remember how I said it's part of the final mission sequence? Well, that's the mission we're doing right now. Now, I'm not going to waste your guys' time with this. This will take 8 minutes and 11 seconds and 0.3 milliseconds for me to do. You're going to see it in however long I want to talk about this. What we have to do is we have to use Sid to go around the city to find these relays. Once we get there, you'll never guess what we gotta do. We have to kill a bunch of the Zenyak men, and then we have to take the relay over. We've already done this 152,314 times with every single hotspot, every single mission, and every single other time we've had to go for relays, including the very last mission we just did. At some point, our character is gonna make a reference of how easy it is. He's gonna do that at the very first one, which then Shandi, by the way, old Shandi's here as well, is gonna say, oh great, you made it harder for us for the next few missions. And that's gonna be the whole running joke, is how we made that one sentence, and now all the other ones are gonna have shields and relays and extra relays we gotta destroy. I'm gonna repeat exactly what I just said in the previous mission. The joke's not funny when it's a genuine complaint from your community from Saints Row 3. When you do that joke 2 missions in a row and force the players to do the exact same thing 2 missions in a row, it immediately becomes mundane and tedious. When you simultaneously make fun of your gamer's feelings for this exact reason, it then becomes insulting. Having an 8-minute long mission where we do the same thing 4 fucking times is the very definition of repetitive and tedious and insulting. So, seeming on how the developers didn't have the courtesy to allow us to experience anything different, I'm not going to force you guys to watch this. By the way, I'm not saying all developers are bad. Somebody made this decision, and whoever that is the person who's in the wrong here. Most developers are just doing their job. They're showing up, they're clocking in a 9 to 5. Somebody else decided that we wanted to keep doing this exact mission structure. And that was what was the defining moment. That person defined the entirety of this game. And sure, it might have been a small team, but it wasn't everybody who worked on this game, just so we're clear. When I say developers, I'm meaning the term loosely. Obviously, we know a handful of people made the choices here. It's like when people hate the developers of Call of Duty for the choices that are clearly made by the upper echelon of Activision. You say developers is a blanket term. I've already spent more time caring about the developers than clearly Volition did, because they made them make this slop-ass game. Once we get all the relays, we will be given a tank as the final battery source. The tank is apparently overpowered, but my god, is it terrible, and when we have to drive it to Kinsey, it feels awful. Now, I gotta be honest with you guys here, I do believe this is a mouse and keyboard problem, not a controller problem. On mouse and keyboard, what ends up happening is the tank drives the direction that you're looking with your mouse, but also requires the WASD keys to move. Meaning, if you move your mouse and the turret starts to move to the left or the right, and you're not hitting that button, the tank just stops moving. Or if you are pushing W key and you turn your turret to the backwards to shoot something behind you, the tank will stop moving forwards. It's very much tied to the direction that the tank is looking. And to be honest with you, if we used vehicles more throughout the game, just like with flying, you would eventually get the point of it and it'd feel normal. But right off the bat, 3 missions in the data cluster mission, we completely rendered all vehicles useless, meaning that the only time we use vehicles is when the game conveniently removes our superpowers to force us to use vehicles. Eventually, though, we do get the tank all the way to Kinsey's warehouse, to which there was a bunch of jokes about how we big dumb idiot and Kinsey's cool now or whatever, and we are able to move on. We are ready to bring this fight to Zenyak in the final climax of the game. Everything we have done for the last 15 hours has led us to this moment, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're still here, you better hit that like. Don't forget to subscribe and leave a comment down below. And maybe consider becoming a channel associate to get access to every video early. As soon as I'm done the video, you can watch it. Let's kill Zenyak, people.
I know over the years you've heard this speech a bunch of times.
Heard it? Bitch, I wrote it.
But we need to remember why we do what we do. And today the stakes are even higher. Earth is gone. It's not coming back, and nothing we do today is gonna change that. But one thing we can do is get revenge. And you better believe we're showing this motherfucker humanity isn't dead because we're still alive. This isn't about hope or faith or even about winning. Kinsey's right. Those things died on Earth. This is about will. This is about saying, I don't give a shit how many times you knock me down. If I'm still breathing, I'm standing right back up. And you know what? You can hit as hard as you want, because when I hit back, I'm gonna lay your ass out, bitch! It's our time now. Let's get this shit started.
Here's the deal. You're gonna need 3 teams to help you defeat Zenyak. The first team will help you get the key into the mainframe. The second will help you overload the simulation. The final team will get you into the Zin mothership so you can get to Zinyak.
Fair enough.
Alright, figure out who you want to help with the key, and we can get you all loaded into the simulation.
Asher and I are a seamless team, anticipating each other's actions. We'll get the job done proper.
I think you're selling it a bit much, Matt.
You guys are with me for this part. See you both inside.
Head back inside the simulation and the key will be waiting for you.
Thanks, Kinsey. Zinyak won't know what's hit him.
According to Kinsey's intel, the key needs to be taken to the old Syndicate Tower. The entrance to the system is in the loading dock. We will be driving the truck while you keep the Zin off us. After entering, Sid will be in charge of driving the key into the main computer hub, which will cause the simulation to begin destabilizing. Good luck.
We're finally taking the fight to Zinyak, and we're gonna have to defend the car. That's fine, we're transporting a giant key that's gonna disassemble the entire simulation. Couple plot holes. First off, if we have the power of telekinesis, why aren't we just telekinesing it? Is that the right word? Why aren't we using our mind to teleport it across the map? I can run at the speed of supersonic, I can fly, and I have the power to lift it with my brain, which is gonna go faster than this car. This is one of the few missions where I'm allowed to use my powers, except for the game has locked me to the back of a car. Why do you hate what you put in the game so much, Volition? Why is it such a problem for you to just let players figure it out on their own? Second, I have to point out something else. I know it's gonna seem like you have to pick certain people to do the missions. You don't. You can pick anybody to do any mission. It doesn't matter. The only cool outcome of all of this would be like when you have to invade other gangs into the thing, you're going to be like, oh, I should probably get Pierce so I can get the 50-foot soda can on my side. No matter who you bring into that part of the mission, you're still going to get the 50-foot soda can on your side. And while it was intended to be this cool moment where you handpick your team, there's no stakes to be had here. You wouldn't know this your first playthrough, but seems how we're playing this over a decade later, I can tell you there's no stakes. Nobody on your team's going to die. Nobody's going to change the outcome. It's not like in Mass Effect where the people you take on the final suicide mission. Oh, am I not allowed to say that on YouTube? Should I said self-delete? I'm not a fucking pussy, so I said suicide. When you're on the suicide mission, it doesn't matter. In Mass Effect, it mattered. The person that died, it doesn't continue into the next game. Well, it can if you decide to ignore that. There's just no stakes here, so really bring whoever you want, because at the end of the day, you're still going to be doing everything yourself. Finally, let's point out the final plot hole here. It is very clear that we've been destabilizing this entire simulation for the entirety of this game. In fact, Zinyak's so aware of it, he's come in here multiple times to cause problems, like locking the stores so we had to hack them, or showing up to take Kinsey away from us, or even being able to send in wardens to attack us at random moments. Even at some point, he started overloading our simulation with rival gangs from other simulations. If he knew we were destabilizing this entire time, why didn't he just reboot the simulation and cause us to be stuck in this forever groundhog loop? Don't say it can't be done, because in the DLC Enter the Dominatrix, that's exactly what the Dominatrix does to stop herself from dying. She just restarts the simulation. It's hard to believe that Zinyak has conquered many planets, and the only two things that have ever put up a fight has been our character and Sid. Yet he managed to stop Sid, but he can't stop us. Just seems like at any moment he could just hit restart and we lose the key, we lose all of our allies, he can put us all back in our little tubes, and we would have to restart this whole process over again. But if we're really gonna nitpick the plot holes in this, if he had just put Kinsey into her own simulation right off the beginning of the game, she never would have helped us get out of our 50 simulation, Keith David never would have been saved, and we never would have been able to get off of Zinyak's ship, and eventually we would have been caught. It almost comes across as if Zinyak wants to be defeated. It's almost like he wants the fight. Does he ever come out straight up and say it? No. But if you look at it and you read between the lines, he's pretty much let us dismantle this whole thing and come after him at whenever we want. Even when we were on the ship multiple times, he never stopped us. He never stopped anybody from leaving the ship. He's always just kind of let us do our thing until he can't anymore. And then he does things like stopping our car randomly and going, ha 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 ha, you'll never figure this out. I have the power of the fucking telekinesis. I'll just teleport it over there myself. Watch.
You're going to have to use your telekinesis to get the key there.
The portal isn't far. Let's go.
they put up a force field.
I believe I can hack through the shield.
All right, you heard Sid. Protect him and the key.
No problem. It'll be just like that bit Matt and I did in Vatican City.
See, I told you we could use the power of our brain to do it a lot faster, but for some reason Volition locks us into like weird things. So now we have to defend Sid while he hacks the door. You know what's always funny to me about this whole thing? Whenever we have to wait for somebody to open the door, we're a literal superhero, okay? Like imagine you're Superman and then you just get to a door of a house and that's it. That's your kryptonite right there. Not that the door is made of kryptonite. No. The fact that the door is closed, you're just done. You have the power to literally obliterate the earth with your feet by stomping. Door stops you. You have the power of telekinesis, which you could just use to unlock the door. Nope, the door stops you. You have the power to freeze things and shatter them because you freeze them at sub-zero. Nope, the door stops you. You have the power to shoot literal fireballs out of your hand, but the door stops you. You have the power to literally make the ground around you have fire, but the door stops you. It's always funny to me that the door is what stops us from continuing this mission here. And it's done so just so we can allow our boy Sid to hack the door, and he can make the joke about how he took extra time to make sure that he was protected from being killed even if we all died. Yep, that's it.
Once you get inside, so listen to Sid. He'll know what to do.
Right, we'll see how that works out. Get in there, Sid.
To watch this simulation.
It's time to move the key, which is really just a giant rod from one end of space into a hole on the other end of space. Some people call this sex. Saints Row calls it gameplay. Now, I'm not going to make you watch this because essentially it's 5 minutes to 6 minutes of just redoing everything we've already done in the entirety of the game. I'm talking there's relays. And I'm also saying that there is some relays. They're different versions of relays, but either way, we always have to blow up the relays. And throughout it, we're going to fight. You're going to guess it. I'm going to leave it for you. If you guessed alien grunts, you're right. If you guessed tanks, you're right. If you guessed hover bikes, you're right. If you guessed VTOLs, you're right. If you guessed brutes, you're right. If you guessed Police Marshal Cyrus, you're wrong. You're wrong. And you need to stop trying to guess. Let the smart people do it. I don't have necessarily a problem with the premise of this mission. I have a problem with the fact that this mission is almost like the game is in its entirety. It's almost like they said, hey, what do we want to do for a final mission? And then they backwards engineered the rest of the game around that. They were like, you know what? Okay, so I want to have like, they have to destroy relays. Okay, so in order to train the player on how to destroy relays, we're gonna have them destroy 36 of them in order to destroy hotspots. Okay, yes, I like that. Somebody else over in the other corner went, hey, I also want them to destroy relays, but I want them to have to finger them first. They have to put their hands inside the relays because I like that. They said, okay. We're going to do that, and we're going to have them do that 10 times in hot spots as well as multiple times in different missions to make sure they really get the game mechanic of holding E down so they don't accidentally let go of it in that final mission we just talked about. And then some other person across the other side of the room went, I also want them to have to break relays, but I don't want them to have to finger it weirdly, and I don't want to have them deactivate it. I want them just to blow it up. And they said, fucking perfect, Tom. We're going to do that too. So there's going to also be these relays that you got to go around and blow up, and then it'll just give you stuff. And that's it. That's the entire premise of what you're watching on screen right now. It's allowing the rod to go from one end of space to the other end of space while we blow up different relays. There wasn't a point where maybe you had to hack a door and you had to use the hacking mechanic that we learned from the stores. Nope, that didn't exist. There wasn't a point where you had to pick up certain objects and throw it through keyholes like we did in the Genki game. No, that didn't exist here either. Okay, there was never a point where we used the viruses that we collected by hunting them down to help us fight out inside the simulation to allow this key to get across, having the viruses fight the aliens on our behalf. No, that didn't happen either. They chose the worst gameplay mechanics of the entire game to be the entire premise of this 6-minute long mission. I've sped it up by 2 times just to make it a little bit faster, but eventually the key will arrive at the hole. And by golly, did everybody scream at that pleasuring moment. Nobody did. We were just happy that it got there, and we were happy we weren't embarrassed about it.
Should probably get out of here, right?
That would be a good idea.
Remember, Steelport's breaking down inside the simulation right now. Whoever you take with, I should be able to open portals into their personal nightmares. But don't worry, whatever comes through will be on your side.
Don't worry, Pierce and I can handle anything going on in there.
It's going to look a little weird in there. Just remember, that's normal.
Like wait a minute, like how weird?
On screen right now is the 3 next phases of this mission. You have to go to 3 different portals and defend them. The first portal you defend for 1 minute, the second one for 1 minute 30 seconds, and the final one for 2 minutes. At the completion of every single portal, a new thing will come through. It's pretty much the first 2 portals people come through. In our case, regular gang members and soda cans, because we brought Pierce. The third portal, that's our portal, that's where the giant soda can Paul will come out of. So yes, while on screen you're seeing everything happen in 1 minute, this is about 10 minutes of us just randomly defending random locations. And it's the final part of the entire game that we've done a bazillion times that the developers decided to throw into this final mission. And while the concept is cool, we're not here long enough to actually enjoy anything we did. In fact, immediately upon Paul arriving, we are told to leave. And so we do. So we don't even get to see the chaos that is unfolding. So it's all just a giant nothing burger, if you will. Concept's there. Execution was not. F for effort is what I'm going to give you.
You may want to get clear of the portal. No, really. Get clear of the portal.
Holy shit! Is that Paul?
Told you!
Kinsey, that just made me cry a little.
Well, it's working. The simulation is shutting down.
And that's good, right?
Yes, except it's collapsing faster than anticipated, and if you don't get out soon, your mind will get trapped inside.
See, I told you, the second that anything cool happens, the game's like, hold on, we have a peanut allergy. You can't be doing that. So instead, you're just gonna leave, and then you just have to imagine in your brain all the cool stuff that's happening in there. We just set loose a 50-foot tall soda can, an army of soda cans, and an army of, like, veteran child Shondi things. And we don't even get to enjoy the chaos that it's gonna reap. We don't get to go take the fight to anything. We don't get to watch Paul destroy the city. We don't get to do nothing. We just get to leave. That's what we're told to do. Talk about hitting a home run and then rolling your ankle right off of home plate and never completing the actual run around the bases. You hit a home run with the concept, Volition. You really sent it over the, the green monster, but then you just didn't do anything with it. Every single time you gave us something cool, you immediately just removed either A, the player, or the ability to do that thing. The entire game, you gave us superpowers. It was supposed to be the super fun thing that we got to do, except for when you removed it from every single mission that we did. You introduce amazing things like Paul, this crazy 50-foot tall soda can, except for you limited him to climbing a building and standing statically at one end of a pool, then standing statically on another end of a building, and then standing statically while we beat the crap out of him as a giant statue. And then you bring him back in a way that would benefit us and we could admire his scale, and you make him stand statically on top of a floating platform while we escape. You brought back some beloved characters only to have them locked inside simulations where you save them in a 10-minute mission to never use them again for the rest of the game. Even when they do show up, you immediately remove them from the player's view. I've never played a game that is so allergic to the mechanics that they put into the game as well as the own story that they're telling. Don't get me wrong, we're gonna escape, but I don't feel accomplished from doing it.
Did it work?
We bought ourselves a window, but you gotta move fast.
What's the plan?
We're gonna kill a lot of aliens.
I like it.
To get to Zinyak's throne room, you'll need a spacesuit and some weapons for destroying the ship's outer defenses. The schematics show an armory not too far in. I'd head there and see what you can find.
You heard the lady, let's move.
Through the power of editing, I bestow upon you the fast-forwarding of a defend this position mission. Now, when we got to the ship's going to be bouncing around, there's going to be small explosions everywhere, and the reason that we had to destroy the simulation was because it would draw power from the ship. The ship's completely safe to be on, but the ship's having to reroute power to try to fix the simulation. That's the reason that they gave us. Otherwise, the plot hole is massive, and why did we even go to the simulation if the end result was always to just go on board the ship ship and kill the aliens. So they covered their bases. I like to think of examples like that as like band-aids on a piece of cracked glass. Band-aid doesn't belong there, and it's not fixing the issue. So when they say like, oh yeah, you had to destroy the simulation so the ship would draw power so then we could have this moment where we could save that, it just feels contrived. Fighting through the ship is going to be the exact same as it's always been. Right down to the hallway layout, the enemies we're facing, there's actually no differences here, which is kind of awful. And eventually we're going to get to a location where whoever you brought with you is going to hack a computer. In my case, I brought Gat with me on this mission because I was like, he's going to kill everybody. But then Gat's the one that hacks things. So this game took the one character that loves to murder things. In fact, he just said, we're going to kill a bunch of aliens. And they said, actually, he's going to put it down and he's going to hack the computer. Now, I understand it's going to be different for everybody. I just figured the one character that wouldn't be the guy that's locked behind hacking would be Gat. But even they managed to screw that up. It would be safe to say that Saints Row 4 is a comedy of errors. Amazing premise, but it's just a comedy of errors. Like a Dane Cook show. You might get a chuckle here or there, but at the end of the day, when you really watch it, it's just a grown man acting like a child. And that's coming from a guy who grew up during the Dane Cook Prime era. You know, Kool-Aid Man, all that shit. All over my body. Needless to say, we have to defend him for X amount of time because they had to make sure to get that trope out of the way as well. And then we're going to go get ourselves a suit of armor. Oh, wait, we got to do the joke one more time. Cue the joke.
Kinsey, you'll never believe this.
It's a robot, isn't it?
No, Kinsey. It's power armor.
No way.
Now, this is what I'm talking about.
Time to finish this fight.
Okay, now all you need to do is make it through the ship's infrastructure, take out all its defenses, and thereby clear a path for us to get to Zinyak.
Oh, is that all? Easy enough? You pick the others up?
Yep, everyone's on board. We'll be right behind you as you clear a path.
Clearing the way is kind of rich, considering the only thing that's going to get in our way is a single solitary door. We don't do anything else. In fact, all the objects that are in our way are only in our way because we are in the suit. The ship's completely unaffected by the lasers that are apparently able to cut through us like butter. The ship's a lot bigger than me, just so we're clear. It's unaffected, though. It's also very convenient that Kinsey was close enough to be able to pick up Gat as well as Benjamin King from the very room that we were just in, but too far away for us to be able to also get onto the ship and be able to be safe from the death lasers. Maybe I'm overthinking it, maybe I'm not thinking about it enough, or maybe I'm turned on my brain and I should turn it off. We're gonna fall for what seems like a very long time, but it's not, and we're gonna avoid the death lasers until eventually a door closes and we're gonna have to push our way in to a hallway where we're gonna blow up 2 cylinders of goo, and because we blew up those cylinders of glue, the door will open. That's how doors work, goo and cylinders.
This is pissing him off.
Wow, looks like they did it.
Yep, you should be clear to get to the throne room now. We'll keep following and meet you there.
I think Zinyak's ships has seen better days.
My biggest fear has come true. We are replaying the plane mission from Saints Row 3 that we played twice in Saints Row 3. I was hoping we could go through this game without having to fight against the mechanics of falling through space and replaying this plane mission from Saints Row 3, but sadly, it was not to be, and we are replaying that mission. We're heading to Zinyak's throne room, and we're finally ready to do the final battle against the alien who's tormented us the whole time. And I gotta be honest with you, I still believe that this is what he wanted in the end. He wanted to be challenged. He wanted somebody to rise up to fight against him. And as much as he says he didn't want this, and he's gonna show all the other races how pitiful we are, you can't help but think that this is exactly how he wants it to go.
Quite the entrance.
I figured you had a flair for the dramatic.
Oh, you know me so well.
I'm really gonna miss these bonding sessions when I kill you.
Look at you. Mercutio to my Tybalt.
Don't be too excited. Tybalt dies at the end.
I'm surprised you knew that.
I didn't. Kinsey told me over the radio.
Well, at least you're honest.
Always. That way you know I'm not lying when I say I'm gonna rip your goddamn head off.
You're adorable. Zinjai?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Is the Empire watching?
Of course, Your Excellency.
time has come for you to follow suit.
It always kind of came across as a little bit odd to me that Zenyak starts with the fight by getting into the giant mech suit. Kind of always felt like they should have had some sort of fight, you know, human versus alien. And yes, we could have been in the spacesuit and you could have made the argument so we could breathe or whatever. But Zenyak should have showed his forces before getting into the robot suit. Think of it like a first stage of a boss fight. We go against him and he pushes back against us, and then the power of the human overwhelms him and he realizes that he might be a little bit out of his element. So then he would go and he would do the whole like, oh, I have this in my sleeve, you're not gonna get me, human, and then he would go into his power armor. That's always what, even back when I played it originally, I've always thought that. It always made no sense that he immediately goes to stage 2. It kind of eliminates the whole like I'm better than you thing when immediately he just goes and gets the most powerful army he's got. You could say it's because, oh well, he wants to show his power, but if anything it more shows his weakness and how he knows he's vulnerable to the humans, which then kind of removes all of his aura that he's had throughout the whole game. And believe it or not, I fucking love Zenyak. The voice actor's outstanding, him as a villain's fine, it's not his fault that this is the way it was written, but he lost all aura by immediately going into his mech suit. That should have been stage 2, especially because as we fight him, they're throwing barbs back and forth at each other about how humanity has no chance and he's stronger than them. But then is he stronger than him? He's in a mech suit. And it will eventually get to the point where stage 2, which should have been stage 3 of the battle, is where he puts himself in a shield and uses the SIDs around him to go to war against us, where we then have to implement the mechanics we learned in one of the SID missions where we threw the soccer balls. We have to throw SIDs back at him. Just feels a little bit disjointed and almost a little bit rushed. They should have allowed you to savor this moment and really realize that you are better than this alien race. But they robbed that of you by putting him into a mech suit that has all the powers that you do. Eventually, we'll hit stage 2.
What the hell are those for?
Readings on those CIDs are showing high amounts of explosives inside. I would not let them get close.
Well, great. Thanks for the tip, but nothing I do can get past that shield. I'm open to ideas here.
Those CIDs seem to be able to pass through unhindered. Perhaps throwing them back would work.
Give it a try, but I'll need that shield down eventually.
Very well. I will attempt to find the power sources generating the shield.
Keep me posted.
Clever!
Hey, remember that random mechanic that you did in exactly one mission earlier in the game? Well, that's the mechanic you have to use here. I actually don't have a problem with it. Played a freaking shit ton of Destroy All Humans, and I remember throwing people around all the time, so it's like muscle memory for me. I just think it's super duper odd that the one weakness to the shield is the one thing that he relies on to heal him, and then those weaknesses end up coming at us to blow themselves up, which really just gives us the ammo. It's just a whole lot of stuff is happening here that is just very convenient for us. And if like one single thing didn't fit into that perfect little bubble, we might have a very different experience here. Overall, you can spam the SIDs as they go at you towards him, and you can end this section of the fight pretty quickly, which will then bring us into stage number 3, which is where we get overwhelmed. What's going to end up happening is we're going to get the task to kill the minions, and no matter how much you run around or try to avoid them, unless you go down to the ground, they're going to overwhelm you by just spamming you with spawn points. I'm completely here for it because it shows the overarching story of this battle. Now, I should say here, it's going to look like I'm not having a problem, but it's going to be very much based off your character level. It doesn't really scale with you, so I'm max level, which means that I'm able to pretty much do whatever the hell I want. In my first original playthrough of Saints Row 4, which was like 3 weeks ago, I didn't go into this max level. It was like level like 38 or something like that. I just rushed the storyline. And I can tell you there's very much a difference between how my powers act and how everything works in this and not. I'm not saying you can't be done. It just, we're able to go a little bit faster. There's also a little bit we have to calculate translate into the fact that I've just played it, so I'm like really fresh on what's going to happen. Eventually what's going to end up happening is during our overwhelming segment of this, we're going to end up being told to destroy some relays, and this is where it's going to really ramp up, and we're going to have to rely on the power of friendship to help us.
Well, shit. Guess I could really use some help in here. Kenzie? Nat? Keith? Anyone?
To paraphrase the writer William Shakespeare, all that lives must die, even a saint.
Yep, I did that.
We're here, boss!
Don't worry, we got your back.
What is this intrusion?
And that single solitary moment is the entire premise of the entire storyline of Saints Row 2022. The power of friendship. In Saints Row 4, it was impactful. It made sense. You know, we worked together. We're trying to save humanity. We're trying to rebuild what we lost. And having our team join us in this final mission felt good. Now imagine if they force-fed that to you over the course of 20 hours. Every single mission, every single time you talked, every single thing you did. All of a sudden, it's not so fun and cool. But through the power of friendship, we're able to destroy the remaining relays and finally kill Zenyak, which I still firmly believe is exactly what he wanted and why he wanted the Empire to watch. He passed on the galaxy to us is what I choose to believe.
No more hiding, Zenyak.
This changes nothing.
Your whole empire's about to change.
No one's coming to save you now, Zenyak.
The legacy of the Zin Empire will continue to live on. You can't kill me. My people will avenge me.
Shut the fuck up!
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Keep what you kill. It's a classic.
So do I get a manservant or what?
Excellency, I'm Zinjai, your personal steward.
All right, ZJ, I need you to level with me. How technologically advanced are the Zen?
In our experience, we are the most advanced culture in the known universe.
Zinyak told a friend of mine that he could restore Earth. Was he lying?
A half-truth, Your Excellency. Earth has been atomized. There is no undoing that. However, time travel would allow you to see Earth again before its destruction.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Time travel?
Zinyak was fascinated with Earth culture. He made it a point to go back and build a menagerie of his favorite humans.
Don't tease me, Your Excellency.
Let's go on a field trip.
And there you have it. Saints Row the 4th was supposed to be one game called Enter the Dominatrix, decided to shift that off to be a DLC of the game that we just played, Saints Row 4. Whether you love and or hate it, you can't deny that it's now locked in franchise history. It's now canon to the actual events of Saints Row. And even though the reboot of Saints Row tried to erase all of this, this does exist and this is canon. Just as much as Get Out of Hell, which was supposed to be a DLC for Saints Row 4, is just as much canon as its own standalone expansion. Overall, Saints Row 4 is exactly how I remembered it being. Repetitive, over the top, too much wackiness, not enough soulfulness, and just kind of lacked the real gritty feel that we had in Saints Row 1 and 2, and we kind of got glimpses of in Saints Row number 3. The world is extremely disgusting to look at, extremely boring, bland, and very muted, and the story lacks cohesion, with massive plot holes riddled throughout it no matter where you look. If you open your eyes and you think a little bit too clearly about what you're actually doing inside of the game, you can't help but realize that it's filled with problems. And anytime anybody has ever tried to bring this up or simply say, hey, this wasn't done well, even back when the game released in 2013, it was met with immediate criticism of, you're being too hard on a game for being wacky. Saints Row's always been wacky. Saints Row's always been over the top. Gaming's meant to be fun, and that's what Saints Row 4 is. That's fine and dandy. If you believe that, I'm not going to stop you from believing that, but I choose to look at what it was in Saints Row 1 and 2 and where it went in Saints Row 3 and 4. And we all know how crazy it got with Gat Out of Hell being a standalone, fully priced game when it was literally 4 hours long. Because of our lack of criticism of this very title, we ended up not getting another Saints Row for literally almost a decade. And then when we did, it ended up being the abysmal mess of Saints Row 2022, the reboot. A game that was so desperate to erase the legacy that it was trying to stand on, all it took from it was the name and tried to pretend like nothing else ever happened. And it all started because of this game. So Saints Row 4 is exactly how I remembered it, right down to the bugs, the good moments, the bad moments. And in the future, I see myself replaying 1 and 2 again because of how much it was fun, and never touching 3 or 4 again for another decade where I decide to revisit this again. I'm very curious to know your guys' thoughts down below, and if you guys have a different opinion, feel free to share them. I want these to feel like we're playing it together. I can only just hear my own side and share my own opinions. If you guys enjoyed these kind of long-form, deep dive-esque content, then please hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and leave a comment down below. And if you feel like you want to work more for Evil Gaming Incorporated, be sure to become an associate for $5 a month Canadian. This will give you early access to every single video. As soon as I'm done it, you get to watch it, as well as associate-only content, behind the scenes, vlogs, and just us chit-chatting once in a while about what's going on in the world. If you don't want to extend that kind of support to Evil Gaming Incorporated, trust that every Friday you're going to get yourself a deep dive video of some sort. Coming up next, I'm going to be playing Saints Row Gat Out of Hell and Saints Row Reboot. After that, we're going to be working on a rotation format, where 1 week we'll do Assassin's Creed, Mafia, and then a standalone game like Cyberpunk. This should allow me to have a little bit more variety on the channel without accidentally locking myself into a niche. I never expected this channel and company to blow up as fast as it did, and I really do appreciate all the support we're getting, but I got to admit to you guys, I'm a little intimidated by what's happening here. You guys are extremely kind and understanding, and even when we have had disagreements with one guy named Paul, it's always worked out in a way that felt like we were having a conversation at the end of the day. I want to give out a big thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you for supporting my company, Evil Gaming Incorporated. We're not a real company, it's just the whole stick that we're doing. And I look forward to seeing you guys in the next video. Have a wonderful day, and I'll see you guys later.